Minute late, minute late. What the? What's up, everybody? We're gonna have a chill kick it stream. Relax. Play a little Final Fantasy. Watch this debate. Hake and Tjump on gun control coming up. I guess Tjump is gonna be taking the side of more gun control. I'm assuming. What the? Sure, we'll be hearing a lot about red flag laws because those work. Those work. Cities like Chicago, where there's the strictest red flag laws, they have the most shootings. It's odd. Isn't that strange? And before that, we're going to watch this since we got 30 minutes till the debate starts. We're going to watch this news clip. Little news clip. Since everybody wants to talk about that Kansas City young man who got shot coming to the front door of an 84-year-old man's house, ringing the doorbell and pulling on the storm door, the old man probably got scared and shot twice, which is actually, as far as I know, that's not what you do when you're defending yourself. You squeeze it till the clip is empty. Don't tempt me. THOD, man. Anyway, I know it's a magazine, not a clip. I know. We just call it a clip. It's just shorter, easier to say. But yeah, the old man shot him. Everybody's talking about that because it fits the race narrative of an evil white man taking a young black man's life. But they haven't been even in conservative circles, they're talking more about that than they're talking about the Alabama shooting. This Alabama shooting, which I reported on Monday. So this is old news. But I think they arrested the two teens involved. Let's see if they tell us anything about these two teen shooters who shot up this birthday party, killing 4 people and injuring, the most recent count I've seen is at 32.
In Alabama, 2 teenagers have been arrested and charged with murder in connection with the deadly shooting that happened at a Sweet 16 birthday party. 4 people were killed on Saturday in the small town of Dayton.
Oh, wait. Oh, these are the victims. Okay. Victims.
See the 4 victims right here. There were 32
19,
others
17,
who were wounded.
18.
Okay.
So no children were killed. It's a Sweet 16 birthday. The 4 that were killed were all over 18, which is odd that they're at a Sweet 16. But 32 injured. I'm sure a lot of those were under 18. And all the victims are black.
Of one of those killed. Also, the birthday girl said that she had no idea who these 2 teenage boys were and that they were not invited to the party. A district attorney in Dadeville says the teenagers will be charged as adults.
So teenagers being charged as an adult. I haven't seen that the suspects been around. Why aren't they showing us the suspects? Why did they show us the victims but not the suspects who were arrested? That's odd. I mean, when I read the article about the Kansas thing, it said 84-year-old white male, and it says his name. I forget the names. I'm not good with names. 84-year-old white male shoots unarmed black male trying to ringing on the wrong doorbell. That's what the story told us. So we have full descriptions of the victim and the shooter in that case. In this case, it's been a week, almost a week since this happened. No description of any suspects has been released. 36 people shot at a birthday party, a Sweet 16 birthday party. 36 people shot. Nothing about the suspects is being told to us. They're being charged as adults. So even if they are juveniles, it's time to release that information on the suspects. Why? We'll see what this news report. What's up, chat? What's up, Dean? I don't know what that means.
All right, we're going to pull away from Nicole and take you back to Dadeville, Alabama, where officials are giving an update on the deadly mass shooting that left 4 dead and 32 injured at a Sweet 16 birthday party.
Here in Dadeville in Tallapoosa County. On Tuesday, April the 18th, at approximately 8 p.m., the Alabama law enforcement agencies, State Bureau of Investigation, officially arrested and charged Tyreek McCullough,
There we go.
17 of Tuskegee, and Travis McCullough, 16.
Wow, 16 and 17.
With 4 counts.
Tyree and
of
Travis.
reckless murder each. That's 4 counts of reckless murder each. And I really want to, before we go any further, I absolutely want to thank this community and the information that was provided. And I also want to reiterate how important it is going to be for you to continue to do that. Please understand.
I just think there should be more focus on this than all the not more focus, but at least equal focus. And of course, just since I have these pulled up, these news channels reporting on this, yes, they report on it. But did they dedicate as much time to it and as much focus and call as much attention to it as some of these other events where like nobody dies? It's self-defense on the homeowner's account in the Kansas City thing, and the guy who was shot didn't even die. So if it was just a mistake, you know, mistakes happen. It's not a big deal, is my point. But the media is going to take it and use it to spin these narratives to start race war and divide people and get everybody back to the black versus the white thing, which, come on, we should have got over that by now. Everybody, both sides. Let's move on. But they keep bringing us back to it. The enemy is not the black people, because in this Alabama case, it's 2 young black men who shot up 36 black people at a black birthday party. It's not about race. It's not about the race. It's about the media and the powers that be twisting our narrative and sowing division, trying to make more civil unrest, more anger. Oh no, that's messed up. That's funny though. That's funny, Dean. That's messed up, but that's funny.
With the violence that went on and the magnitude of what happened, we are absolutely still in the early stages of this investigation. Okay? This is absolutely the beginning. This is not the end. There is a tremendous amount of work that is yet to be done. We're going to continue to do exactly what we've been doing. We're going to be very careful with everything that we say, with everything that we do, because we absolutely are going to stay focused.
I've got to do this raid before I can move on, so I'm not going to record a raid video for this until later. If I hope I can redo it again. But I've got to do this dungeon.
At the venue that night. So if you were physically at the venue and you have not come forward, meaning you have not contacted law enforcement, please hear me. I absolutely want you to do that. We need you to come forward for these families.
I get to do it at level 50. Nice.
Okay?
That's a high level raid.
Please, I want to be clear.
Conjurer, Thermitage, Lancer.
Make no mistake.
DPS, healer, DPS.
And when you pull out a gun and you start shooting people, we're going to put you in jail. Okay? We're going to do that.
They don't play in Alabama. Hola, Fleur.
Because we're thinking about the families. We're concerned about
36 people shot.
We were in the beginning, and we will be through the remainder of the...
All right, I'm going to do this. Should I record this? The problem is if I don't get it done by the time the debate starts, then we got to start the debate late. We won't be streaming it live. Yeah, so I'm not going to record it. I'm just going to do the raid and leave the videos playing. The debate will start shortly.
This investigation, because somebody's got to start thinking about.
Plus, I got a bunch recorded already that I still have to upload.
I know
So
I'm tired of it, and everybody behind me's tired of it. We're tired.
The Howling Eye. This raid is called the Howling Eye. I'll tell you about my howling eye every now and every morning. That thing be howling. Okay. Oh, is that Garuda? Who dares upon my thingy thing? I only think I get the cutscene if I... I only think I get the cutscene the first time, so I'm not going to have it recorded. I don't know if this is like a raid or... I'm not going to get to see the cutscene to record it for the other channel. What shooting happened now? 7 people were shot in Mexico gas station the other day. That's not what we're talking about, but yeah, that happened. Hear you this blasphemy, my children, these land walkers, something, something. I wish my computer could give me those graphics. Yeah, hold up. We're gonna have to record it because we got cutscenes going on and such. They will not help here. That's Garuda. This is my realm where none can challenge my supremacy. Struggle though I may, I shall slake the roots with your blood and festoon on the canopy. Oh, I didn't read it fast enough. Squawk, slay the unfeathered ones. We shall, as an offering to Garuda, they will serve. I don't think this is a raid. I think this is just, I just gotta fight and kill Garuda. Leave us to Ixal. Leave the Ixal to us, Dreaded. We'll keep them distracted while you deal with Garuda. Do not fail, Dreaded. Remember, you fight for the Scions for Eorzea. We gotta record this for the raid walkthrough. My first time fighting Garuda. Let's try not to wipe. This worm would die by mine own hand. Come, then I shall grant it. She screamed. Hey, this will get us the 5th or 6th crystal. This might be the last crystal we need for all the... Oh. Music just got hype. Let's go. Turn on my Defiance. Time to tank, baby. Time to tank, baby. Don't look at my party, look at me. Her health's going down quick. I'm at level 50, my whole party's at level... My whole party's at level... Why is, I don't understand why these things are not in the right pattern. Oh, I should have interrupted that. Let's provoke. I got no cooldowns. I'm stunned. I'm stunned. Is it dead? What happened? What happened? What happened? Where'd she go? Oh, I think I probably was supposed to avoid that because I almost got killed just now. Man, my numbers are screwed up. I'm going to put 3 here. 4 here. Low blow. Let's try Thorn of Battle. She keeps getting me not looking at her. 2, 3. We got Berserk. So we go 1, 4, 2, 3. I'm gonna pop a potion because you guys, in a reprisal, you guys are slacking on the heels. Slacking on the heels, healer. Arm's length. Watch out. Where'd she go? Oh, watch out. Tear her up. Provoke. You get that aggro. She's not doing any, like, forecasted AoE stuff, so. Where'd she go? Oh, we got ads. We got ads. I don't know if I should be killing the ads or what. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Rampart. Come on, she's at a third of health. Third health. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Low blow. She keeps interrupting my cycle. Alright, we got Berserk. Let's try to get a full round here. Healer, keep me up. We're going 1. Oh, she moved. That didn't work. 1, 4, 2. Look this way, please. Woo-hoo-hoo. What you doing, Garuda? What you doing? Don't look at my party. Look at me. Right over here. You're almost dead. Oh, you're about to die, my girl. Oh, vengeance. Oh, let's make sure you don't do any big, scary attacks. Home tog. You're dead, Garuda. Bye. Boop. I wonder if there's another stage. Is that it? Is that it? Garuda. Oh, there might be another stage. What? How in the hells? Like there's multiple hells. This is my realm. You have no hope here. None. We got another stage of the battle. Did you truly believe you could defy a god, Landwalkers? Landwalker. We have a Lancer. They can basically fly. Sorry, guys. I'll check the chat in a second. We got an intense battle going on, and then we'll watch the debate. Their gifts sustain me. Their faith empowers me. None save my children. Garuda's like Mother Nature. Will escape the reckoning mortals, and those who would use my crystals awaken the rest shall realize. So, like, earth attacks, like rocks flying at us, things of the sort. She's like the god of the dirt. Lowercase g. Of course, worship, so long as, let's stop them. Stop them from worshiping her. She's gonna lose her power. Oh, the little orb. The little orbies. I think we gotta take out the little orbies. Ha 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 ha, hee 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 hee, ha 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 ha, hee hee hee, ha ha ha. No harm will come to my children. Her chillins. This is the only beginning, Landwalkers. All who oppose me shall suffer their defiance. Soon the worms of the forest shall receive judgment, the desert vermin next. Their walls of stone will not shield them from tempest. And then I will take vengeance on the sea lice. Their wooden boats cannot outrun the wind. She's talking about all the people in the different areas. The forest people, the desert people, and the ocean people. Those are the 3. You, Landwalker, you who dared to raise your hand against me, you shall be the first to pay for your sins. Not with your death, but with your life. Dun, dun, dun. You will serve me, Landwalker, to your last breath. Think so, chick? You think so? Ah, you messing with the wrong one. I claimed you. You should be mine. Nope, we got that. I forget what they call it in this game. Because I don't pay as much attention to the story as I should. But we got that special magic. You can't tame us. Doesn't work. Is there not a second phase to the fight? Is that it? Oh, we're just going to take her crystal like that? I thought there'd be another stage. I can't wait till the end game raids where the boss fights are like an hour long. There's like 4 different phases you have to go through with 20 people. Because that was easy. We got all of them now. That's a, you know what that is? Those two triangles. You know what that shape is? Oh, we got all the crystals. We got Thanos. Thanos got the Infinity Gauntlet. Oh, snap. What happens now? Floor, you shouldn't be watching this. You're not this far in the game. Spoiler alert. What are you? What have you done to me? I turned you into a crystal and I ate you. Like a cookie. No mortal should possess such power. This is impossible. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Ba-na-na-na-na. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Ba-na-na-na. That's right. Hey. Well, that was quick and easy. What time is it? Dang, almost perfect timing. Any treasure chest? Oh, the exit. No treasure chest? We're just gonna leave our friends here in this tempest storm. Ba-na-ba. I don't get no treasure? Uh-oh, more cutscene action.
Why do you
Whoa,
not
voice.
tremble at my might? Why do you not beg for mercy? Why do you not die?
Because I'm a beast.
We've done it.
I play Fernald.
Impossible it is. Kill you all.
Is that all?
Gaius Van Bowser.
O Lady of the Vortex, O mighty Garuda. Of all.
Gaius.
Ah, Sid, my boy, you look well. For one who has forsaken king
I like that
and
armor.
country.
Do we get that armor
I
if we
wonder
kill
what
that guy?
else you will forsake before the day is done.
Oh, we live. What's up,
What?
baby? I can't read chat right now. I can't
What
see it. I
exactly did you
can
hope
see
to
bits and
accomplish
pieces.
here this day?
I'll grab it in a second.
I
want that armor.
Well, I shall accomplish far more.
Oh, we gotta fight these little munchkins. You never seen this side of me?
Is that all? Is that all?
Voice acting, not great. Not great.
Insolent mortal! I shall make you suffer!
We already took your crystal, Garuda.
The
What are you gonna do about it?
stench! I see now. She has touched you!
Dang, she touched you. What?
Very well.
That was a... That
Seven
camera
hells,
angle
does
was
she still
tight.
mean to fight?
7 hells. She wants to, I knew there was another phase to the battle. I knew it wasn't gonna be that easy. Can't be that easy.
Save us, Titan, Lord of Crags!
Lord of
It hurts
Crags?
us so. The pain! The pain!
What
Come on.
is she? 12 preserve. She cannot mean to.
There's gotta be another phase to the battle. Oh, she's stealing their energy. She's making a spirit bomb. Oh, snap. What? Now that's the Garuda I was like, Garuda is usually not a... Shiva is usually a pretty chick. Garuda's usually a big, scary, molten, fiery beast monster thing. That's Garuda. Oh, there's 2 of them.
No. No, this is all wrong.
Garuda's all of them.
Stop gawping, boy.
Garuda
We
makes
must
the
run.
golems out of the earth. Okay, the fight might have just got a little more intense. Who's this guy?
Surrender
That's the-
yourselves unto
Do we gotta fight him
me.
too?
I would feast upon your ether.
Audio just got louder.
None shall stand against the wind.
Oh, snap. Okay, so now the real fight begins. Maybe. Sounds like a shower.
Bear witness to the glory of the Empire.
The Empire? Dang, she got some milk. Wait. Why are they... What is this, Power Rangers? Why is Gaius... Gaius just absorbed the freaking 2 Garudas and now we gotta fight... What is happening? What? Yo, he just pulled a freeze. He just transformed 3 times on her ass.
It is you who will suffer, Garuda.
Who are we fighting? Do we have to fight something here?
Ancient Alec had ways of dealing with your kind. Now,
That's
look
Ultima.
on their ultimate weapon, Icon, and despair.
Okay, I think that guy is the last. Ultima and Omega are like the final fight, both of them. So I don't think we're gonna have to fight this guy yet. I think this is giving us a preview of what we gotta deal with next. He's been bit her head off. Damn. You're not supposed to transform 4 times back to back like that, bro. That's, come on. That's, you're supposed to slowly transform up the line. Have these people never watched anime before? You don't just instantly go to the last. If Cell just, come on.
With each
You could have made 8 more quests out of just him powering up.
A marvel, is it not?
Speaking of Power Rangers. Yeah, I think this is like
the fate
pre.
of those who oppose the Empire.
Yeah, now we got to fight this guy, but not yet. We're probably gonna have to
There
go
will
quest
be
some
no
more.
warriors of light to save you this time.
Bro, I got the
If your
gauntlet.
leaders are as wise
I got
as they
the
are
Infinity
reported,
Gauntlet. I got all the
they
crystals.
will
We're coming at you,
surrender.
my boy. Got some jank looking armor though.
Your
That's what happens when you have the
skills
free
are
trial
impressive,
version.
But they will
You
not
can't go to the
be
auction
enough.
house and you can't like do trades and stuff. So you can't really make your own armor. Or you can't have armor made for you. I guess you could still farm raids, get raiding armor.
12, have mercy.
That's what I'll have to do.
What chance have we against such an ungodly creation?
We
And
don't
who
beat
was
that
that
ass.
armored devil?
That's
That was
Ultima
Gaius
now.
van Balsar, legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion and supreme commander of the Garlean invasion force in Eorzea.
You see the 30th anniversary
Of course,
special?
The
Uh,
Black Wolf. How could I not
I heard
realize
about it, but I
Grandfather
have not
mentions him
seen
in
it.
his journal.
I was never so naive as to think the man would abandon his ambitions.
Dang, I thought we were gonna
But
get one
these
more fight.
developments are beyond my worst
We gotta go over and watch this
expectations.
debate. It's starting now.
What have you been doing these past 5 years?
It'll take them a little while to
How
do
could something of
intros.
this magnitude have escaped the Alliance's attention?
We heard no whispers, saw no signs. In the wake of the calamity, the Empire seized land and built outposts, but that was the extent of their aggression.
Damn it, Gaius. Where in the 7 hells did you find that thing?
It has been a day of unexpected
I don't
developments.
know, but let's go
But
fight
the
it.
fact remains, Garuda is no longer a threat. While I take no comfort in the manner of her downfall,
It was
it
decent.
does mean that we may safely put the
I'm not
matter
surprised
of
by
the Primus
that,
to one side,
little baby.
for the time being at least.
Which just leaves the matter of Gaius's new toy.
Indeed. That weapon poses the greatest threat to Eorzea. It must be destroyed.
Let's go. That's what I'm here for. Oh, I skipped the last. I
Let
skipped
us
that
make for
dialogue.
Vesper Bay. We shall rebuild the Scions. All is not yet lost, my friend.
Hey everyone,
For
tonight we're
we
going to be
bear the
debating
light.
gun
Whoa.
control, and to kick us off,
All right, I think the cutscene's almost over. All right. Well, that's the Garuda fight. Whether you're watching this on the JS Urban Adventures live stream or the JS Urban Adventures Final Fantasy Dungeon Guide or the Dragon Ball Junkie YouTube channel. Thanks for watching. We're going to go watch this debate now. All right. Stop the recording. We're still streaming. Still streaming. Now let's start this.
We have Hake, who's against gun control. So we're going to kick it off right away. So
All right.
floor is all yours, Hake.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Nice to see you again. And shout out to Tjump. Thanks for joining me on Modern Day Debate, one of the best YouTube channels, if not the best YouTube channels in existence, period. I am for more guns. I agree with Dr. John R. Lott Jr., PhD, who is author of the book and numerous studies, More Guns, Less Crime. Let the people be armed and capable.
John R.
As the Second Amendment refers, a well-regulated militia means people who can handle a weapon and in good self-discipline. Self-regulated, not regulated by the government. We, the people, should be regulating the government, not the other way around.
Correct.
The government, the media, the crowd, they're always, even one's own thoughts and emotions are the individual's enemy, and they're not to be trusted. So we should not be looking to the government to solve the problem of so-called gun violence, which is a misnomer. It's human being violence. We should get rid of gun-free zones, so-called, especially in like schools and movie theaters and different places where the people are just fish in a barrel. And it's such a shame. People are left defenseless. Even on like Fort Hood, that was a gun-free zone where the radical terrorist was allowed to go into this gun-free zone and shoot up
still here though
his fellow soldiers.
Thanks, sir. Whoa,
So
you changed the hair.
You
changed
that answer to the
I forget their name,
to the problem of mass
Rose
murders, which are happening. I say that we
change their hair to green
for the guns. We go for the root of the issue.
That's crazy.
We go for the anger of people. We go after anger. We encourage family. We defund single mothers, because when we're subsidizing single mothers, we get more of them. And they're the ones who are disproportionately raising.
Okay, what were you saying, Floor?
There are a lot of all races.
That's silly Josh for you.
They're disproportionately the ones who are committing these crimes. They're
David's
not just
mentally
ill, but mentally ill and angry. I don't believe.
Sorry, I wasn't reading your chats, Floor. I was in the middle of the boss fight.
The mass murders.
If you watch JS, she showed media-wise, it's
everybody's
my birthday now.
So-called mentally ill.
I thought that was too easy.
I feel that my personal conspiracy theory
she is a Mayan
about mental
Garuda?
Illness is that
you
it's
hit 3,000 subs. That's
the
awesome.
guns,
Congrats.
the gun rights of
I feel like
the
this
veterans
raid was
who
stupid.
are our first
super easy
and best line of defense.
Yeah, it was just a
those guys are
story
capable,
fight, a story boss fight.
If they're led in the right way, with
so not
true religion,
technically a raid,
and with sound
do it on
mind,
hard mode, but more people.
Then they won't be looking to drugs and female therapists and female-minded liberal, intellectual, emotional therapists and politicians to disarm them. I get that a lot of police would be
always looking at mama.
A much easier job if the criminals were not armed.
Scariest thing you can hear.
I'm all for disarming criminals. I'm all for throwing them.
The government saying we're here to help.
If a criminal is not to be trusted with a gun,
Second Amendment protects us from the government.
In the public, he should be incarcerated, or we should bring back swift death penalty if the crime calls for a death penalty. I don't think that we should have these this encouraged irresponsibility. We need to bring back swift justice. We have a problem where people plead, they do endless appeals. We have lawyers and liars, liberal judges
tying up the system for months.
Stuff. Be soft on crime, let people get away with shoplifting and low-level crimes and higher assaults, and those things result. Even our greatest president, Donald J. Trump's First Step Act, has resulted in more murders.
Kim Kardashian's First Step Act, to be more accurate. He just kind of got on board with it because she was doing it. It was popular.
Education and even the so-called private education.
And it looked good.
Return to
Hake doing all right. Yep. Good
parents,
opening so far.
fathers in the home. Get rid of no fault divorce, and get rid of we have a problem where we have minimum wage and unions and childcare. All these things are breaking up the family, and that would be a solution to these misguided children and adults who are irresponsible, not working, don't have self-value, and that's causing anger. That's spreading anger. And the solution that the liberals bring is gun control, and they're blaming the NRA, scapegoating the NRA, and people like me who support the Second Amendment. Most of us would never even dream of something like that, a mass murder or murder, period. It is it's basically a scapegoat and a distraction. So I think that we should bring back.
People think
capital
everybody who
punishment
supports
for,
the Second Amendment, people who
drug
don't
dealers, like Trump is
like
saying.
guns, think that everybody
We
who
should
supports the Second Amendment
get
is
rid
some
of
sort of gun
emotions
nut that
and
has
anger
40
and
guns
empathy
and
and
they're
all that
just
stuff.
always
Bring
shooting
back
stuff.
real love and real prayer.
It's not true.
And bring back the freedom to tell the truth and speak plainly. And I think that would
And
go
supporting
a
the Second
long
Amendment
way
is neither
in
right nor left.
reducing
Libertarianism
the
is
problem,
south
the
on the
symptom, I should
political
say,
spectrum.
of
You can
violence committed
you can
with
support guns and be far left and far right or center. It's your turn,
All right,
Tjump.
thank you so much for that intro there, Hake. Just want to remind everybody, too, that Modern Day Debates DebateCon Conference is coming up. It's going to be Saturday, April 22nd in Fort Worth, Texas. So if you want, you can grab your in-person tickets. They're in the link in the description right now. It'd be great to see all the tickets sell out by Friday night. That's what we're expecting. If you're far from Texas, you can actually tune into the event live. You can use the Indiegogo link in the description box. So you can throw a buck into our crowdfund, and you can tune in through that link there. That'll help us cover the venue cost, and you'll be able to watch all the debates that are happening live this Saturday.
That's cool.
So yeah, if you're in Texas, definitely if you can be there in
we got
person,
new mithril
I'd
armor
love to be,
that is better than what I'm wearing.
that's awesome, and check out our links in the description, everybody. So with that said, thanks again, Hake, and Tjump, thanks for being here. We're going to hand it over to you for your up to 10-minute opening there.
Sure. So
did Hake use 10 minutes?
We know that countries that have the least guns have
I'm a
the
little bit
least
behind.
gun violence. Did you know that before guns were invented, there were 0 gun deaths?
I don't think that's accurate.
Surprise. It's magic. Countries that have extremely strict gun laws and very few guns have essentially no gun deaths, like Australia, UK, Singapore, and Germany. These countries who have very strict gun laws have very few gun deaths. Surprise. It's like, who could have seen that coming?
He's not going to mention Latin America.
Like Japan, China, Singapore, Germany, United Kingdom, and Australia. Very strict gun laws, very few gun deaths. It's not magic. It's basic. Tons of studies on it. Shows very simply, less guns.
I want to see the numbers for all-cause violent deaths, including knives, car crashes, because gun deaths, they say gun deaths. This is the same with gun violence. They just put a noun in front of the verb to like qualify it and say, look, America has the most gun deaths, but per capita, I'm sure that they're having just as much murder and violent crimes with different types of things. They just, it's a stupid argument. Take the guns away, people are going to find a way to kill.
It's pretty obvious. So
yes, John Wick can kill somebody with a pencil.
Have stricter gun laws to have less guns, because then less people will get shot with guns. It's not hard. I'll conclude there.
All right, excellent. Well, with that quick intro there, we'll kick it right into the open discussion. So I'll let Hake start out with a response to that point there, and we'll get right into it. Thank you, everybody, for being here.
Looks like Hake gave about an 8-minute opening, and Tjump gave about a 2-minute
nice,
opening.
Cute.
There you go. Let's go.
Obvious statement, but it's not addressing the root issue.
Shallow.
And you can always look to the mainstream media, or
I want to try this armor on. Let me see this armor.
Shallow people like that to say, oh, let's just get rid of the guns and then we'll get rid of gun deaths. I don't care about
gun
a
deaths.
shallow symptom of reducing harm in the form of guns, because what you're doing is, well, first of all, it's a violation of the basic right to carry guns. I don't know or care about those other countries. They are, some of
Oh
them are
snap!
islands, some of them
Something's happening in
are
the
much
game.
smaller. They don't have guns already in their hands.
Germany.
Yeah, Germany's quite small of a country, and it's not an island.
Size makes no difference. It's per capita. The actual size makes no difference.
Right, but it kind of matters because Germany was already disarmed. They've already had a big crackdown on them, and they're a much more homogenous society.
Yep.
We have
Wait,
open borders where
Germany has open borders. Remember, Germany is super woke, super leftist. They haven't done anything to address the ills that you're talking about. They do even more of that social justicey stuff than we do, right?
they do a lot more of the social justicey stuff, but they don't have, the drug
But no gun
cartels.
deaths. No gun deaths. No.
I don't. I honestly don't care about no gun deaths. They have the drug.
Why? That seems like a pretty important thing to care about. Like, no gun deaths is good. That would be much better.
Not inherently so, because you're dealing with the, like I said, you're dealing with the symptom and not the root issue of the evil of people's hearts.
I don't care about the
Germany.
evil.
I didn't know a big crazy cutscene was about to start.
The crystals shall be thy salvation.
The crystals.
Blade and shield both. Steel
I think you guys can barely hear the game, so I can just leave this.
People's hearts. People can have
Right.
whatever feelings they want. The feelings are not a problem. Deaths are a problem.
They are a problem.
No, feelings.
They
are
are
not
the
a problem.
root issue.
No,
Anger
feelings
causes,
have no issue.
Anger,
feelings don't matter. So like let's
They
say
do matter.
we allow everyone to live in their home and they can have whatever feelings they want, but no guns. That means no guns deaths, right? So they can hate as many people as they want, as much as they want.
Right.
But with no guns, they can't exact that hate to kill them. So they feelings are fine. There's nothing wrong with feelings. Everyone
there
has
is
freedom
a lot
of
wrong with
speech.
feelings.
No, nothing wrong with feelings.
Yes, there is.
No.
The studies have even shown, even the liberal professors have pointed to, mental illness does not cause violent crime. Anger does, and anger is what causes these anger. Gun deaths are not the only evil in the world. There is also the violation of people's basic rights, and the violation of people's basic rights is taking away their guns.
I don't care. It saves lives.
I don't care about saving lives. I care about the root issue.
Clip that.
We said,
clip that one.
You can clip it. You can.
We
clip
said,
it. I
"Hey,
don't
let's
care about
go."
saving lives, because it's not about, because that's a shallow solution. You're bringing in other problems. Germany has.
That's
Germany
a direct
has a lot
solution.
of other problems.
Gun deaths are the problem. How do we reduce
No, they're not.
gun deaths?
Gun
Get
deaths are
rid of
not
the
a problem.
guns.
They're a symptom.
What? They're the problem.
No, they're not the problem. They're a
They are the
symptom
problem.
of the.
They're not.
No,
the symptom.
they are
They're
not
the
a problem. I disagree with you that they are a problem. They are a symptom. Let me define it. They are a symptom of the problem of evil of people, and emotions.
Tjump's an atheist. He doesn't understand good and evil.
Emotions and anger are what people are
You can't.
responding
You don't
with
have a concept of
to,
good
as
and
the
evil,
solution for this,
or a
Blame
basis
that
for
on
your
hate.
concept
Spread
of good
more
and evil.
anger. And
if you're an atheist,
and popularize this thing. Make more copycat.
well, you
mass
do,
murder
but it's
crimes,
our
which
concept
became more and more popular
that
ever
you're
since
borrowing
the 90s.
from as an atheist.
And honestly,
Well,
the 60s
I think
and
that
70s.
we have a difference in values here.
Right.
So I think each human should have the right of freedom of expression. They
Called
can
an
feel
ill
what they want.
mind.
They can
Right.
be racist.
I think it's more of
very
an
racist
ill soul
individuals.
or an ill
Right.
spirit or a
And
possession,
that's
a demon
fine. They get to
possession.
have whatever opinions they want, whatever hate they want. They can have that as long as they don't use that to harm others. There's nothing morally wrong with having.
Because if you
those
say it's a
feelings.
mental problem and
Perfectly
it's
fine.
just some physical
The
chemical
problem
reaction
is the
issue,
killing of the people
then
that
it
hate 'em. That's
gives
that's
people
the
an
problem.
excuse.
So
It's
I
a
don't
cop out.
mind
Lets people off the
if
hook.
people hate other people. That's fine. That's normal. What's
It's not a
not
mental
normal is
illness.
then
It's a
killing those
spiritual
people.
illness.
And so if
No,
we can
killing,
solve
killing
the
is quite normal
killing,
too. Now, if you're going to call hatred normal, you have to admit that killing is normal as well.
no, not really. Like
Yeah,
killing. If we take
it's
all
typical.
humans who have ever lived, all humans who have
Yeah.
ever lived, less than 1% have died from killing, or less than.
Right.
So killing is not normal. Killing is very fringe. So
Yeah,
so the
It's
problem
more
here
common
is
in
that
some communities than others, though. In the more
Yeah.
angry communities.
in the communities that have more guns, because there are equally
No.
angry people who don't have guns and they don't kill other people as much. Did you notice that? That they're like suicidal people. Suicidal people who have guns successfully commit suicide more than suicidal people who don't have guns.
But
Why
it's
is
not.
that?
It's not our job to
Do
play mama
I
and try
wonder
to
if
stop them.
suicidal
Yes, it is.
people who have access to medications overdose and kill themselves more than suicidal people who don't have any access to medications. I wonder if drug addicts who overdose, who have more access to drugs, like for example in Washington or Oregon, whichever state it was that legalized hard drugs. I wonder if they die more when they have more easier access to drugs. Oh, the overdose rate went up by 300%. I guess it does. So
Literally, the job of the government is to try to
No,
stop murders and suicides. Yes.
no, it's not, man.
What?
It's not the job of the government to stop the people from killing themselves and committing murders. They're the ones who are spreading this. They're debasing the family and
What do you
morals and
think the
encouraging
job of
people.
the government is?
Hold on. The job of the
he
government
has a point, but it's
is
not
to
a
do
good
evil.
point. It's like
So
you can use that for anything.
oh my god. The job of the government.
Okay. What is the
effectively,
job that the people in government are trying to do? What are they trying to do?
They're pretending like they want to help, and by helping, playing mama, they're hurting. They're hurting the people. They're spreading
So
suicide.
help. When you say help, what does that mean?
Enabling single mothers to be single mothers, for example.
You mean like
and
giving
raising
people
more violent children.
giving
They're
people
the
more
ones
freedoms, protecting them from others, giving them the ability to express themselves, the ability to buy
Hake
homes,
wants to
have
lock up the
jobs,
single
feed their
mothers.
families, like trying to help them be able to live with the least imposition of will possible. That's the goal of government, is to give people the most freedoms.
That's your goal, because you're a nice, sensible guy, somewhat. But go ahead.
Well, what do you mean my goal? So like the
Your
point of
goal
government
is to keep the people free, have as much freedom as they can, except for guns, apparently.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you really believe this.
Yes.
But the
Or if
goal
he's
of the
just
government
arguing
is to
it.
play mama. Most people in the government are corrupt people. Actually, probably all of them are.
I
And
would
they
agree.
want to control the people. They're not to be trusted with all the guns. It's ridiculous.
Well, I think it's fine to trust them with the guns, but because we're not trusting them with the guns, we're trusting the military with the guns, and so. But that's a different topic. The question is what is the purpose of government? Now, the purpose of government is to create a solid, secure foundation for people to be able to live as best lives they can. That's the goal of government. Would you the
As
attempted
best
hope that
lives as
government's
they
supposed to
can?
do? Would you agree?
I don't know if I would entirely
It's not the
agree.
government's
I would
job
want
to make
less
people
government.
happy. The
If you have less
government
government in your life, the better off you are. Because
No, just the goal. Just the goal. Like, forget whether or not it works. The goal of government, what it's trying to do, is to create a framework of safety, economic safety, military safety,
physical safety,
comfort
military
around other
safety.
people.
Yes.
The goal of government is to create safety for people to be able to live
accessibility,
their lives as best as they
roads,
can. Right? That's the goal. What governments are trying
infrastructure.
to do, hopefully.
What you and I might want a government to do would be probably close to that.
Sure. And now
But
I
that's
think
not what the government effectively does or wants to do.
I think it is. I think we have tons and tons of evidence to show that. But suppose that is
No.
the goal. So if that's the goal, if the government is trying to create the safest place for people to live, would it be safer with or without guns?
I suppose you could say without guns. Yeah, I suppose you could say without guns.
Yeah,
But
less people would
safety is
die.
safety is not the ultimate goal.
What do you think is a more important goal than safety?
Life, freedom.
Well, you get a lot more life when you're safe, right? If you're less safe, there's less life because more death, less
But
life.
that's not real life.
Was
That's,
the debate
that's
about
like-
gun control?
You can have
You
a
get
real life without owning a
weekend-
gun, Hake.
Huh?
You're going to live. If you don't own a gun, you'll live. You won't
Yeah.
die. You're not going to have a heart attack from lack of gunness.
I understand that, but that's not the. That's. Would you agree that your idea is a total violation of the Second Amendment, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Get rid of the Second Amendment. Get rid of guns.
Right. And
So
how long
I'm an
have you-
advocate of science and data, and I think that if there is some
Right.
scientific
Not common
proven
sense,
fact,
though. Not logic.
no, common
sense.
common sense is dumb. Logic, I'm a big fan of logic. Common sense is literally the worst form of logic. It doesn't work at all. But I'm a big fan of evidence. I'm a science guy, so I like if we can prove this method works better, saves more lives, improves people's lives, even if it's a violation
the
of the
game audio
Constitution
go?
written 300 years ago, which
Right.
the founding fathers said we were supposed to rewrite every decade anyway. even if it violates that, if it saves more lives and scientifically is proven to save more lives, then yes, we should rewrite the Constitution to accommodate the reality of saving more lives.
But you guys aren't looking at the causes of the mass murders, because these didn't used to happen in the good old days.
I like how Milo said you can't put guns in the hands of crazy atheists.
Did you notice that? Like for example, like the black violent crime. That is a relatively recent phenomenon. It wasn't which they're the primary ones committing the mass murders, and then there's a whole lot of other people committing the mass murders.
That's true.
And so the government has been conducive to destroying the family, which has and
the
spreading
government has done lots of dumb things. I agree.
And spreading anger.
What is the fastest way to solve the problem?
No, no. Fast is not good. Quick solutions are bad, man.
That's why we have
so yeah,
the filibuster, because fast is not good. You don't want quick, rapid change. You want things to go through red tape and take a while, and go through votes, and go through the Senate, go through the House, and take a long time. You don't want change to just boom. Let's just executive order.
I think that we need to bring back we need to do it.
That's why the Democrats want to get rid of the filibuster.
Hard, good, why do you say common sense is bad? What's common sense?
It's proven to be bad. Like science, we have analyzed common sense, and we know that it's actually inaccurate in pretty much every metric that can be.
That doesn't even make sense.
Interesting. What is common sense?
Common sense is
that doesn't even make common sense.
On your life experience, in order to
science says common sense is wrong.
Pertaining to the world.
So, like an example of common sense, do you have one in mind? Because I have maybe one in mind or two.
I have lots of them. I don't know, like.
Okay, so let me give one or two. The Aurora, Colorado shooting from like the Batman one from 2012 or whenever that was, where the Joker-looking
went in the movie theater.
Joker shot up the people in the theater at midnight showing. Aurora, Colorado. Had it not been a gun-free zone and those people been armed, would he have even done that?
Yes, because it happens mostly. A lot of them are in gun zones. Lots of mass shootings are with guns.
In zones with guns? Those were the ones committed by blacks. This guy turned himself in as soon as the cops showed up. So you don't know.
Most of them do that.
I gave you a would he have.
Right, they'll use the gang violence.
Black-white distinction. Like most mass shooters happen in places with other guns.
Not the most prominent ones.
They'll use the gang violence stats.
I don't care about the most prominent ones. I care about most of them. So the fact that it got shown on the news more, which makes it prominent, I don't care. I want to know about the data and its relevance.
But you made the claim that this Joker guy, who turned himself in as soon as the cops showed up with guns.
Yes, most of the mass shooters turn themselves in.
Or kill themselves.
Well, no, they just turn themselves in. Whether or not they have guns, they literally
not most. No, most of them kill themselves or get shot.
The guns has nothing to do with the fact that they come with guns.
But
I don't think most mass shooters.
I don't know if you're being quite honest. You're saying statistically, yeah, most. I don't take that away from you. You may be right that most of these mass shootings happen with guns, but there's a whole lot of gun-free zones, and those are the ones that are
like your argument is like implying that the mass shooter was only emotionally capable of going to a place where they didn't have guns, and as soon as he saw a gun, he was just going to freak out and give up. No. After he had committed his plan, which would have happened with whether or not there were guns in the location.
You don't know that.
I do. You don't see this happening. This happens all the time in tons and tons of mass shooter cases. They have a plan to go to a place.
I brought up specifically.
Here's the live fact check.
Aurora shooter.
Here's the live fact check for you guys. 433 active shooting attacks ended. 249 attacks ended before the police arrived. So 64 were by a bystander, 185 were by the attacker. Either they left the scene 113 times, they died by suicide 72 times, bystander subdued the attacker 42 times, shot the attacker 22 times. So ended after the police arrived. Surrendered 15. This little line right here, 15 times out of 433, the shooter surrendered. All the other times, they either died by suicide, the police subdued them, the police shot them, A bystander shot them, a bystander subdued them, they commit suicide, or they left the scene. Surrender was 15 out of 433. Tjump said most of the time the shooter surrenders.
I brought up specifically this Aurora shooter as well as, these ones in these
this
schools.
applies to all of them. So
it
if
does
a
not
shooter
apply to
has
all
a
of them.
plan,
That's ridiculous.
yes, it does. So if a shooter has a plan to go to a specific location at a specific time and carry out an act of violence, their plan doesn't include, well, if it's a place that has guns, we're going to run away. And that's not a part of the plan. Now,
Because
after
they go
their
into
plan
places that
has
don't have
done,
guns.
no, many of them do not. That is incorrect. So
The ones,
after their
many
plan
of them
is
do.
done,
In this recent one in Nashville, the girl said she planned on going somewhere else, but she didn't. She planned on going to a mall either before or after the school, and she didn't go because security was too tight around there.
Go ahead.
when the cops show up at their home, yes, many of them give up. Not because they have guns. It's not because they have guns. It's because it's not a part of their plan. Like even
Also, when the shooters don't go to soft targets, that's the number where they get shot by a bystander, the 72. More times a bystander shoots the shooter than the shooter turns themselves in. 72 times out of 433, a bystander shot the shooter. So that's like the guy in the mall who pulled the gun out and started shooting, and the other guy went bop, bop, bop. He shot 9 times, hit him 9 times from like 25 feet away. Emptied the clip on him. Every shot connected. And that was not in a soft target. That was somewhere where guns were allowed. The shooter got shot before he could kill anybody. Happens all the time. They don't report on that as much.
many of the mass shooters, in their plans, pick locations that have guns there. They have gun rights. It doesn't make a difference.
Can you name one?
Gun violence
name a
happens
few. Name a
in
few mass
Texas.
shootings for me.
Chicago has some of the strictest gun laws, specifically red flag laws, which is what they're all on top of right now. Red flag law, because if that's going to make some difference with a mentally ill, quote unquote, person getting a hold of a gun, Chicago has more shootings than anywhere else. So
name a few.
I don't know them.
No, you do know them.
El Paso, those Hispanics in the Walmart, they did not have guns. The Aurora, Colorado.
Walmart does have gun in Texas. What are you talking about?
I know, but those Mexicans who got shot weren't armed. And then
did the shooter plan that? No. Walmarts in Texas sell guns.
I
so
know,
they
but that
had
doesn't mean that they're armed.
They
and
had a
ready
right to.
Was this another dungeon?
I know.
Can I do it?
Picking that location.
What dungeon is this?
He did not know whether or not they had guns, which disproves your point.
No, it doesn't.
Your point was that like he picked a location with no guns. Like no, because every one of them could have been carrying a gun then.
I know, but they weren't armed. He specifically went to.
Did he psychically know that they were not going to be armed?
Maybe I'll give you. Maybe I'll
a
give you
Walmart shooter. A Walmart. Yeah, don't. Yeah, you're. That's not. Don't die on that hill, Hake, because a Walmart shooting is not a soft target. Or usually a mall shooting is not a soft target. So soft targets, you're talking more about churches and schools. And most churches, especially in the South, aren't going to be soft targets either. Just like that one in Texas that got shot up, and the guy with the gun, I forget his name. Nobody reported on him. He killed the dude. Something with a W. Wilford. Something Wilford. He was at the church shooting in Texas that they barely reported on once they found out a good guy with a gun stopped it.
But how about the Aurora, Colorado gun-free zone? All these schools, gun-free zones. The schools, there should not be gun-free zones. There's been no shooting at a school where the staff are allowed to be armed. Did you know that? According to Thomas Massey, who's
pretty
a
much
Republican.
none of them. Well, that's like saying there hasn't been a shooting with a school that involves trans. What are they called? Readings. What are they called?
Drag Queen Story Hour.
Drag Queen Story Hour.
Yes, drag queens. So there's been no shootings at any preschool with drag queen story hours. You know why? Because it's only a tiny percent of schools that have those.
Not even an accidental discharge, according to Thomas Massey. And
what is that even? Again, so the amount of schools that
what kind of point was that?
Guns is so tiny that obviously.
I know, because we have an anti-gun culture right now, where people are scared of guns, they don't want to carry them, and all that stuff. So
because they kill
that
people.
brings back my point about the Walmart. I don't think those Hispanics were armed. You look into it and tell me if those Hispanics were armed. I'm going to assume that they were not armed in the El Paso Walmart. But anyway,
I mean, they could have been though.
it's interesting that you can't name one single.
It's probably harder for
place
an
where
illegal
they
immigrant to get
definitely
a gun
were
though.
armed that they went into.
Whether or not, well, there were lots of them that were armed. Some shooters were,
Which is who
got
most
into
of the
conflict with them, but
El
point was,
Paso
is
Walmart
the
shoppers are.
location, are they allowed to
Just
carry
saying,
guns?
it's
'Cause if they're
true.
allowed to carry guns at the location, then that disproves your point that
Not
the
really.
shooter picked
I know what I'm talking about. I've been to the El Paso Walmart.
that location because people wouldn't be armed.
I can tell you one case in the church.
Okay,
Dylan
we got a
Roof
bunch of
in,
new armor.
North Carolina, South Carolina. He thought of going to the hood to go after the black drug dealers, but instead
Look
he
at
went
T
after
Jump's
the
eyes
black,
get all big. He's like, "What did he
unarmed
just say?
people
Did
at
he
the
just say
church
the
because
hood?
Drug
The
dealers shoot
hood?
back. So that's one case that disproves your point.
Where did he say that in his manifesto? Where did you get that from?
I heard it in the news. I can't tell you the source, but I heard it. I'm pretty sure of it. Do you doubt? Do you doubt? Okay.
Yes.
Let's say. Do you doubt that?
Yes.
Oh, look at our mithril armor. Let's go.
It's kind of unreasonable. It's kind of unreasonable for you to say that not one of these cases did they go into the place with least resistance.
Yes, because none of them picked their location because there was no resistance. Like school shooters pick it because it's going to get media
I can't
attention.
wear both.
Dylan Roof picked it again for his ideological reasons.
Yeah, you wanted a race war.
Yeah, and so it wasn't because like if they wanted to pick a place with no guns, they like the best place would be like New York subway or something. Like they're not picking places specifically because they have no guns. They're picking places for ideological reasons that have nothing to do with whether or not they're well defended. Like if there were actually trained military officers trying to do this, and they're just trying to get the most casualties, obviously they would pick a place that wasn't armed. But that's not the mentality of mass shooters. They're not trying to calculate how to get the most serial efficiency of their weapon. They're just trying to cause the most damage and get the most attention.
The other thing you said that it disproves my point, or it debunks my point, if they're allowed to carry guns.
Yeah.
We do have a culture where a whole lot of people
Was this
are
another
scared of
dungeon?
guns. They won't carry the guns even if they're
But that
allowed
doesn't
to.
matter.
Dang.
It sort of matters,
What
to
you
be
said
honest.
was that the shooters picked the location because there wouldn't be armed people there. There is no way that the shooters could know that there were not going to be armed people in a place where you're allowed to be armed. That would be dumb. It's a dumb argument to say that the shooter picked Walmart because he thought no one in Walmart would be carrying when in a place it was legal to carry. That does not make logical sense.
Okay, I get you on the Walmart one for Texas. Interesting, man. You don't think it has any you think it's no factor in any of these people? You can't.
Very little.
I gotta have a better
so
weapon.
it has
by
some
now.
factor. It is some factor.
Sure. Probably.
Okay.
Like,
Thank you.
I'm a scientist,
Thank
so
you.
single-digit percentages, absolutely.
All right. I'm satisfied with that.
Okay.
This is still the
So
best
that's
weapon.
an example of common sense that you say is debunked.
What was the common sense?
An armed society is a polite society.
Yes, that is absolutely debunked.
Excellent. I'm just going to jump in right quick
'kay.
here, everybody, and just do a little housekeeping. Just remind everybody that Modern Day Debate is a neutral platform inviting all walks of life. As you can see here, we're not afraid to talk about
Well, how
some
is this the
very,
best weapon?
controversial subjects and some juicy topics. Want to thank our debaters for coming out tonight. If you like what you're hearing from either of our guests, they're both linked in the description here. So definitely check them out. And also, off to the side of me here, you can see we have an atheist versus atheist debate coming up. So if you like what you're hearing from Tjump here, he's going to be back. So we're going to kick it back into the open discussion, kick it over to you, Tjump, and let you guys carry forward. And thank you, everybody, for being here.
Sure. So the polite society or the armed society is a polite society. Yes, that is absolutely false. Like all these places that you mentioned of African Americans shooting each other, those are all armed societies. Do you think they're polite societies?
No, those are where the strictest
Right.
gun laws are.
They're not. That's true.
What, New York, California,
Common
LA?
sense,
What
not
are you
very
talking
accurate.
about?
Doesn't
Jump?
correspond to reality.
I know, but it does. It's not really realistic to think that disarming the people who follow.
He acting
the
like a
law
woman. No
is
offense,
gonna
ladies. We
protect
cherish
them
the ladies
from
here at
the
JS.
people
It's
who
true.
don't follow the law.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
true.
we just
so one of the
we
things
cherish
I think we
we cherish them as long as they're making
the
sandwiches.
implementation of gun laws in America is absolute garbage, and there is absolutely no data to support the kinds of gun laws that American politicians attempt to enforce. They're idiots. They have no idea what they're doing. We should not enforce the kinds of gun laws that Democrats are advocating.
Bibby, we lifetime fact check Tjump. He was wronger than a mug. Wronger than a mug. He said, dang on, most of the shootings end in the shooters surrendering. And that's like, that's like 5%. Less than 5%. Make sandwiches, stay out of politics.
Just briefly to touch back, there was this Peyton Gendron guy who
I think out of 433 shootings, 15 of them, the shooter surrendered. The majority were stopped with a gun. Either the shooter commits suicide, somebody with a gun, or a cop with a gun.
In the attack, and decided to carry out in New York due to its strict open carry laws, which would make it harder for someone to stop him. So there's a factor. There's that part of that single-digit % that you
make sandwiches and stay out of politics. That's
anyway,
right.
Schools, churches, nightclubs, no guns. And so they're going to the place with the least resistance. It is a factor more than I think.
He's made some good points. He got Hake on the Walmart thing. That was a bad example and Hake realized it. And that's why he kind of backed off that, because Walmart is not a soft target. People can have guns in a Texas Walmart. So, that was it.
Acknowledging.
I'll give him.
Even if they're not consciously thinking of it.
It's not really props. He didn't make a good argument. Hake just made a bad argument.
Scared of guns, even to exercise their rights as they have them. Now you said something. I forget. Somebody said something that was interesting.
About what?
I forget. Oh man!
I did it all for the
What did you say just before?
Come on.
I don't
You gotta take care of the husband in sickness and health. I quit listening about 15 minutes ago.
Well, if we want to steer this conversation full.
We're
this is why the moderator should not ever interrupt, because we get lost.
Oh, that's my fault. Yeah. No.
Blame James Kuntz. It's clearly James Kuntz's fault.
Yeah.
100%.
No. Yeah. I am definitely his problem. That's for sure. Yeah. We'll just try.
Tjump was talking nonsense. I thought it was going to be better than what he's shown. He's always so. I hate how he's always so. And like, same with like Destiny. It's like when they come to the debates, they don't really care to be there. They don't show that they're paying attention to what the other person's saying, and it's like they don't care. Sitting in his dang shell couch.
What would be something that you would implement to start out? Something for gun control?
I love when Hake gets an idea, something pops into his head. He said, "Oh yeah, I got a point I gotta make."
I think that would be of interest to kind of.
That was it. You said the politicians are idiots.
Yes.
What would you do?
Yes. So politicians are idiots. We know that the gun control policies that are advocated for in America are garbage. We should implement the gun control policies that are advocated for in countries where it actually worked, not our garbage country. So, one of the things American politicians
our garbage
do incredibly
company
stupidly is they try to make up their own laws instead of
our
using
country.
laws
He
that
said
are
our
already proven
garbage
to work in other
country.
countries. We should just copy the laws.
Shut up,
that are used in
Tjump,
the other
damn
countries.
commie.
Like Singapore,
Commie atheist.
Germany, the UK, Australia. Their policies worked. Our policies don't. Copy their policies.
What are those policies? Can you get a little more specific?
Hake is very animated, yeah.
Taper off the amount of guns that can be sold per year.
Yo, look at that big
Whom they can be
dragon.
Sold. Try to decrease the overall total of guns to the lowest amount possible.
And what are you gonna do? You're gonna do buyback programs where you give somebody a $50 gift certificate to Disneyland or something, a $50 Bud Light gift certificate for a $300 pistol.
Forget about all this garbage about what constitutes a handguns versus assault rifle. Waste of time. Just get rid of the guns.
Just get rid of all of them, right? Yep. At least he's honest. I saw that there was one story that this government was doing a gun buyback, a local gun buyback, and these rednecks pulled up in their truck because there was a road you had to go down to get to where they were doing the gun buyback. These rednecks parked their truck on the side of the road and got up with signs that said, "We'll buy them for more," because they were offering $50, $100 gift certificates somewhere for your gun, and these redneck cowboy people are like, "We'll buy them first. Come to here first. We'll give you cash money. We'll give you cash money, more than they're gonna get, and they were getting all the guns. And I was like, let's go. I gotta sell my, not gonna. I don't own guns, but I'm saying if I hadn't, lost them in a boating accident or something, that I would not be giving it to the government for a $50 voucher for food or something. What's this? A $50 voucher towards your e-car because we're gonna make you buy an electric car soon, or we'll give you a voucher
Huh.
for your e-car.
Man,
This
that's
is a
terrible.
$50
I'm
voucher
surprised
for
that you. I'm a little surprised that you think
charging
like this.
fees.
Based on science, I want to save lives. What way saves lives? Less guns saves lives.
Less guns saves
That part
lives.
doesn't surprise me that much. Sort of an atheistic.
So now you got to bring up the number of lives saved compared to number of lives lost by guns a year. It's something like hundreds of thousands in difference. It's like 200 to 3, and it's hard to judge that stat of how many lives are saved by guns a year because, of course, since the life is saved, nobody dies except the person that was shooting the gun, and sometimes not even that case. Sometimes the scariest thing for a thief or a burglar breaking into your house to hear is a racking shotgun. That's why for home defense, yes, the AR is the best for home defense, but you should probably just get a pump action shotgun. Don't saw it off or you're going to get Waco'd, or not Waco'd, Ruby Ridged. Don't saw it off, but just get you a pump action shotgun. You hear somebody messing around at your front door, I got a shotgun, beep. Throw some expletives at them and go, and they're going to run. They're going to run. That sound makes a thief crap their pants, crap their britches on your front porch. Capitalism wins again. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go. The guys buying the guns up. Yeah, you rack a shotgun, they're running. That sound alone will scare them away. Now that counts as a life saved because what if the thief had a gun too? And what if they were coming in to kill people? You know, that's potentially a life saved because of a gun. So, guns, just the estimates between 200 to like 400,000. It's a very high number compared to lives lost by guns. Now they're saying that's the number one killer of children. Yeah, I thought sudden infant death syndrome was the number one killer of children now.
Big Mama.
For
I want to
unknown
reduce
causes.
harm. Like Destiny talks like that sometimes too. He was on
Less
debate.
people dead.
Yeah,
Such a mama idea. Like so terrible.
Yes.
Atheists want to less people to die. Oh my god. So unchristian of us.
Because it's I say because it's shallow. It's going after the symptom. Yeah, you're addressing this symptom by cutting off the gun, but you're not addressing the root issue, and so you're punishing the people and leaving them
People who want to kill people are going to find a way to kill
people. As some of these countries, correct me if I'm wrong, implemented their gun control, murders went up.
I don't
Yeah.
think so.
Yeah.
Like,
right. That's what I was saying earlier. We need to see the numbers per capita for all cause violent murders, all cause violent deaths, stabbings, cars being drove into building, bombings.
They did.
there's some cases of like implementing a policy and it takes time for it to go into effect. But I don't think ever implementing these policies caused gun deaths to go up. Like
Because
there are
gun
other
death-
factors that
Not
like,
gun deaths. He
during
didn't say gun deaths. That's not the argument he made, Tjump. His argument was people will kill people other ways. There's other murders go up. And then Tjump goes back to taking guns away, raised gun deaths. That's not what he said.
I think it was 60s or 1980s, there was a massive rise of
Oh, snap.
violence, and there were also gun
Right.
reforms put into place at the same time. But the violence wasn't because of the gun reforms.
Interesting.
We can prove that because we know that the violence went up in locations with and without gun.
Don't let him off
reforms
the
at
hook
same
for
rate.
that one. He didn't.
And therefore, it proves the gun reforms didn't.
He
cause
didn't
the
respond
increase in
properly,
violence.
Hake. He's
Interesting.
arguing a straw man that you never said.
The so-called gun deaths or deaths by people who shoot with guns.
Bullets kill people. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Bullet
those aren't-
deaths.
That's not the only evil.
I've never been killed by a bullet.
There is the government going against the rights of the people.
Yeah.
Violating the rights of the people. There are all kinds of evil in the world, and
Sure.
so reducing this evil is going to cause other evil to crop up in ways that that
In which
you
country
may
Why
that
did I
bans
just
guns
run to the
did
top
we
of this
see the
stupid tower?
increase of those things that you're talking about?
Well, I
Japan?
heard that England had an increase of knife murders
True,
and
that is
things
true.
like
So,
that.
do
And
you
so,
think, well,
uh-huh,
just to clarify, do you think
yes,
the number of knife deaths was greater or lower than the number of gun deaths after it was
I
banned?
would guess lower, but you're leaving people defenseless, and you're leaving cops defenseless, and that's dumb mama stuff. That's atheistic, shallow mama stuff. And I
Okay,
don't care about.
okay. So
Go ahead.
let's say yes, we're leaving everybody defenseless,
Uh-huh.
but the number of deaths goes down. Is that a good or a bad thing? Defenseless, less deaths.
uh, I it's I suppose that it's good that there's less deaths, but at what cost? There's a whole lot.
Okay, but so if guns get banned, you can't just take the you can't just say knives, compare knives to guns. Compare I bet there was a rise in all sorts of different murders. I bet people got creative. I bet people were axe murdering people. I bet people were macheteing people and bombing people and driving cars into buildings, which happens all the time in England, especially when you're turning it into Londistan and you have open borders for those people. There's going to be a lot of bombings. So you got to combine all those things together and see if that replaces the gun, because the guns stopped all those things because it was easier to just use a gun than to drive a car into a building, I guess. Or, I mean, I don't even know. I think if you really wanted to take out a lot of people, the bombs is the way to do it. And banning guns isn't going to stop people from making explosives with chemicals that you can find in your cabinets.
Out of England are a bunch of, I don't want to say the word. It starts with a C, but it's not the bad word. But they're like girly
Cucks.
people.
He
They're
wants to say
in
cucks.
so many different ways. There's just ridiculous. And I say that this is another ridiculous, shallow.
You think this is because they don't have guns? If you lose your
No,
guns,
it's just
your balls fall off. You become girly. Is that what you think? Is that how you think it works?
Not exactly, but it's like a.
Not,
it's
what
like
do you mean
a symptom.
not exactly. You think it's like non-exactly? It does happen that way?
If you kept your private parts, then you wouldn't surrender the guns, because you can take care of yourself. We want
If
an
you kept your
independent
private
people,
parts.
not a dependent people.
But so I wanted to
yeah.
address your point there that we leave people defenseless. So that's a kind
Nice.
of okay argument.
Thank you.
Yes, we leave people defenseless, and so the argument would be if taking guns away left people defenseless, and more people died because of it, then taking guns away would be bad. But
Death is
if
not the only
taking
evil.
guns away causes less death, then that means that we're actually protecting them better. They
I have to fight
more
all these
protection
things on my own?
because less people are dying. So even though having a gun makes you feel safer, if it causes more deaths for more people to have guns, then
I'm
less
getting
people
toe
having
up from the
guns
flow
is
up right
actually
now.
More protection.
I gotta kill all these
I
things.
don't want to feel safer. I want safety and all that stuff. Is not the motivation for it.
I agree. I don't want to feel safer either. Feeling safer doesn't matter. I want to actually
Right.
be safer, right? Would you agree?
Not necessarily. I don't want the mama government protecting me because they're not actually. These are not actually honest people. If they were honest people and really wanted to address some of this stuff.
Honest.
No, here, listen.
I can't
If
kill
they
all these
really
things by
wanted to
myself.
address
What the?
issue of this anger that causes these?
What's
mass
really
murders,
going on?
They would deal with the family. They would close the
We
borders.
don't want to. We don't want to.
Would they close the borders if they were honest?
Well, probably not. No.
Why not? There's all kinds of guns supposedly coming from guns
The
and
percentage of people
cartels
who-
and criminals and all that stuff.
Well, the percentage of immigrants who are violent is lower than the percentage of people in America who are violent. So
It
most of the
depends on the
people who
immigrant.
come, obviously, but if we take all,
I'm gonna
immigrants-
die.
The ones
Crap.
the mess coming through the border, and I'm not blaming the immigrants. I'm talking
Well,
about cartels,
Yes.
all that stuff. Go ahead. Finish your point.
Well, those are closed off of. We do close those to the borders. Those aren't. That's not legal. Those are the border is closed for those things.
Not real. Come on.
They're illegally entering the country with cocaine. That's not like the border's like, hey, come through with the cocaine. Yeah, totally fine. Like, no, the borders are closed to that. They just bypass the laws. But
And we would really crack down on it.
Fudge.
Go ahead.
we do crack down on it. We do that a lot. But the thing we don't really crack down on is just
I'm gonna die. I'm
regular
gonna die. I'm
people
gonna die. I'm
coming,
gonna
'cause
die.
that
I'm
part
die.
is
I'm
most
die.
of
I'm
them
die.
are
I'm die.
just normal people.
Those people coming in.
What happened? Did I survive the
Normal
quest?
people, they don't even believe in the Second Amendment or the First Amendment, which you don't either. But I mean,
That's-
you believe
it's
in the
not
first.
what makes
You believe
people
in the
normal.
first.
Hey, believing in the First and Second Amendment is not what makes a person a normal person.
I know, but that doesn't make them good for the country. And I'm not talking about immigration
Believing
only.
in the First and Second Amendment doesn't make someone good for a country. Hey, what
Yeah, it
makes
is.
someone good for a country is if they work hard and they produce more value to the country than they cost. So, like, if they generate more wealth and economic growth than they do in taking in welfare and Social Security,
$5
then they're
says
beneficial to the
Tjump will
country.
be
We
on the
don't.
Hake
It has
report later
nothing to
this
do.
week.
This is what applies to all countries, not just
He's
America.
been on there a
So,
bunch.
the vast majority of
I wouldn't be
immigrants,
surprised.
Mexican workers who walk over the border, are regular, hardworking people who put in a lot of effort and generate more income economically to our country than they damage it by a significant
I think that's a
margin.
naive statement.
It's a
I think
proven
that's a-
statement.
No,
it's
it's
accurately
not.
Yes, it is.
That's why I like Tjump, because a lot of people won't. They don't want to talk to Hake. They're like, oh, I'm not gonna platform that. Blah 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 blah. Whatever stupid labels they want to use. I don't even want to talk to that guy. Like, I respect these guys that'll come on Hake's show. Not guys like Dylan, because Dylan's a op. Dylan's a fed. Dylan will come on your show and then he'll report you and then you'll start getting banned. Dylan Mulvaney is a damn Ukrainian op. You talk to that guy, he's just trying to get. He's got his people recording, trying to get clips to send in to Media Matters, Right Wing Watch, SPLC ADL, all those people. And not Dylan Mulvaney. Did I say Dylan Mulvaney? I'm same person. It's Dylan Hippy Dippy Podcast. You know who I'm talking about, Bibby. Same guy, Dylan Mulvaney, Dylan whatever the heck that guy's name is. Yeah, they're both ops.
It's literally proven.
Tjump.
Who do you think picked your vegetable?
Tjump isn't an op, I don't think, and I think Tjump's willing to talk to whoever.
Hake, who do you think picked your vegetables?
It should have been the young people, the blacks. It should not have been those, because unemployment and all. That's why I brought up all this stuff where these people who are not working and making value of their lives. They're in gangs. They're selling drugs. They are.
It's because they don't want to pick vegetables.
On welfare.
It's a lot of work.
They definitely could. They're quite capable. They're good in the sun.
What's his name? What's his
They
name?
don't want to. Nobody wants to.
You're so
Hippy
says
dippy.
you, but they
Do
they
you want to
would
pick
want
vegetables, Hake? Do you want to spend 8 hours a day picking vegetables?
What's
No,
wrong
my
with that?
skin is not set for that. But they would want to. They would want to.
Hey, get a
if
sunburn.
They were not babied by the government. And if they were not babied by
I
the
pick
government, they would not
vegetables
be
all day.
spoiled, murderous, drug dealers and criminals.
You mean if we made
Thugs.
them suffer enough that would encourage
Let them
to
suffer.
do other suffering to try to be less suffering than the amount of suffering?
This
they
tune
would
is
like
more
that.
chill. Yeah,
Yes, they
Dylan
would,
Burns.
because not make them
Dylan
suffer,
Burns,
let
Dylan
them
Mulvaney,
suffer.
same thing.
Let
Mama
them
doesn't
suffer.
want to let them
What's
suffer.
up, Jeff?
Mama makes
C-South,
them spoiled
AO
and angry
C-South.
and evil thugs.
I heard dang racist
And you
views.
don't, and that doesn't sound, I don't know, a little bit, I don't know, immoral to you?
Mama making them spoiled, immoral
Letting
thugs?
people suffering. If you have the ability to help people and you let them suffer and do nothing.
Right.
Sometimes
That
that's
is
the
not
best
immoral.
thing.
That is oftentimes the best thing. Helping often
Facts. Sometimes you
That
gotta
literally is a
give them the cold
contradiction,
shoulder.
Hake.
You
No,
gotta give them tough
think
love. You gotta
about, how
send them off.
corrupting welfare has been.
Let it
and,
go.
Unemployment
Let it go.
And there's able-bodied men on unemployment because
So how many people do you think are on unemployment
Lots.
and
Lots.
welfare?
Lots.
I don't know. Yeah.
The majority of when I was in that street life, the majority of the homeless men that I knew, ages 20 to 40, were absolutely able-bodied, trying to get housing, they were on food stamps, they're trying to get housing, they're trying to get food stamps, and they're 100% able-bodied, but they're making up physical and mental ailments to take to these people and say, oh, I can't work because I got this mental illness. And when you speak it, life and death is in the power of the tongue. When you tell yourself and you tell your woman's government, whatever mental health place psychologist that you're crazy enough times, guess what? You're going to be crazy. Doesn't help when you're doing drugs and adding to it, drinking and on the streets and living that life. Before long, you find yourself talking to yourself, and it turns people crazy. They weren't crazy to begin with, but they wanted the benefits. They were already in that life. Instead of changing their whole lifestyle, or sometimes they do change their whole lifestyles up. I've seen decent looking, you know, mentally and physically decent guys, looking guys, you know, a type of guy that could get a job somewhere, become homeless, and in 6 months, they're gone. They're just gone. They're gone. And you just give into the system. And once you get that little flavor of free stuff, here's your food stamp card. Here's your free Obama phone. Pretty soon we're going to have the internet and the medical and the school, and the college and the just everything. You get a free electric car, everything. And you get addicted to the system like that. And that's what the government wants. That's the whole plan. That makes people weaker. Tjump is trying to deny this or something. He can't believe this, that it's good to always be giving handouts to people. Sometimes you got to give people a hand up. Sometimes you got to help some people out, but you know, and then you see how they take the help. You see what they do with it. And if there's no fruits that come from it, then cut it off.
I couldn't even guess.
What percentage of
Cannot stand that
America
mess.
is African American?
Like,
although she did tick me off earlier,
what
Seasal.
percentage of them are the criminals?
What'd she say to you, baby? What'd she say?
I don't know.
Let's say 3, because like most of them are young men, like 15 to 25, right?
Right, single mothers.
And most African Americans are actually older, just like we are, white people. And so the people who are the troublemakers make up maybe like 3%, right?
Maybe.
And so of
those who are
all
caught.
of, so of all of and welfare and Social Security help a lot of white people too, and Hispanic people and Chinese people.
And many of them are criminals too, maybe.
So of the
those people.
This quest is called Notorious Biggs. Ignorance suggests that Biggs may have attempted to reach White Rim Front. If true, he would have needed to make his way through Danafin Pass, whose southern entrance is found northeast of Monument Tower.
Should be working, then we don't need the illegals to come in.
Of the tens of millions of
she
people,
said spoiler alert.
Welfare, Social Security.
I thought spoiler alert might be like a bot. Like a I guess not, but because whenever a song plays, it says this song is, and it has the link, blah blah blah. So I thought spoiler alert might be a bot that they put on their a chat bot that basically moderate, because you can get moderator bots. But then I've seen spoiler alert on other channels not modded. So then I was like, oh, I guess it is a real person. And then they've said things, you know, kind of like responding to the chat. And I was like, oh, I guess. But for a while, I thought spoiler alert was a chatbot mod.
Security, etc. What percentage are criminals?
I have no idea.
Like less than 1.
What's your point?
That this does a lot more good than harm. These things help a lot more people than it hurts.
Just because they're not convicted criminals, convicted keyword, because they're getting away with a lot of stuff.
Well, I'm kind of like just number of deaths.
It's good for them.
Why would this not be good for them? Why would them having food and freedom to pursue their interests?
Go ahead.
Having food isn't freedom?
No, I said being babied by the government. That's not freedom.
That would make it really funny, though, if spoiler alert was a chat bot and Seasal said spoiler alert was a better mod than you, Bibby. That'd be really funny.
How
when
is
you're babied by the government, you're controlled by the government.
Option A, you have to work 8 hours a day.
And have self-respect. Yep.
And have self-respect.
And earn what you have.
You have self-respect.
Earn it.
Option B.
Not needing the.
If you don't earn what you have, you will not care for it. You will not take care of it. It will become destroyed. This is my job security. When people destroy apartments that they live in, and I go in and fix it.
These illegals in the country who
option B, you don't have to work 8 hours a day, and you can spend those 8 hours how you want. Which one is more free?
Depends on the society. I think that you have.
It does not depend on society. Hake.
It does
makes no difference. It makes no difference. So
if he left
option A, you must
You just had a dude knock on your door asking if you left a black water bottle here. I was like, fool, you ain't never been here. He's lucky he didn't get shot like that Kansas City kid.
Work for 8 hours. Option B, you can choose to do whatever you want for 8 hours, which can include working if you so choose. Which is more free?
You can say, I get your point that you
They be about
you
to
have more,
bust a
quote,
cap.
Free time. You can
Looking
say,
for
oh,
a
that's
dang
more free.
water
Free
bottle.
dumb. It's free dumb.
That's what all the people say before they try to break into your house, baby.
That's free dumb. Keyword dumb, because that's ridiculous. I should get my spittoon for this.
What is freedom?
I get that there is such a thing as like wage slavery. I'm not disputing that. Partly because we need to get rid of minimum wage and all these things that drive up the cost of living.
Minimum wage. Minimum wage is communist.
What is freedom?
Freedom is when you.
Whoa! Look at this
are
big
not
ad thing.
reliant on the government.
What is
partly?
Self-reliance and freedom are not the same thing.
But it is it's a more valuable freedom than.
It's not a freedom.
The definition of freedom is the ability to write, speak,
I'm losing track of
or
what your
do
point is
as
here.
you please,
And
something like
you
that.
keep talking
And you
about
may have
freedom.
lost track of what my point is here too.
You keep talking about freedom. Freedom is the right to act and speak and do what you choose to do without hindrance. That's what freedom is.
Told you guys.
And that's what you're not for.
That's exactly what
You're
I'm
for
for.
taking away the guns so that they can't kill one another and themselves.
Right, because so other people can't die. So I want to take away one freedom, which is a partial freedom, to save the 100% freedom loss of death of other people.
Right. Yeah. I understand. But
You're gonna demod Seaside.
again, if the government were honest, wouldn't they close the borders? Because it is more of a problem than you're acknowledging.
What?
Who
kills more people? Gang members from
no,
across
hold
the
on.
borders or gun deaths?
And the destruction of the family is another thing that increased the murder rates.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you. And this encouragement, this division between the races, and
Duty complete.
Increased.
I don't think that one didn't really do
reliance.
anything. That one didn't have very little effect. Like increased division during the races makes essentially no difference. The vast majority of murders
I don't know if that's
are of
exactly
the same
true.
race. The vast
No, I
majority
get
of
that.
murders are all same race. White on white, black on black. Almost no difference.
Black Lives Matter.
That's true.
Was supported in 2014 and 2020 by the establishment government media, and after the.
That's true, but let the media tell it. You're only gonna know when a white guy kills a black guy.
Those things, black on black crime increased. So yes, it didn't only affect black on white crime.
That doesn't make any
It
sense.
increased.
So we
It
made
makes a lot of
black
sense.
people hate white people, so they killed other black people more.
I
Yeah,
disavow.
because it was an attack on the police and law and order. See,
You had it in your hand. Dang.
So you think
blicky.
that the amount
He had that glizzy on deck.
because people were killing cops more?
One another. No, the cops were backing off. They were getting charged with frivolous crimes. Like Freddie Gray, those cops were charged.
What does that have to
a
do
lot
with
of
the
them
increased murder rate? We're talking about the increased murder rate. So you said
with
Black
less
Lives
cops,
Matter did stuff, and this increased the murder rates of black on black crime.
Yeah, less cops on the streets to deal with the blacks. Less cops' hands tied behind their backs effectively.
What does this have to do with black people hating white people more, or vice versa?
Because the Black Lives Matter was about blacks hating whites.
Yes, and how did the fact that they hated white people more make the black cops go away?
What made the what cops?
Like most.
What are you LOLing at?
Have majority
Just
African
pop up
American
out of
police.
nowhere.
So,
LOL.
making African Americans hate white
Glizzy
people,
gang.
if that happened, wouldn't affect the black
Come on,
cops.
don't say if. You know that happened.
Some of them did. Most
the
of
cops,
them did not.
There was defund the police. There was a lot of people
that has
resigning.
nothing to do with hating white people. Like you keep
Yes,
bringing
it
up
does.
this division between the races, and then you think like the
Black
fact that
Lives
they hated
Matter
police.
brought
Police is not division against the races. That's division against the police. Those are
You're
separate
ignorant.
things.
Bull
You're ignorant
crap.
on this topic. There was such a thing as the Ferguson effect, and after the Georgia, Florida riots, there was another spike in the Ferguson effect. Was a spike in murders, black on
Said
black
about
and black
deep.
on other races.
Yes,
and
which
the
had
same
nothing
thing,
to do with
What did I say
creating
about
division
D?
between the races.
Yeah, it was division.
There was
between the
division
races.
between the police, division between
White police,
social
especially.
issues.
Yeah.
Wasn't about division between the races.
It was division between the races. Black Lives Matter
Ooh.
is about falsely accusing whites of not valuing black lives.
That I can partially agree with.
Yeah,
but
see?
the increase of crime was not because they had created this increased division. It was
it was an
because
indirect result of it.
They created
It was
division between the police and people.
Yeah. The white police. The white supremacist
all,
black
all,
police.
All police lives. All
Yeah, yeah.
police, not
I know, but white, they
not
see
white,
police as
white.
white.
White police matters. No, all police matters.
They see the black police as Uncle Toms and stuff like that. They even killed a cop in the Black Lives Matter riots during the Georgia Florida riots. It was
Heavily medicated.
You got to read the War on Cops by Heather MacDonald of City Journal.
Heather MacDonald.
And, that was after the Obama insurrection, Black Lives Matter insurrection. But there was also the insurrection of Black Lives Matter during the Trump administration, during the China virus. And there was also a spike in crime from that. And it was you could call it
Was the
indirect...
China virus also because of disagreements
China.
between the race? Is that what increased the violent crime? Because the China virus made black people and white people hate each other more?
No, I wasn't calling that a reason.
Right.
I mean, the China virus was racial violence. China sending human biological warfare missiles from Wuhan over to Western countries.
I was talking
Right,
about...
So you can have an increase in crime because something happened, and that something doesn't need to be a conflict between races, right? It could be something else, right?
Yeah.
I keyed. Floors on our 19th
there was
booster.
this big organization that was working to defund the police or whatever, and they did nothing. They did nothing to try to increase the amount of hate between two different racial groups. Would that have increased the crime?
I think she's talking about the pot.
Yeah, I would have.
And did they do that?
No, it was a
Did
divide
they
and conquer thing.
defund the police? So they tried to defund the police, right?
In part, yeah.
And that would
was
increase
one
the
of the
crime,
things.
right?
Increase the crime, yeah.
And so you blaming
And that
this
was
on the
about division
tension
of the
between races is completely irrelevant because all of the increased
It's not
crime.
completely irrelevant. Those people were crying false black victimhood at the hands of the white supremacist system.
Care. The point is that you claimed that because of that, that's the reason crime, like black on black crime, increased, which is false.
No, it's not. It is true.
Well, we just went over this. Like, if that could all be explained just by defunding the police.
You came up with a theoretical scenario. I came up with a reality scenario, which happened twice. Hatred of cops and hatred of whites has been promoted in the black community and by the politicians and by the media, and that hatred, in addition with the single mothers, angry single mothers raising these.
She got that
violently.
That pothead look
has brought disproportionate violence out of that community. They've encouraged them to be angry. They've encouraged women.
Oh, she's on medication.
I think we should get rid of abortion too because it causes a
Dang,
more,
what kind of pills you take? Get off that. I told you, Floor.
Selfish.
Hospitals are where healthy people go to die. Don't do it. I don't know what you're getting. Actually, yeah. Just keep. Anyway, yeah, she got some medical issues going on. I don't know. Let's respect HIPAA laws.
Liberal, intellectual.
Oh shoot!
Therapists
I just jumped way back.
Politicians
giving them a fair trial.
But none of those things are the government necessarily.
Like you said, get rid of.
So you are high.
Fast.
What are you talking about? You are high.
Or whatever. That's the government.
Is you high?
Like, firing squads, gas chambers. Not the best.
I'm for the death penalty, but that's not fascism.
I don't understand.
I don't know what fascism even really means.
No, like, the quick part without.
Dang, that was crazy.
Oh, but I'm talking. You have to admit that some of these appeals are like ridiculous. Like these are obviously, no question, guilty mass murderers or rapists, and they're waiting decades for the death penalty. That's wrong.
Right. The decades part has nothing to do with the appeals. It has to do with the fact that the legal system is overloaded with cases. So it's not because they're appealing that they have to wait decades. completely unrelated
Maybe
topics.
we should get rid of some of these frivolous cases.
We should. Yes, I agree. There's lots of stupid cases that
So
are
it's
being
not
held.
fascism to bring about back swift justice. I'm
Well,
not talking about injustice.
getting
I'm
rid of
talking about
appeals
justice.
is definitely fascism. So like,
Not getting rid of appeals entirely.
This
but
morning
the
I got
endless
to the
appeals.
point that
I
I really
specifically
made
said
me think
endless
I should
appeals.
stop taking the
Don't-
medication. I don't know. I don't even know. I'm not a doctor. I can't give you medical advice. My medical advice is don't go to the doctor.
This is an exaggeration, I know, but you have to admit that some of this is ridiculous. Or you don't have to, but it is. Everybody knows.
you get like one appeal. You get one appeal, and then if it goes through, and then you don't get it anymore. You can't like appeal over and over again. You can't appeal the same case multiple times for the same reason.
I may be using the wrong word, but there's a.
I think you
the-
can
my
often
point is
get
the
more than
justice
one
is
appeal.
not swift. Because
Yeah,
we
that's
have
just
like
because
a
there's-
mama, female-minded liberal.
It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the fact that the court systems are overloaded by a significant margin.
Awesome. All right, yeah. Seems like we got into some unexpected, juicy conversation. near the end
Moderator's
here,
interrupted
which
again.
is awesome. So, yeah, what we'll do is we're going to get into our Q&A. Do either of you fellas have any time restraints this evening?
Yes, I need to sleep because I'm on a plane tomorrow to go to Texas.
Oh, yes. Very good. Awesome. Yeah. we'll
Modern day
definitely-
debate.
Yep.
Conference. Right on, man.
Yeah, and anybody who's interested, we do have our Q&A going here. Remember for our questions to be directing them at the arguments and not at our guests who are here doing this. So we're going to get right to it. Light of the Twin Lamps, $5.
Question time.
Does Tjump retroactively support Ronald Reagan banning machine guns in California and depriving the oppressed black community to the right to self-defense?
Maybe. Like, I think banning machine guns is fine. I don't care who does it. I don't think it matters that Ronald Reagan did it. There are some Republicans who have passed good policies, and there are some Democrats who have passed good policies. Both have had bad policies. I don't know the specific example he's using, so I can't really comment on the historicity of it, but I'd be for banning machine guns, sure.
I know that there was I don't know about the machine gun part, but in California, specifically Los Angeles, there was a black mother who carried a gun in her car illegally because of the crazy crime that was going on in the 80s, 90s. Because she had a baby in her car with her, and didn't want to get carjacked. She ran around armed illegally because the government is against the innocent people protecting themselves from the evil.
All right, we'll let you close that out there, Tjump, where it was for you.
Well, they're against anybody having guns, and so they're against both you personally carrying guns and the criminals carrying guns.
But they are the criminals sometimes. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Right, so we're going to move on here. I'm just going to remind everybody that if you can put as much as $1 into our crowdfund, you can actually watch the full live stream of DebateCon, which, as you heard, Tjump is going to be.
I gotta put $1 in to watch
to head towards for his debate with Aaron Raw here.
Oh,
which is
Lord.
gonna be epic.
Wait, what kind of debate are two atheists gonna have? Aaron Raw, atheist versus atheist. Aaron Raw versus Tjump. What kind of debate is that gonna be?
That crowdfund is the
just gonna be
igg.me/at/debate
diddling each other's thingies the whole time.
Yes, that would be the one there.
I hope Aaron Raw wears his armor, his demon armor.
In the
description.
Description there. So, and also, once again, all of our guests are linked in the description as well. So if you want to keep an eye on either of our guests, give them a follow through there. So Bubblegum Gun.
They're gonna
$2
out
says,
atheist one another,
those
right?
who oppose the second are just government.
I'm buying. I ain't buying a ticket to Texas to watch two atheists jerk each other off. What the?
Bootlickers.
Clearly not, because I'm pretty.
I ain't
pretty
paying $1 to
anti-government.
watch that.
Then I would call you naive.
How?
How? Well, because they're doing.
Did he
all
say
kinds
how or owl?
of evil, and then you're
Revenant's
taking away the rights of the people
unattuned.
to protect themselves from the evil.
Do guns stop polluting in Flint, Michigan?
No, I don't think so.
Did
Polluting Flint,
guns-
Michigan water? No.
Did
How do I get-
guns stop government from executing people who are innocent?
I don't know how to get to this place.
I can't think of any cases where that has happened. Correct.
Did guns get the government to put any of the CEOs in prison for causing the financial collapse?
No, they did not put them in prison.
Do you think guns do anything to stop the government from doing all the corrupt shit the government does?
Yeah, their fear of
I
us.
I think they kind of get in
Their
the way.
fear of
Like,
us keeps them from. They would go much farther, overstepping their bounds if they didn't know that we all had guns. All the governments in the world know that we all have guns. So
the people think twice. It's kind of like mass numbers. Down in Compton, California, there was, which is right here in LA, there was mass numbers of people looting an Arco station. Cops didn't step in because of the too many numbers. And again, if there's like up in the Malheur Ranch, which I'm not necessarily for that militia occupying up in Malheur Ranch, but the police did not come in because they knew that they were armed. It slows the government down against the people. It makes them think twice going against the people. I'm for doing it in an orderly, right way. I'm not for necessarily what the Bundy ranch
More
did or
Donna.
didn't do. I don't know specifics of that.
More
But it
Donna.
So
slows them
did
down.
the bankers have guns when they?
Whoa,
caused the
there's lots
financial
of
crisis?
questions
Did the
in
bankers
this
have
place.
guns when they took hundreds of billions from the government? No, they didn't need
that-
guns. Guns aren't what stops the government. Government does lots
It
of
slows
stuff
it down.
even though you have
just
guns.
I just proved that it slows it down. You're just bringing up irrelevant points.
Slows the police from going into a building, but they still take all of your homes and your assets and cause inflation and
I know.
like it doesn't slow them down.
Yeah, I know. That's there is much other, there are many other like spiritual strengths and mental strengths and other strengths that we need to be exercising to protect ourselves from the government. You are absolutely correct on that. I grant you that. If we were wiser, we would not elect such corrupt people.
Hello. I'm at a place
steamroll
called
over our rights.
Vertigo. What's that mean?
Guns are not the only solution. Yeah, these people who are saying, "Oh, at least I got my Second Amendment. Come and take them." No, I do roll my eyes at that as well.
Rolling
but
my
that's not a reason
eyes.
to just give them up, just because it's not useful for every little thing, every little violation from the government.
For like all of them, any of the violations of the government. It doesn't really do anything to stop any of the violations of the government. All the things, the violations the government
You don't
do,
know.
none of them.
You don't know what you don't see what they stop because they stop those things. So you don't know how far the government would have overstepped its bounds had guns not been there, because guns are there. So you don't know. Come on, Tjump.
Them are stopped by guns.
You can look
Then
at
why did
you can look at other countries where progressivism has went farther than it has in America, where people don't have guns, like in Australia, where China is setting up COVID concentration camps where they were locking people up against their will, and they were putting apps on your phone where you couldn't leave your house. Why were they able to do that much more hardcore in Australia than they could in America? It's because they knew if they mess with Americans too much, they're going to have a problem. There's a gun behind every blade of grass. In Australia, they're just going to say, "Crikey, mate." That's about it. Is that Pearl Jam?
The fascist Hitler
You too?
disarmed the Jews. Didn't he disarm the Jews, and then
Yes.
they had free range to
Correct,
go
Hake.
in and take them away?
Correct, Hake.
I think it might have been a little
Stalin did the same thing. Same thing happened in Russia.
bit more hairy of a situation.
From their
had he not
2004
been allowed
album,
to
How to
disarm
Dismantle
the
an
Jews.
Atomic Bomb.
Are you anti-Semitic or something?
No, I'm pro-Jew. I wish I was a Jew.
Am
think
I
Jews have
sipping
the
on that
highest IQ,
scissor?
but,
I'm sipping on iced tea.
That had to do with government in America,
almost
like
gone.
screwing over people.
Disarming the people and then rounding up the Christians and the whites and the men and the children, babies, and aborting them all.
I don't think that's how it works, Hake.
I did let's see. I almost made it a whole week, 7 days, no beer, but I drank yesterday. I got a 4-pack of some. I wish I had a can. I took a picture of it. Oh my gosh, it was so good. I was like, I haven't drank in about a week, like 6 days, and just had a little hankering. So I was like, I want to get some good beer. You know, I don't want to get no Bud Light. I don't want to get no Natty Light. I can't buy Natty Light anymore. I can't buy Busch. I like Michelob Ultra. Can't do that. Can't do Corona. So I got a local brewery here in Utah. At the gas station, they have a couple different local breweries, and this one was a orange creamsicle beer. It was delicious. It was so good. Like it tasted like an orange creamsicle. It had an orange. It was an orangey flavored beer, citrusy beer, like a Hefeweizen with some orange in it, and then it had a lingering like vanilla cream flavor. Oh, it was so good. PBR. I don't like PBR. I probably do. I probably do like Keystone before I would do PBR. But I'm trying not to drink that much. So if I'm only drinking like one day a week or less, I'm gonna drink good beer. You know, I want to drink something good. They got this chocolate milk stout from a local Utah brewer. Chocolate milk stout. Yeah, the orange creamsicle and the chocolate milk stout beers. Oh my gosh, they're both so good. There's one other one. It's called Blood Orange that I haven't tried yet. I'm gonna try that next time. I'll have to drink these good beers while I'm streaming so I can do flavor. These are like flavorful, good beers. What about Heineken? I like Heine. I like a little Heine. Ooh, I like Yingling too. And Yingling put out a new ad recently to try to combat like Bud Light, since pick up all the Bud Light customers. Problem is the gas stations around here don't have Yingling, but I think Smith's, the grocery store a couple blocks away, has it. I like Yingling a lot. Dos Equis, I'm sure I've had Dos Equis, but I don't know. I'm not like fond of it. Modelo's good. Modelo's good. Tecate. Tecate's good. Red Stripe. It's beer. Hooray, beer. Canadian or Jamaican for beer. Red Stripe. It's beer. Hooray, beer. I love that commercial. You got to drink it with a lime. Yeah, I usually do Corona with lime, but Corona is Anheuser-Busch. Sad, man. I grew up at one time when we lived in the hood. When I lived in the hood, Mama was broke. You know, we lived in the hood in Tampa for a little while. I always tell the stories about that's where I learned to climb trees. And I always had the pool to myself as a little kid with my flugels on. I had my flugels on, had the pool to myself all the time. But all my friends were always climbing trees because they were all black. So that's where I learned to climb good. But anyway, that apartment complex that we lived in Tampa was on Bush Avenue, right across the street from Busch Gardens. So from my front balcony, I could see the roller coasters at Busch Gardens, but we didn't have enough money to go. My mom and my dad didn't have enough money for us to go to Busch Gardens when I was that young. Then when we moved out away from there to the suburbs, to Land O'Lakes, they started making more money. Then we ended up getting year passes to Busch Gardens and Adventure Island, which is a water park right across the street from Busch Gardens. Busch Gardens is a theme park owned by Anheuser-Busch. When you go there, you can try beers from all over the world, and they do beer tastings. There's roller coasters, great rides. One of the best theme parks in Florida. Screw Disney World, Epcot, Universal Studios, Busch Gardens, and Islands of Adventures are the only two you need to go to if you like roller coasters. Now, if you like like animatronic rides, like flume rides and stuff, then go to Disney World, go to Epcot and MGM and Animal Kingdom. But those places are all whack. I don't like those places. I like Islands of Adventure and Busch Gardens. And the point of the story is, when my parents finally were making enough money and we got out of the hood, we moved away. Then I started getting to go to Busch Gardens a lot. I went to Busch Gardens summer camps, got to feed a Komodo dragon. I pet a Galapagos cockroach. which was cool because I have a fear of cockroach. I don't like cockroaches. And so I kind of like faced my fears, and I held and pet this freaking giant Galapagos cockroach that wrapped around my whole hand. And that was intense. Bring on the animatronics. All right, then you want to go to Universal Studios, Disney World, um, Epcot's cool because you get to like visit all the countries of the world in a park. That's what Epcot is. Epcot is like you got the Japan area, you could try Japanese food, Japanese beers, and then you got Germany, and then you got Great Britain, and all the different cultures of the world at Epcot is the point of that park. Cockroaches, yes. Yes, at Busch Gardens Summer Camp, I held and pet a big old. Of course, it wasn't the size of my hand now, but when I was a kid, my hand was smaller. So now it was like as big as my hand. It was like 8 inches long. It was like an 8-inch cockroach. And oh my God. Ugh. But still, I did it. I did it. They're like, who wants to hold a cockroach? Everybody's like, nah, nah, nah. I was like, I got to. I got to do it. I got to hold that stupid cockroach. Pause. That almost sounds dirty. Need to dive those natural springs you talked about. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I talked about it. Springs in Florida. I've never been diving. I've been snorkeling quite a few times. If I practiced again and started swimming again like I used to, I can hold my breath 3 minutes and 30 seconds. I can swim down 30 feet deep with snorkel. I did one summer in Florida visiting my grandma. Did Disney World, Universal, Busch Gardens, and some other stuff too. Universal was awesome. Gatorland was sick. You went to Gatorland, bro? Nobody knows about Gatorland. That's funny. That's in Manatee County. They got Weeki Wachee out there. That's a cool place. That's where I used to go, Weeki Wachee Springs. And there's like a water park there with slides and stuff. Yeah, Universal's cool if you like the, like the Back to the Future type and the animatronic King Kong rides. That place is cool. I like roller coasters though. But yeah, now what was I getting? The whole point of this was we're talking about Bud Light and all the different Anheuser-Busch beers. My favorite theme park as a kid that I spent lots of time. I had those parks, Adventure Island and Busch Gardens, which are both owned by Anheuser-Busch. I had those parks maps memorized like the back of my hand. I knew all the secret spots. We would get dropped off there by our parents, and we'd have like a little sack of ganja, and we'd sneak into before going into the park. We'd had these bushes, like there was a little fence with bushes, and you could go through this little cavity, and we had like a little hangout area set up on the grounds of Busch Gardens, and we'd like smoke a little weed, and then we'd go into the park and just be high walking around. I went to summer camp there. It was cool, man. Now I gotta boycott it. Good thing I don't live in Florida no more. I'm just kidding. I'm not a big boycotter guy. But I figure if I'm not drinking every night, if I'm gonna drink once, if I'm gonna drink 3 or 4 times a month, if even that, then I'm gonna drink good beer. I don't drink no Anheuser-Busch. I was in Apopka. Whoa, whoa! What the? Yo, the frog just lit me up.
All right, well, we'll continue on. So, the Unwanted Man. $5. Can Tjump guarantee that all the gun deaths that are prevented by a full gun ban won't just be carried out with other weapons? So we kind of talked about that a little bit with the knife thing there.
Yes, because the harder it is to kill someone.
You can't guarantee
the
that.
less often people die. So if you had to kill someone with a rusty spoon, it would literally just take longer to do it than if you had a gun. And so even
Listen, you will kill much more people, and this is not a public service announcement on how to do this, Dean. No, I'm just kidding. But you drive a car into a marathon. What about that Waukesha guy who drove his car through that Christmas parade? You drive your car through a parade, you're gonna take out many more people much easier than with a gun. If you walk through, there's been stories of people who walk through crowded areas and they stab 6 people silently and get out, and they never get caught. Nobody knows who it is. There's just a stealth stabber walking through the crowd. Sit, sit, sit. You don't hear it. Sure, if you take a gun and you're in a crowd, you start shooting, da 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 da. You can hit a lot of people and stuff, but it's not going to end well for you. Everybody sees you. Everybody's going to scatter and run. There's going to be hysteria. What am I trying to say? Pandemonium. There's a better word. Everybody running away, panicking. But everybody's going to know you're the shooter. Whereas with a knife, you just sneak around, zip, 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 just stabbing people. Or you could just drive a car through a mall. And then you're mobile. You just drive away. Now there's a police chase, and you're driving 100 miles an hour down the highway, putting all sorts of lives in danger. A blowgun. Blowguns are quieter than bows. Right. You could get a blowgun and just start taking people out on the stealth tip, just walking through. Get a fully automatic blowgun. Just lighting people up. A stealth stabber. That's even worse than chronic masturbator. He hadn't even been caught. Whoa.
If you had the intention of killing exactly the same number of people, it would be physically impossible to do so.
I haven't heard that
because
story.
It would take you longer with a rusty spoon and knife than it would with a gun. So yes, we can guarantee that there is never going to be.
You can't guarantee that.
Guns, the amount of deaths.
That's false.
Other weapons would be
false.
Equivalent to the amount of deaths by guns.
Inaccurate.
And we have the data to prove that. We have the data.
Disagree.
Yes.
And the criminals
no, you don't.
always get the guns.
You lie. You
lie
like a mug.
Especially with this.
Lying like a mug on a rug with a bug.
That we're diverse and hate-filled society that is encouraged by the government. So you're just leaving the good people sitting ducks.
No.
Chicago, Baltimore, and all these other cities. Many cities have very strict so-called gun laws.
Stupid laws.
all kinds of violent crime and evil going on in those societies.
What am I supposed to do with
If we decrease the overall number of guns sequentially over a long period of time, the amount of guns that criminals will have will also decrease proportionally. Will it decrease at the same rate? No. Will it decrease? Yes. So like with the examples of the police in the UK who don't have guns, most of the criminals in the UK also don't have guns.
What am I supposed to do with these crates? Open the crates with the
percentage of people who have guns in the total is lower.
I tried the sledgehammer.
Which then leads to the percentage of criminals having guns also being lower.
It's wild. Is that a real thing?
You don't care that less criminals have less guns.
Right, because I want the people to have the guns. Because we will have less criminals if we had a more honest government.
Criminals aren't going to give up the guns.
And a more honest people, really. Because I'm for the people being honest and real and moral, not for relying on the government to do this. It's the government's evil. They've proven that they're evil.
All right. Yeah, that one was for Tjump, so we'll let you close that one out there.
They both answered.
All right, cool.
Have you ever fired a gun, Tjump?
Yes.
All right, we'll continue.
I don't want to ask if you own one because that's a personal question.
Yeah, we'll try to keep trucking through so we can get Tjump to bed here. So Coffee Mom for $1.99. I think we've already answered this a few times. Is asking, is Hake a pro-choice advocate now?
Oh, you mean for killing the babies in the womb? No, definitely not. I'm for.
The heck is he
I'm
talking?
for getting rid of abortions. That's
Well, how's that
causing
even
a
relevant?
more evil
Are they trying to say if you
and
support
angry and
guns,
violent
people
society.
having guns,
And
you
also it's actually increasing the number. It has
also
increased the
must
number of
support
out of wedlock
abortion?
births
What is the
because
even? That's a
the
stupid question.
sex out
Somebody
of wedlock
wasted money to
increased
super
because,
chat that.
oh, you have this extra option that you never thought of before. So it's a real mess. It's evil.
All right. And we'll continue on. Light of the Twin Lamps, $5. Hypothetically speaking, let's say a particular group commits most pew-pew weapon violence. Tjump, should we restrict
You mean black people?
immigration from Africa?
Oh no.
No, what does immigration have to do with guns? They don't bring their guns with them. The problem.
I believe we looked into the stats lifetime, and South Latin American countries have the most gun violence
is the guns
and violence in general.
I know, but he's making the point
They'll
that
cut your
I
ears
don't
off
think
and
that
put you
it's
in a
necessarily
barrel.
African immigrants. Some of the immigrants and their children.
Ooh,
are,
Better Call Saul, the last season. I don't know if it's the last season. I actually need to Google that. The 6th season of Better Call Saul is back up on Netflix. So I'm 2 episodes in. Unfortunately, I didn't recap what happened at the end of the last season before I started watching, so I'm a little confused. I should have watched the last episode of the 5th season first, because it's been like a year since they came out with new episodes. So I'm a little, kind of forgot what happened. But as I watch, I'm remembering. But anyway, 2 episodes into the 6th season. I don't know if it's the last season. Is the 6th season the last of Better Call Saul? The 6th and final season premiered on April 18th, 2022 and concluded on August. So it's the last season. We're watching the last season right now currently on that's right. What? The barrel cut. Yeah, anyway, so on Better Call Saul, well, I don't want to spoil alert nobody, but there's a lot of gun violence over the border in that show. Satamanco, what's his name? Salamanca, Salamanca and Lalo and Salamanca and Guzman. Actually, no, that's Gus Fring. But there's some violence going on over there.
So I think that we should bring back capital punishment for drug dealers, like Trump was saying. We should get rid of emotions and anger.
Get
and
rid of
empathy all that
emotions
stuff.
and
Bring
anger.
back
I love
real
it.
love and real prayer.
Oh,
and
I
bring
love
back the
it.
freedom to tell the truth and speak plainly. And I think that would go a long way in reducing the
cousins.
problem.
Yeah, the
symptoms,
cousins.
I should say, of violence committed with guns.
But something just happened in the 2nd episode of the 6th season, and I don't want to spoil nothing for nobody, but there's a character who's a very popular, he's one of the main characters on Better Call Saul, and I could have sworn that he was also in Breaking Bad. And so I've always thought if I don't see somebody, if I don't remember somebody from Better Call Saul on Breaking Bad, then I have to assume that by the end of Better Call Saul that person's going to die. And that's why they're not on Breaking Bad, cuz it's a prequel. And so for example, Saul's girlfriend, wife, his love interest, the blonde girl, I gotta think either she totally separates from him sometime in this last season and just goes her own way, and he never mentions her or talks about her on Breaking Bad again, or she gonna be dead before the end of this season. But one guy, I could have sworn he was in Breaking Bad, so this whole time I've been like, okay, he's not gonna die. He's cool. He's not gonna die. But in the 2nd episode of the 6th season, I was proven wrong. So, or are they the twins? Yeah, I thought when you said the cousins, I was like, oh, they're the cousins. I thought they were the twins. I call them the twins, but when I saw the cousins, I was like, yeah, that's what they're called. So now I don't know. Now I'm confused, but I think they're the twins. They got those cool boots though. I wouldn't mind some boots like that. What happened?
All right. Thank you so much for.
Oh.
More fathers in prison and less fathers in the home.
Is it over?
More
Not for this so-called gun reform.
All right. And we have Kurt Henneman for $5. Hank, if you heard God, Hake, if you heard God tell you to kill the heathens, would you obey the order?
I don't think so. I mean, God wouldn't tell me to do that. It's not the Old Testament, man. That's ridiculous. He's trying to get me in trouble.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. T-Jump's trying
So
to get us.
if you lived in the Old Testament and God
Oh,
told
materia.
you to do it,
I don't know. I don't know what I would do.
Oh, my.
I might be the heathen gets killed. God knows. God knows these hypotheticals.
Somebody's trying to get you in trouble, and T-Jump's trying to get us tetanus shots, and let's see here.
Really?
All right, so we got, this is quite the name. We got Harry Penis, praise God. Harry Penis, praise God. I can't do my televangelist voice today.
What?
Ban dogs. They kill. Swimming pools, table salt, skydiving, fast food, bungee jumping. We understand there are risks, but we still like the freedom. I think that's towards you, T-Jump.
yes. So if we could prevent those from killing people as well, we should. Yes.
Cool boots
Right.
for sure. Remember they shot
Caught in
the
the
fellow
middle,
that was selling
$5.
body armor?
The thing being missed is that there are so many guns.
Why do you think a lot of people want to come to the U.S.
owned
even
that
illegally?
the government
Because look
doesn't push the major infractions.
Yeah, they be
might
shooting
otherwise.
everybody.
Thanks for your super chat, caught in the middle. Nice to see you again.
But yeah,
I don't
homeboy.
understand. They don't push the major infractions. I don't get it.
I think I don't know it necessarily, but Caught in the Middle is a I'm familiar with him. He may be talking about I don't want to put words in his mouth, but what I would say, what he reminded me of, is that broken windows policing would do a lot, and it did before a lot, 3 strikes laws and things like that, to reduce the violent crime. It's not the solution, because the solution, that's only addressing the symptom again, but it's
All right, guys,
we
I
have
gotta
a
take a
soft
quick
on
bathroom
crime
break.
government across the country in local.
I'm gonna
cities
pause
and
this.
stuff.
It's almost
There-
over. They're about to end it, but I will be right back. I'm gonna go grab a little bit more food and take a quick restroom break. Be back shortly. As someone who lives in a third world country, I'm scared to move to the States. Ah, get out of here with that. That's dumb. That's dumb, Floor. Come on now. Your country has a higher per capita crime rate than America. Now, you wouldn't go walking through Southside Chicago at night. Duh. It's not the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Literally the opposite of
The
how
whole
the rest of the
truth and
world sees
nothing
it.
but the truth.
Well,
I know the rest of the world is stupid.
Caught in the
Yeah.
Middle did,
Sorry, rest of the world. We love you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Caught in the Middle did have a follow up for $2,
Nice.
and thanks again. Maybe this could add some context. Saying 78% of G, I think he means gang crimes, are illegal owners.
Yes. And they get those from legal owners usually. So, like, most of the illegal owners either buy or steal guns from legal owners. And so, if you have less legal owners, there's less guns that would go to the illegal owners.
But you have to destroy the guns that are in circulation.
So they
How are
should
you
be
going to do that?
cracking down on the ability, the free ability of the legal owners to be grabbing their guns. We should nip in the bud the criminals before they even get to the point where they're even thinking of committing a murder.
Well, that causes more crime, Hake. So that policy is what causes
more crime?
Being hard on crime. If you get hard on crime, that's more fathers in prison and less fathers in the home. More fatherless homes, more crime.
No, man, I don't care about that. That's not quite accurate. That's babying the criminals by saying that type of thing.
Well, it's true. Like you agree, fatherless homes causes people to be raised without fathers, and they have
Right,
less.
That's just what you see on the internet.
The fatherless homes. What's driving the
That's
fatherless
literally
homes?
what's Hake. That's literally what's.
I don't
driving
walk
it. One of the
outside my
reasons-
front door and
it
see
is.
people going to battle.
Be a tiny 1% factor.
It's like one of the majority factors.
No, I don't buy that. I think that it's
Google it, Hake. Why
it
is
may
there
be.
so many fatherless homes? Google it, Hake.
If it's one of the factors, I don't care because
You don't care.
right, because it's more when
Also,
the,
you don't have to
fathers
live in
and
a
mothers
Democrat
don't get
city.
along, and actually that's partly because they're having sex out of wedlock. It's not as if they're married. Those aren't married couples who are. It's not married fathers.
That's where
who
all
are
the
going to
violent
jail,
crime
by
is
and large.
happening.
I would hazard a guess. Have you looked into that stat?
I'll give you that face.
I've never had the interest
Right,
of looking into that
right.
stuff.
Boom. Marriage. Morals.
Marriage
Don't
has
give me
nothing
none
to
of
do
your
with
lip.
more Christians.
I
More
won't give you that
Protestant
face. You don't
Christians
give me
are in
that
prison,
lip.
More Protestant Christians get divorces, and more Protestant Christians cheat on their wives than do like secular people who aren't married.
It's irrelevant because Christianity is
You said marriage is moral. Marriage is
no.
literally...
I'm making the point that Christians are a mess ourselves.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
very
it's
true.
but you can't say that it has marriage has well anyway.
Marriage does have nothing to do with it. Marriage is not relevant to it. I don't know why you brought up marriage.
No, it is relevant. Married parents are a good factor in the predictor if you want to look at the statistics of the well-being of the kid.
For sure, that part I agree with for sure.
Let's move on to our last super chat.
Okay.
And I will say, sorry, got caught in the middle that I misunderstood what you meant there. So yeah, G for gun crimes. So gun crimes also major infraction equals complete rights removal, as in minor infractions to the Constitution, piece by piece, not complete deletion. And this is our last super chat for the night.
I did not understand that.
Read it over again. I'll listen closely.
So
was it caught in the middle again?
Yeah. So if we just give me 1 second here. I think
I don't know if listening closely will help.
Where he's given a few super chats here. So 78% of gun crimes are illegal owners. The thing being missed here is that there are so many guns owned that the government doesn't push the major infractions that they might otherwise. So I think what he's saying here is that that the things that they're trying to hammer down on are yeah, this is a little bit. I am a little confused here myself.
And then read
Well,
the last.
Yeah, so
one.
gun crimes.
Good luck anywhere else.
Clarification. When you
It's
says
in terms of major infractions.
so, major infractions, complete rights removal. So owned that the government doesn't push for a complete rights removal that they might otherwise.
Of everyone?
I think that's what he's implying there. I think we've tried to piece it together there a little too much. Now we've gotten a real mess. It's,
Well, like the reason we don't do a full rights removal is because of the Republicans. Like if we didn't have Republicans, we probably would have by now.
A rights removal of the Second Amendment, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're quite right. I'm sure. There are some Democrats and liberals and even socialists and communists who are for the gun rights, but many are not. I'm not even for the. I'm not even really for felons who served their full sentence not being allowed to carry guns. Sometimes those are the ones who need to be armed because they still have enemies, you know. So it's a mess.
all right. Well,
We have an under-incarceration problem, though. That's
We have more people incarcerated than like the other top 8 countries
I
combined.
mean, some of
What are
them
you
should
talking
be.
about?
Some of them should be death penalty, I suppose.
Per capita?
Some of
Oh
them,
my
some of them
God.
don't belong in prison. Some of them are innocent. I'm quite sure of that. I mean, Derek Chauvin. I don't think that he's guilty of murder. Give me a break. But we have like it's a terrible mess. But this take away the gun solution. It's no real solution.
Said none of the countries who actually took the guns away and have less crime.
I don't care about those countries. They're evil.
all right. I need a 10-second response to the super chat, and then we're gonna close out. So we can get Tjump to bed here, so that he's nice and rested up for these juicy debates coming up here.
Right.
And thanks for doing that,
We
Tjump.
got people
So,
from
Hake,
everywhere in the world
when
waiting
will
in
you
huge
debate
lines and breaking
theologian
laws to
Ben
get in
Ford?
here.
One can never predict the future, but I'm not into the idea.
If people think that
If,
this
if
isn't the
Modern
best
Day Debate
place
wants
to
host
be,
something,
then
I guess I wouldn't turn it down because I
keep
like
thinking
to take
that.
opportunities from Modern Day Debate. But
Please.
I'm not. The guy's full of ego, so drop
Alright.
it, buddy.
All right, well, there we go. That's coming in on a strong note there. So we're going to close on out once again. Remember to hit the like and subscribes there. Thanks, everybody, for
Oh,
coming
it's
out.
over. We got Americas here who say the same thing for her. I think they should get the hell out. It ain't over, y'all. All right, what else we gonna watch? Fox settles Dominion case. We'll see what Trump's got to say. He's gonna end the nightmare of homelessness. He's got a homelessness plan. Trump's got a homelessness plan.
Once great cities have become unlivable, unsanitary nightmares, surrendered to the homeless, the drug addicted, and the violent and dangerously deranged, making many suffer for the whims of a deeply unwell few, and they are unwell indeed. The homeless have no right to turn every park and sidewalk into a place for them to squat and do drugs. Americans should not have to step over piles of needles and waste as they walk down a street in a beautiful city, or at least once beautiful city, because they've changed so much over the last 10 years. Our first consideration should be the rights and safety of the hardworking, law-abiding citizens who make our society function. When I'm back in the White House, we will use every tool, lever, and authority to get the homeless off our streets. We want to take care of them, but they have to be off our streets. There is nothing compassionate about letting these individuals live in filth and squalor rather than getting them the help that they need. We need professionals to help them.
That's true, but I mean, how are you gonna get them off the street? You gotta house them. You house. Who's gonna pay for the housing? Taxpayers have to pay for it. And then what do they do to the housing? They destroy the housing. They turn it into flop houses and trap houses. And then the building gets burnt down. And then you got to build a new building. Put them in that. I watched that happen. There was one, it was an old apartment building that they turned into government housing for homeless people. They moved all the homeless people in there, and within a year, the place was burnt to the ground. And all those homeless people were back on the streets with nothing again. Until they got rehoused in a nicer, newer building, nicer apartment than I have.
For a small
For
fraction
free.
of what we spend
Not for
upon
free, but
Ukraine, we could take care of every homeless veteran in America.
That's true. Divert some of the funding that we're sending to Ukraine towards resources for, not resources for giving free stuff, but resources for giving help to homeless people.
America, our veterans are being treated horribly. Likewise, with all of the money we will save by ending mass unskilled migration, we will have a huge dividend to address this crisis in our own country. Under my strategy, working with states, we will ban urban camping wherever possible. Violators of these bans will be arrested, but they will be given the option to accept treatment and services if they're willing to be rehabilitated. Many of them don't want that. We'll give them the option. We will then open up large parcels of inexpensive land, bring in doctors, psychiatrists, social workers, and drug rehab specialists, and create 10 cities where the homeless...
Trump, that's my idea. That's my idea, Trump.
...can be relocated and their problems identified. But we'll
Let's
open up
go.
our cities again, make them livable and make them beautiful. For those who are
for the
just
homeless
temporarily
people.
down on their luck, we will work to help them quickly.
I don't care what you say. That's a great
reintegrate
idea.
into a normal life. For those who have addictions, substance abuse, and common mental health problems, we will get them into treatment. And for those who are severely mentally ill and deeply disturbed, we will bring them back to mental institutions where they belong, with the goal of reintegrating them back into...
Now, Democrats are going to hear this and say, this is heartless. This is cold and heartless. But it's not. It's base. This is the solution right here.
Society, once they are well enough to manage. It's a tough task, a very tough task.
Stop
What's
building
taking place
fancy,
on the
nice
streets, what's
apartment
taking place
complexes
when
and
they're
filling them
taking
with
so
homeless
much
people, and they get
drugs.
destroyed in a year.
But the fact is, we're
And the
going
government
to
makes
try.
more money.
This strategy
That's a
will be
write-off.
far better and also far less expensive than spending vast sums of taxpayer money to house the homeless in
Thank
luxury
you.
hotels
Exactly.
without addressing their underlying issues, and they have so many of these underlying issues and needs. This is how I will end the scourge of homelessness and make our cities clean and safe and beautiful once again.
Now, that's a little hyperbolic. You're not going to end homelessness. The poor will always be amongst us. It's never going to be ended, but that's a good plan there, Trump.
We will do
Based.
it. We will bring back America. Thank you.
Man, if he doesn't get elected in 2024, I don't know what's wrong with this country. You know?
So Chicago mayor-elect condemns teen takeover chaos, but says it's not constructive to demonize the youth. Hundreds of young people descended on downtown Chicago for 2 nights of chaos, with 2 teenage boys being shot during the mayhem. Chicago mayor-elect Brandon Johnson condemned the behavior, but warned against demonizing youth who have been starved of opportunities in their communities.
See, what people don't understand, like you, Floor, for example, is that Chicago alone probably has similar population to Guatemala. We have states, and our states are similar to European countries, or Central America has countries. America has states, and each state has state rights with Trump federal rights. So if you don't like the way that one state is being ran, another state could be a whole different world. And you should know this, for because you traveled in America on Mad Crew, and you saw that Texas is different than Colorado, is different than California, is different than Utah, is different than Florida. They're all their own little worlds. So, sure, one city may have a lot of crime, but the whole country is not like that. You don't walk outside and see like Democrats and Republicans fighting with each other or arguing. You don't, this narrative, the narratives that the media's push about white on black crime, or black on white, whatever, blah blah blah. You don't see that stuff every day when you walk outside, unless you live in a place like LA, New York, or Chicago, and you go into the wrong side. And even then, even those cities have their own cultures and their own way of doing things. And one part of the city might be totally safe. You know, nobody's ever seen a dead body on the ground there. You go to a different part, you've seen them. But you tell me you've seen people in barrels with their ears chopped off, and you've seen dead people in the road just rotting. I've never seen that in America. That's just crazy to me.
Adults and 6 juveniles were arrested in connection with the takeover, with most of the arrests being for reckless conduct. Johnson called for the creation of safe spaces for youth to gather under adult guidance and supervision. Johnson's past support for reallocating funds from the police department to other social services come under attack during the mayoral race, but he has since distanced himself from that position, saying he will not reduce the police budget, while arguing that hiring more officers will not solve the city's crime problems. Okay. Do you have the clip to show what happened in Chicago, Rob? If you got it. If you don't, what are your thoughts on what's going on in Chicago right now?
I mean, it doesn't look good.
No.
I would hope it's a wake-up call to a lot of people.
But how many more of these things needs to happen, for them to have a wake-up call? The people who are paying the price for this are the same ones that voted for this guy and elected him.
I mean, it's possible that's what they deserve, or maybe that's what they want. And those that don't want that either moved or vote differently. But if you stay there, you have to be okay. I mean, no one wanting to raise a happy family wants to stay. I mean, they can't remain there if that's their priority. So clearly they have other priorities,
Have you seen any of these clips on what's going on?
This is crazy.
I've seen a few, but
yeah, it's pretty wild.
Can you put the volume up, Rob?
There's literally, it's lawless.
Dean, it's the last bastion of freedom in the world. It's the last resistance. And I've said this before, the people here are the last resistance against the globalist regimes. We'll be standing after everybody else falls. But our government is part of the globalist regime. They're spearheading it. And that's a problem. But we still got the militia in this country is the greatest fighting force on earth. And we got guns. So, yeah, it's because our media, people care more about American news in other countries than about their own country's news. They always want to point the finger and look at what America's doing because our news is probably the most entertaining. It's the most broadcast. In Australia, they're talking about what's going on in America. There's nothing happening in Australia. In England, they're talking about what's going on in America. There's nothing happening in England. In China and Russia, they're putting out propaganda about how evil America is. In Latin American countries, they're focused on America. Everybody's focused on America. So, yeah, ain't nobody got time for that. Sorry, Floor, but you can't. That ain't gonna fly here. No. Grass is always, well, I guess that doesn't apply in this situation. The grass is always browner on the other side. No, he didn't, Dean. What do you mean? Our immigration numbers are up. Illegal immigration is up higher than it's ever been. He's not doing a good job of keeping people out. He's inviting them here. Because the people who immigrate here or come here legally usually vote Democrat. because they know the Democrats going to make all that stuff easier. Democrats going to give them voting rights, get your driver's license. You don't need no papers, nothing. So he hasn't slowed our immigration down at all. He's stepped it up quite a bit. Am I even supposed to be killing this guy? What is this dude? This is gonna take all day. This is a long ass fight. This guy's taking forever to kill. Oh, he hit me. He did. Pepper bomb on Elder Habit. What did he just say? Wait at the specified destination and use the pepper bomb. Hake and Tjump just had a debate on gun rights. I know. That's why the name of the stream is reacting to Hake and Tjump gun control debate. Or something like that. What's the name? The name of the stream is literally watching Hake and Tjump debate. Thanks, Flat Sabbath, for keeping me updated. Ba-bum. Bum, 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 bum. You get what you deserve.
So, a lot going on in the world. It's amazing what a day's event can bring.
A day's event?
And it seemed to be happening really, really fast at a pace where it seems like, it looked like, it sounds like no one can stop it.
It's in caps, too.
Evil is truly having its way. Wide open way.
Wide open road.
Inside of people, each individual, and outside of you, inside of others. It's amazing what's going on. Really. And it's interesting to me is that the type of people that are now being put into office. Office where they're making decisions and laws about our lives in this country. It's like the young people, those who are old enough to vote now, have been totally brainwashed away from knowing what's right within themselves, and they are only think of in a wrong way. And so in thinking in a wrong way, they are making the wrong decision by putting all the wrong people in the right places to destroy America, to make sure that my country never comes back. My country is no longer tears of thee. What a mess, huh?
My country, 'tis of thee.
What a mess. I've said once, and I've said twice.
God?
And
That
I've
refers
said
to God, I
1,000
believe.
times.
My country, 'tis
And
of
if
thee.
you don't see it,
thee being God,
to be true now, I don't know what more do you need.
which is why America
They are brainwashed human beings.
has always been the greatest country in the world.
Not all.
Because our
But
nation was
most
founded
to
on
believe
Christianity.
That anger, that
and God.
emotions are good. They have brainwashed the people to believe that, and as a result, they're walking in darkness, and they just can't see. They have accepted the intellect over wisdom. They're worshiping evil by worshiping the intellect over evil. Over good. Isn't that amazing?
That's
And then
amazing.
the
Yes,
intellect
Jesse,
bring
that's
emotion.
amazing.
And they think, it's interesting too, they think that everybody have emotions, and they think that emotions are good because everybody does it, they say. And some people are realizing that emotions are evil.
Am I supposed to jump in there?
Because emotions come from the intellect.
What happens if I
And
jump
the
in there?
intellect
Like I?
is evil.
Oh,
It's
don't
of
go
your
in there.
daddy, the devil.
Your
It
daddy,
makes you
the
feel
devil.
Bad, it makes you feel good. Feeling good is feeling bad. They're both the same. They're both imposters. And if you don't wake up to that,
Was the debate good? It was all right.
and you constantly listen to the imagination and emotions outside of you and inside of others and inside of you, hell is your destination. You will continue to live hell on earth, fear and doubt and worry. You will continue to be accused and condemned by the intellect.
How did you mean level?
Until it takes your soul completely, and then it's over. So you have a choice. You could stay in the hell of anger, or you could drop it. You can drop it. You can overcome it. It's not like you're stuck. You can really overcome it and be free right here on earth in spite of what's going on with other people. In spite of what's going on with other people. Isn't that amazing? In spite of what's going on with other people, you can take control of your life. I don't care what has happened or what will happen. You could be in control right here on earth. But you need love. You need the light. You need the truth of God within you to guide you, to live through you. And it is a mess right now.
Yep, JLP is the best.
It's a mess. And
amazing.
there were a couple of elections, few elections yesterday.
Elections?
And the results are in now, according to the media and others. And I want to give you proof of the people deserving the type of government they get. You deserve what you get. You keep repeating the same old thing over and over and over again, and you're going to get the same results or worse. They're going to get worse. They are going to get worse because you're serving evil whether you realize it or not. Our battle
is a
spiritual battle. It's a warfare between good and evil, right and wrong. It has nothing.
And that's also why I don't care to hear about how America is bad, or this would be a bad place to live, or this would be a better place to live. It doesn't matter where you live. The same problems are everywhere. There's evil everywhere. It doesn't matter where you go. It's always going to be there. There is no better or worse place. It only matters about you, about what's in your heart, because we wrestle not against flesh and blood. It's not a physical battle. It's a spiritual battle. Doesn't matter where you are. If your spirit ain't right, it's going to be a struggle. You're going to have fear and doubt and worry and sadness and sorrow and happiness and fake happiness and fake love and all those things. It doesn't matter where you are.
Zero to do with the physical. And anyone that blames someone else for your issue, anyone that blames someone else for your issue, you're blind, you're weak, you're emotional. And all emotional people are weak and pathetic. Really. Check it out. Emotions, if you have emotions, you're into your emotions, the emotions, you're weak.
You can't correct me in anything.
And emotional people control other emotional people.
You can try,
I feel
but
sorry for you. I feel compassion. That's dumb. How are you going to feel compassion for another human being and you're not them?
It's not your... I mean, you could try to correct me.
But you're deceived by the intellect. You're deceived by the devil.
Good luck.
What a sad way to live, and you don't have to.
What a sad way to live.
About it. It doesn't. You could be free. I don't care what has happened in the past and the so-called future. You can be free.
What is JPL?
The truth. God.
Jordan Peterson.
Love you.
I don't know. JPL. I don't know.
Satan, the lie, the accuser, the one that condemns you.
Floor's about to get yeeted.
You.
Nah. She ain't gonna get yeeted, but it ain't gonna go the way she thinks it's gonna go.
You have a choice to overcome that if you want to. It's up to you. And I understand that most people love their hell. They don't want you to tell them they can
She hasn't figured out how this works yet.
They don't want to have 1 ounce of belief that they can overcome it. It feels like life, and they love it. They love their anger. They love their false good feeling. And yet they complain about it by saying, oh, I'm depressed. I'm suicidal. I have anxiety. So they have like a love.
You stated the U.S. has always been the greatest country in the world. That is not true. It has only been for the past 200 years or so. There have been places like the Romans that ruled over 1,000 years. Well, America wasn't a place when Rome was here. So since America's been here, it's been the greatest country in the world. Yeah. You can't compare, say, America. And by the way, what happened to where the Romans at, Floor? So no, you didn't correct me on anything. You should stop trying to do that because it never goes over well. Where are the Romans at now, Floor? What happened to the Romans? Tell me about it. Tell me all about it. You gonna tell me about how they Hold on. My boss is calling. I've been trying to get hold of him all day. like, they told you you have myocarditis. Yeah. Did you like fall over or anything? Like. Well, I had this lady who came to my door again today for the second time, and I let her see the apartment. I gave her Rob's number, and then I was like, I don't know if I should have done that because I might get mad that I gave someone's number. Yeah. Her son needs a place, and there needs to be 2 bedrooms so she can stay with him. And I was like, how did you even find out that I had anything to do with this? She said she saw my roommate, talked to him. I don't know. Yeah. So, yes, about it. Like, I didn't know what to do. Yep. You heard anything else about Shane? Yeah, I mean, I thought that you had to be mentally fit to stay in the hospital until they consider you mentally fit to stand to go to court. Yeah. But he knows all the places to go to get that stuff quickly. You know, he was homeless. He lost his stuff frequently. Yeah, that's true. It's crazy. Those places are not fun. Yeah. Yeah. I'm starting to hear that from a lot of people. A lot of people getting sick really easily and got all kinds of problems. Yeah. big long blood clots that look like worms inside of people. Even if it doesn't, like, I'm worried it's hurting fertility rates and all sorts of stuff. Yeah. What's next? All right. All right. Well, what's the next thing we have to do over there at Evil Mountain? I know. So if you can't work tomorrow, there's nothing I could do over there. I need to wait for you to come for everything. Like 9. The green kind? The thinner kind or the thicker kind? The Right, but doesn't it come in 2 thicknesses? It comes in the 1/2 inch. All right. Well, boss has been in the hospital for the past couple days because he's got myocarditis in his heart. And he's 61. He's been having medical problems constantly for the past 2 years. And take a wild guess what he did 2 years ago. Which
Hate relationship.
he which he thought was the best idea. He was against the Vaseline pretty much for young people, for healthy people. But he thought, like a lot of Americans thought, because of lies that we were told, that if you're overweight, which he's a little overweight, if you're overweight, if you're older, if you've had heart problems in the past, then you need to get this. So he got it because he thought he was one of the people that needed to get it, which is what originally the plan was. We put this out, and then the people at highest risk can get it, and everybody can quell their fears because the young, healthy people have nothing to worry about in the first place. It'll quell their fears, but instead what they did is they forced it on everybody, including children, and there's been a lot of negative side effects that we're not supposed to talk about. And he's been in the hospital constantly. Like, he had a knee thing. He was in a hospital for a knee thing. That was unrelated. But then he got, like, infections. He got his immune system's bad. He's got all these stomach problems and gut problems and this problem. And now a heart, myocarditis in his heart. He's constantly going through stuff. And he says he's talked to his doctor, and he knows that the Vaseline did a number on him. It's totally destroyed his immune system and his health in general. And now I'm seeing it all over the place. So he hasn't been working the past couple days. I've been trying to get a hold of him for 3 days. Couldn't get a hold of him. He's been in the hospital with heart problems, hooked up to a monitor. Now he's got, for the next 30 days, he's got to wear a thing on his heart. And he just said, we were just talking about it. He's like, I think they wanted to kill people. They wanted to kill a lot of people. And I'm like, yeah, that's Agenda 2030. It's right there in writing. Reduce Agenda 23. I know a 2030 is the one about carbon emissions, zero carbon emissions, one world government, all that stuff. And but specific, and it talks about reduction in population as well. But specifically, Agenda 23, I think it's called, or Agenda 30. I think it's Agenda 23 or Agenda 21, is specifically about 70% reduction in population. And this is from, these are agendas from the United Nations, the World Economic Forum, the EU, places like this. So that's cool. But hopefully we'll be working tomorrow. JS is ordering a thick mail order bride. I know, Floyd, I'm going to have to find a woman who loves America and wants to come to America with all her heart. What the? I'm not saying Rome is better than the U.S. What I'm saying is that other countries have also been #1 in the world throughout history, and 200 years or so is not a long time. That's not a good argument, Floyd. Of course, America couldn't be a better country than Rome when America wasn't around and Rome was. But if we look at America's 200 years and how much we've grown and the upward mobility, the population growth, the advancements we made in science, technology, medications, the advancements we made to the world and to cultures, making slavery illegal, and some of it negative too. But if you look at all that, we did much more than Rome or Greece or England or... Yeah, so we are the greatest country in the world ever. You lose that debate. 10 times out of 10, sweetheart. Most people make it 10 years after retirement if they're lucky. He's only 61. And I was telling him, not only are we going to start seeing people, before the life expectancy having problems and dying because of this this thing that they've put in themselves. We're also going to see lower fertility rates. We're going to see and we are seeing that, lower birth rates. Birth rates on the decline. We see population, or we see IQ on the decline, population on the decline, birth rates on the decline. Life expectancy is going down for the first time. Life expectancy has gone down for the first time in, I forget how long, but in a long time this year. Life expectancy is going down instead of up. It's consistently risen. Except this year it went down. Same as IQ. Same as birth rates. You stated always, and I'm just saying it's not always. No, we're the greatest country ever. We've always been the greatest country. Yep. Even before we existed, we were still greater than the countries at the time. If I say America's always been the greatest country, I mean in as long as America's existed. If I say I've always been a white person, that doesn't mean I was a white person before I was born, for. Come on. Yeah. Come on, you know what I meant. Your rebuttal failed. Wah, wah, wah. Don't argue with me, for. It just isn't smart. You're not going to win. Especially not on my show where you can't even say anything. All you can do is type. And I can just sit here and say whatever. Right? But always is not the same as ever. Whatever. What always? America is the greatest country ever and always. Always and ever. Synonymous. Interchangeable. Would you say you've always been female, Floor? I don't get offended. I know you're not offended. I mean, it's just people are going to see this. They're going to be like, Josh, you need to keep your chick in line. I'm going to say, hey, she ain't my chick till she comes to America. And she don't like America, so. But it's all right. If you want to lose arguments repeatedly, that's fine with me. Even as a zygote. America is not even a country. Are you aware of that? Oh, okay. It's called the United States of America. So America is a country. You're wrong. If the United States are of America, that means all the states combined together are America. Ding, ding, ding. I mean, what are you talking about? America's not even a country. Yes, it is. America is the continent? No, North America is the continent. You're wrong again, sweetheart. Sorry. The country is the United States of America. So the United States part, that's all the states. They unite together. They make America. So America is the country. North America is the continent. I live in Central America. Central America is neither a continent or a country, Floor. You live in Guatemala. That's a country. The continent you live on is South America. Central America is not a country or a continent. So I would say Central America is not real. America is definitely a country. Please look up what continent I live. I live in North America. I don't need to look it up to know what continent I live on. North America includes Canada, America, and Mexico. And Puerto Rico, I think, and maybe like Cuba. I'm not sure about those islands. I don't need to look it up, Floor. I just told you. What continent do you think I live on? I'm curious. Live in what continent you live? I live in North America is the continent. America is the country. You said America is not a country. United States of America. Oh my gosh. What continent is Utah in? Utah is one of the west central states of the United States, located in the central part of the North American continent. Why I hate when people tell me to look up stuff that is so blatantly, you live in America. That's the continent you live on. No, America is not a continent. North America is the continent. USA, United States of America, is the country. What are you talking about, Flora? You're embarrassing yourself right now. So you should stop it because you're wrong. The continent, USA, United States of America, is a country within the continent of North America. What are you talking about? And Guatemala is in South America. Central America is not a thing. I mean, it's a thing, but it's not a country or a continent. Central America actually includes parts of North America and South America. Why would you tell me to look something up when you know that I'm like a walking dictionary? Earlier in the show, Tjump said, "What is freedom?" And I literally said the exact definition from the dictionary of freedom off the top of my head. And then he reset it. Roid hair rage. Roid rage. I'm not raging. I'm smiling. What are you talking about? Guys, tell this woman, tell this rib what continent, tell this rib the difference between America and North America. And that one's a country and one's a continent. I feel like I'm having an argument with a third grader right now. Come on, boy. Just because she just wanted you to do something she wanted you to do. She got me to look it up, which I regrettably, I didn't want to look it up because I knew I was right. I didn't want to have to Google it to prove I was right, but I did it anyway. I caved. I caved in. Beta. Where's my beta? You guys, I'm going to give myself a
beta
because I Googled it. I don't know why I would have to Google something so obvious. Fleur, what do you want to be wrong about next? Now, if I Google what continent is Guatemala, it's going to say South America. Look, here it is for Fleur. Utah, North American continent. It is one of the states of the United States. That's the country. United States of America. You can call it America. You can call it United States. You can call it USA. You could call it United States of America. That's the country. Okay. The country has states within it. The country is located in the central part of North American continent. There are 7 continents: North America, South America, Australia, Antarctica, Europe, Asia, and which ones did I say? Did I say Africa? Africa, Asia, Europe, Australia, Antarctica, North America, South America. Those are the 7 continents, okay? So, Guatemala, I'm assuming, is in Central America. I don't think it's part of North America. It borders Mexico. I know Mexico is part of North America. So Guatemala might be part of North America, but I think it's South America. What continent is Guatemala? Oh, is it North America? Oh, Guatemala is actually in North America too. So see, I said South America, but possibly North America. And then right here, look, it says, why is Central America not a continent? Central America is not a continent or a country. Guatemala is in the same continent as Utah, North America. So I don't even know what. Look, Canada, Mexico. Oh, Greenland is part of North America. I did not know that. I said Mexico, Canada, and the United States. Apparently, it also includes Guatemala. And Greenland. I did not know Greenland was part of North America. See? Oh, Guatemala is the last country in North America. Southernmost country in North America. You barely made the cut for North America. But this area right here is considered Central America. See? But Central America isn't actually a thing. It's not a country. It's not a continent. And Mexico is not considered part of Central America. So Guatemala is considered part of Central America, but it's actually part of North America. Do you understand more now, Flor? But the continent also has Canada. Yeah. Because they're Canadian. What are you talking about? You can call myself American since I'm part of North America? No, because there's a difference between a continent and a country. Are you trolling me right now? Because you're not this dumb, Flor. Come on. You don't know the difference between a continent and a country, do you? Continents have countries within them. Okay? So you are a Guatemalan, which is part of the North American continent. But continental identity isn't a thing anybody cares about unless you're like European and Australian and Antarctican. Like, nobody. I mean, yeah, most people identify more with the country than their continent. Your country is not called America? Yes, it is. It's called the United States of America. What are you talking about, Floor? I think she's trolling me, guys. She's. What are you talking about? Floor thinks Guatemala is better than America. I mean, they need to step their education up, apparently, because she's proven that she's proven she sucks at geography. Oh Lord, Floor, you need to stop it. You need to stop it. You need to just put on your listening ears. Why is Central America not considered a continent? This might sound unconventional, but I'd go with blue. What the heck? What continent? Anyway, this is Quora. Quora's dumb. I'm not going to read from Quora. Floor, you're wrong. You are wrong. The USA, the country, USA, stands for United States of America. So these are the states of America. So our country is America. Our continent is North America. So we are Americans in North America. If you live in Canada, you would be a Canadian in North America. If you live in Guatemala, you would be a Guatemalan in North America. Is Australia a country or a continent? I actually think Australia is both. I mean, it is a continent. The continent is Australia, but I think the continent, just like with America, the continent of Australia contains the country of Australia as well as other countries like New Zealand. So if I say what countries are in Australia, and I believe Australia would be one of the countries in the continental Australia. See? So the continent Australia contains the countries Australia, Papua New Guinea, and New Zealand, and 20 more countries. So Australia is a country and a continent, just like America is a country and a continent. Isn't that crazy? But Mexico has states too in North America. Yeah. Mexico is a country within the continent of North America. Floor, you're making yourself look bad. Come on now. Stop it. Oh, man. That's why I don't argue with women. This is why you never have a debate with a woman. Because they'll be very confident in not knowing what they're talking about. They confidently don't know what they're talking about. Ain't nobody got time for that. It's the medicine. Don't blame the medicine. You can't blame the medicine. I gave you plenty of chances to rescind your disagreements. I gave you plenty. I told you what was going to happen. I said if you want to try to rebuttal something, you can go right on ahead, but it's not going to go well for you. I warned you. You didn't heed the warning. You got to have eyes to see and ears to hear. Not all who hear will understand. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know how to get to this spot. She forgot she was high. She high as a damn kite trying to tell me what a country and a continent is. She higher than a mug. Where am I trying to go to? Tells me to go right here. Oh, there's something over there. I don't know how to get there. The heck? Oh, I gotta go the long way. I gotta go around the long way. You need to lay off the dang pot, Floor. What the? A chingo. We're fighting a chingo. Isn't that a cuss word in Spanish? Floor would know. She may not know geography, but she knows Espanol. Don't know much about history. Don't know much about geology. Don't know much about algebra. But I know about the... I don't even know that song. I only know it because JLP sings it. I do love the States. I'm just disappointed anything better than this country. So I screw him going over. You just said earlier we would never go to America. I tried to talk to him. What of the captive? Oh, we're listening to a voice in tunnel. I barely paid attention in school in both countries. I do know geography. You don't know geography. You got to watch Animal House. The comedy with Belushi. I think I might have seen it at some point. I want to read the book, Animal Farm from Orwell. It's in my Amazon shopping cart. I need to read both 1894 or 1892 and Animal Farm. I have them both in my Amazon cart. I've never read Orwell. People keep telling me I need to. Josh plus 4 equals love. Aww. Aww, that's sweet. We're gonna have to get her. We're gonna have to get her a globe, so we can teach her where all the countries are, continents. Floor, I can tell you where. I can tell you. Oh, not anymore. I'm not gonna say that. At one time in my life, when I was very young, like 3rd, 4th grade, I could tell you where every country, every continent, every ocean, every country, every capital of every country, every state, and every state's capital, every state bird, state song. We had to memorize all that stuff in elementary school. You get a piece of paper with all the like Europe, and it has all the. So you got to do Germany, you got to do the Scandinavian countries, England, Spain, and Italy are over. Or Italy's the one that looks like the boot. Spain is the very edge, or is that Portugal? No, it's Portugal, then Spain, and then got Germany kind of in the middle. You got Italy's coming down into the Mediterranean Sea like a boot. You got England off over across the pond over here. You got the Scandinavian countries that look like fingers like this, which are Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. And then you got come on now. I knew all the countries in Africa, their capitals, Australia. Remember, Josh, I didn't learn geography in your country. I learned it in Guatemala, and they teach you things a bit different. Well, then why are you trying to argue with me? Why are you trying to argue that I don't know the name of the country that I'm in? You didn't think I knew what continent did you think out? Because you told me, you said, what continent are you in? And I said North America. And you said, nope, you're wrong. Look it up. What continent did you think I was in? Please tell me what continent you thought I was in. With an accent. I'm talking with an accent. Hell, Chop, what continent did you think I was on? I really want to know. Please answer. What continent did you think I lived in? She said America's not a country. You don't even know what continent you live in. Because we are taught America is a whole continent. That's why we Latinos argue so much. That's what we are taught. But by that logic, there's North and South America. So by that logic, there's only 6 continents on the earth. There's Australia, Africa, Antarctica, Asia, Europe, and then America. Right? Because North America and South America are just 2 parts of America, right? So are you taught in Guatemala that, hey, chill out, don't make fun of my education? You're making fun of your own education. I'm just dumbfounded. You know why they call it dumbfounded, right? Because it's like you just found something and it was really dumb. So do you think that North America and South America are both just America? And then the United States is just called the United States? Floor's kindergarten education level. Oh, that's not nice. She got some American education, but it was public school education, so. Like high school, public school education. Not great in America. I'll agree with you on that. To us, based on our education, it looks egocentric to us. Huh? It's egocentric to call our country the name of our country? No, they just taught you wrong. Like, objectively. And that's what I'm talking about. See, that's what I'm talking about, is that that's why when you were telling me about what we did with the bananas and blah, 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 I was like, I don't know about this story. I think what we did is boosted your economy for the rest of history to places that it would have never been without us. But you're like, oh, you took the bananas. It's like, no, that's what your education system taught you, to hate whitey. Like, that's not, in reality, we probably saved a lot of lives in Guatemala. If it weren't for us, y'all probably be struggling a lot more. Same with the rest of the world, because we have to take care of everybody. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying we were taught differently. Therefore, we defend our truth. There's not your truth and our truth. There aren't 2 different truths. There's right and wrong. So, you were taught incorrectly. And your truth isn't true. It's false. So. Wah, wah, wah. You're walking into these, Flora. You're setting them up. You're setting them up for me. You need to quit while you're ahead. Just start talking about, like, your favorite restaurant or something. Tell me about, I don't know. We're gonna get that argumentative side out of you. We're going to cure you of that. You got to be wrong 1,000 times live on stream. I tried to talk to him. I warned her, didn't I, guys? I warned her. I gave her fair warning. She said, I have to correct you on something. And I said, I wouldn't recommend it for her. But she didn't listen. Well, the whole banana company deal, I learned it from the States. Well, our education system hates America too, so that makes sense. Everybody just wants to teach people to hate Americans, hate the whitey, hate the Christian white man. He's evil. Don't fall for it. I went to a party in Oregon that grew bananas in their backyard. We had banana trees in our yard when I lived in Florida. I miss banana trees. But you know what's crazy about banana trees? I never... Like, we had one that grew for years. Years and years and years. It was always in our backyard. But we never were able to harvest, like, edible bananas from it. They always stayed real small, green, like plantains. How long does a banana tree have to grow before it starts bearing fruit? Because I swear, this tree was there for, like, I've seen this tree for, like, 10 years, and I was never able to pick a banana off of it and eat it. It would make the banana things, and they would get, you know, a couple inches long, but they always stayed green and hard, almost like plantains. And I never saw that tree bear fruit. Do you have to do something different? People either love or hate the goat. That's right. That's right. I think Robbie told you about the whole fruit company and how true it is and horrible it was for my country. No. I asked them about it, and they didn't know anything about it. They're like, the only thing that they could think of is that we did this treaty in like the 1800s where basically we control all trade from the bottom tip of South America to the top of Canada. All that's controlled by the USA. So that's the entire American, North America and South America, since I guess you were taught that they're both one continent. So USA, the United States of America, controls the trade routes and trading for everything from the bottom of Belize to the top of California. Isn't Belize that long one, or is that Chile? Anyway, that bottom tip of South America, we control all that trade. But that's not of a detriment to your country. That's a benefit to everyone in all of South America and North America. In fact, the only people that it's probably a detriment to is Americans, because I'm sure we're paying for it. But no, that didn't destroy your country, because now bananas are like 83% of your GDP. So, you're welcome. I mean, what? Hola, Lady Seasal. Lady Seasal, you need to get your girl in check. You need to get Floor in check. I don't know what. She's high as a kite right now on some medications for some treatment she's having for something. Personal stuff, not necessarily important, but she higher than a kite, trying to tell me I don't know what continent I live in, and that America isn't a country. And apparently North America and South America are both the same continent, which is America. which is not true, by the way. Sisal, me están molestando. That sounds like molesting. Molesting? Is somebody molesting you? What? Large palm trees, and it takes about 1 year for the bananas to come up. I told you! I told you, I know what a banana tree is. We have them all over the place in Florida. And we had the banana tree in our backyard for like 10 years. And I never got a banana off of it. Florida barefoot pregnant in the kitchen. That's all you need to know. That's right. Let's go. Let's go. Seesaw in this house, in this mud. What do you mean it only takes a banana tree 1 year to grow? Then how come my banana tree never gave off fruit? Because we had it for more than a year. Palm trees are not a tree. It's considered the grass family. It's actually palm grass, not true. Come on, Dean. Now Dean's trolling me. Read what I wrote before. You're an American too, Floor. Yeah, she's a North American. That's because the type of banana tree it is. There's usually 3 types. The ones you are describing are known as green bananas. The yellow bananas, palm trees, are medium size. Now, the purple bananas are large palm trees, and it takes about 1 year for the bananas to come out. Oh, okay, okay. A little more context. I like that. I like that. I should have like 20 dozen of banana trees. What's that, 240? Why don't you just say 240? It's a lot less typing than 20 dozen of bananas trees. I'm explaining it's because the type of banana. Okay. Okay, so that's what happened. So we had the little green tree. We had the little green banana tree, like a plantains. All right. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. You're making a little sense. You're getting back some credibility. Just a little bit. Echo, what do you want, dude? What? You stink. Do you know that? You stink, Echo. Your breath stinks. Everything stinks. Jump up. Jump up. Come on. Uh-oh. Frog got me. Frog got me. The demon got me. We call them golden bananas. Palm trees are a type of grass. I know, I don't think banana trees are actually palm trees either. But is a banana tree a palm tree? The banana palm. Plantain tree or plantain palm. The banana palm tree is native to Southeast Asia. The fastest growing palm has a large green leaves that measure 4 feet long. These are attractive trunks by short stems. This is what we had in Florida. This right here, this is what we had in Florida. Banana palm tree. They got pretty big though. But they never yielded yellow balloons. I mean yellow bananas. Is a palm tree a grass? Is a palm tree a grass? A palm tree is actually a type of grass. 2 key differences. A palm tree does not create rings as it grows. That's a fact. And when you cut it open, it's like fibrous and liquidy. It's filled with liquid. Same as an elephant ear. And let me tell you something. If you ever want to play a mean joke on somebody, if you see an elephant ear plant, they got thick stems and they grow, and then they have a big leaf that looks like an elephant ear. If you break that stem, liquid just flows out of it. Lots of water. Like you can break it and squeeze it and fill a cup with water. But it has a defense mechanism in the leaves and in the stalk that it's like this white milky looking like in the leaves it's more of a thick goo. This is gross. Dean's gonna get excited. but in the stems, it's just in the water that you squeeze out. It'll be slightly milky looking. That's a defense mechanism from predators. And if you tell somebody, yo, look at all this water that came out of this stalk, I bet you could drink out of it by just biting into it. Go ahead, bite into it. Dare somebody to bite into it, and they'll be like, oh yeah, that looks juicy and delicious. That's what I thought when I was a kid. I was like, man, if I was ever hungry or didn't have water in the woods, I could just suck on one of these and get some juice out of it. Pause. Well, when you bite into it, it lights your mouth on fire. It feels like, it's not like hot sauce fire. It's like tingly burning down. And if you swallow it, it's in your throat, it's on your tongue, it's in your cheeks, your lips, tingly burning like you're getting bit by fire ants all over your mouth. So it's a funny prank to play on somebody to get them to bite into an elephant ear stalk. But bananas are similar, and palm trees. So a palm tree is not a tree. Fun fact. Dean's right. Good job, Dean. Thank you for that. We learned something today. Got to learn something every day. I met a no soliciting sign solicitor once. Flat Sabbath, when I did door-to-door sales, when I did soliciting, we specifically looked for those houses with no soliciting signs because they get the least door knocks. So they're not going to be inundated with hearing the same spiel over and over again. So if you got a no soliciting sign on your door, I'm knocking on it first. And then when somebody says, can't you read the sign? It says no soliciting. I say, ma'am, solicitors are lawyers and prostitutes. I'm not here to solve your case or sit on your face. That's how you rebuttal that argument right there. As soon as they say the sign says no soliciting, solicitors are lawyers and prostitutes. I'm not here to solve your case or sit on your face. But I am here to win a contest. Let me tell you how. And boom. Boom. Then when you get a slap, which means a sale, you get a slap on a person with a no soliciting sign, then you take your bug off tag, which says, if Josh is knocking, or if Josh is rocking, don't bother knocking, or something like that, which is a little tag that I stick on their door as I leave that tells other people there was a sale here. You tell the owner of the house that it'll keep the other kids away, but really all it does is tell the other kids this person is a gump and that they're going to buy whatever you sell them. And you put your bug off tag right on their no soliciting sign. It feels so good. Yep, those signs do not work. Yeah, we learned something new today. Warm milk with honey puts babies down. Because a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down in the most delightful way. Alright, we gotta finish watching this video now that Floor's done trying to argue with me. Where did it go? Is there a caller in this clip?
Evil. Here are some examples of you get the government that you deserve. This is from Blaze. Planned Parenthood.
You get what you deserve. That's right.
Planned Parenthood. Hillary Clinton, bat judge, wins Wisconsin Supreme Court seat. Planned Parenthood. Hillary Clinton's bat judge,
Planned not Parenthood. Planned baby killing.
The Wisconsin Democratic Party.
Planned Parenthood is
more than $8 million to her campaign. $8 million in her campaign.
A plan to end Parenthood.
And they're putting in these judges who love evil and hate good.
I don't know.
Just imagine, now that the courts are being stacked, just imagine what's going to happen. You haven't seen anything yet, and you have no one to blame but yourself because you put these people in office. Watch this from MSNBC.
NBC News has projected a result in the very important Wisconsin Supreme Court election tonight. Janet Protasiewicz is the more liberal of the two candidates. Dan Kelly, the more conservative of the two candidates. This is considered broadly to be the most important election in the country, the most consequential election in the country in the year 2020.
Because they want to kill the babies. You got to be able to kill the babies. So this is the most important. Wisconsin. This woman winning in Wisconsin is the most important part of the. I didn't even know there was elections going on right now for anything, but so obviously maybe it's not that hard to be the most important election at the time.
23.
They gotta kill the
as you see with these elections here, the projected winner is Janet Protasiewicz, the more liberal of the two judicial candidates here. This has very big consequences for Wisconsin and indeed for the country. I will just point out a couple of things here.
Gotta kill the babies.
This may very well mean that there is a deciding vote in the Wisconsin Supreme Court that results in abortion being legal in Wisconsin instead of illegal. The majority on the Wisconsin Supreme Court for the first time in more than a decade will flip from
damn pixie-haired lesbian. Look at this table full of lesbians talking about killing babies.
Right, conservative control to progressive control. That is a huge deal.
Yeah.
It could flip multiple seats in Congress.
That's right.
It could flip control of Congress simply by this one result in this one Supreme Court state in this one election in Wisconsin tonight.
It's amazing to see these people.
Me and my friend would buy bulk candy and sell it door to door, saying we were Boy Scouts. We weren't. What I sell magazine subscriptions.
They rejoice over it.
Allegedly.
And these are the type of people you
charm, wit, and personality.
Office. All the wrong people.
Nobody wants magazine subscriptions, so I sold charm, wit, and personality.
In the right place to destroy America. They're rejoicing in it. Amazing.
Amazing.
A Christian country at one time. And Christians, do you know there are Christians that are so dumb that they believe Christians should not be involved in politics? Can you get any dumber than that? Can you get any dumber than that? And so you believe that, so you don't get involved, and this is what you end up getting. And then when they
say none of the disciples got involved in politics. Isn't that why John had his head cut off? Because he told Herod to stop running around with a bunch of different women and do his job. Got involved with the king, and the king cut his head off.
Pass laws to kill the children in the womb. You want to go out and protest and praise the Lord and pray to Jesus. Can you get any dumber than that? Blinded by the.
I didn't walk around with magazines, Dean. I sold subscriptions, so all I had was a receipt, and I would take cash or a check, and I'll leave them with copies of the receipts. And probably more than half the people never got magazines, but that wasn't me scamming them. That was the company that I worked, or the group that I worked for, scamming them. And a lot of the people did get magazines, but a lot of the people didn't. And but that wasn't me. It was actually human trafficking. Basically they would just pick up convicts and dumb shits. That's what we used to always say. And have them go door to door collecting money, basically. And most of the money, some of the orders cleared, some of the orders people got magazines, but a lot of times the crew was a scam crew, and the managers were getting rich and nobody was getting any magazines. But you could also do scammy things at the door. Like, it's called theft by deception. You could lie about who you were. There were different spiels. I knew a bunch of different spiels, and some of the spiels I didn't like using because they were too scammy. Like the BBC spiel. You say, hey, I'm with the local high school, because I looked younger, or college, or you could say I'm pre-college, I'm going into college, basically. You say I'm doing this program with the BBC, where I have to go around and talk to people and ask them interesting questions to help with my interview skills. And then at the end, you help me potentially win a trip to England to do an interview with John Cleese. You know John Cleese? He's from the movie Fish Called Wanda, and what's the other one that John Cleese was in? I used to be able to rattle this spiel off, but it's been 10 years since I did the spiel. But basically, you say that you're practicing your interview skills, so you have to talk to 100 strangers, and just for doing it, it helps you get credit towards this program to get you into college. But then the sale part comes in. Basically, you tell them you can also win a trip to England to interview John Cleese. You got to get points. Oh, how do I get the points? Check this out. You hand them a piece of thing that opens up, and it has magazines, different magazine. It has, it'll have a picture of Sports Illustrated, and it'll say 100 points. It'll have a picture of four-wheel and off-road, 50 points. It'll have a picture of Men's Fitness, 10 points. And they say, just go through and pick out your 3 favorites that give me the most points. And you focus on the points, the points, the points. And they pick them out. While they're picking them out, you're writing them on a receipt. Then you go in your price list. Your price list, you never show them the price list. You go in your price list, and you're writing down the prices. And then you don't even tell them about the processing and handling until the very end. And then you can hand them the receipt and put your thumb over the prices and say, and then you write, so you write, oh, you pick this one, and this one. This one gives me 300 points. This one gives me 500 points. And this one gives me 100 points. And then I get double points since you picked this one, and blah, 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 all about the points, the points, the points. Now just write your address right here so we can send a thank you card out to all the people that backed us up with points, and then sign right here. And they write their address and they sign. They give it back to you. You tear off your copy, you put it in your back pocket, you hand it to them, you put it in their right hand, and then you reach to shake their right hand with your right hand. Well, now that's a transaction. I just handed you a receipt, and then you took the receipt, switched it to your other hand. Now the receipt has changed hands twice. You've just sent a mental message into the person that they're buying something. Okay? You don't have somebody sign a paper and then put a receipt in their hand and then have them, it changes hands multiple times. You're convincing their mind that they're buying something, even though no price has been said, no price has been agreed upon, and now their signatures on it. You hand them their copies of the receipts, and you say, okay, you just owe me that much circled in the box right there, and cash check or check your pockets for more cash. I get bonus points if you do more cash. If you don't have any cash on you, I get 500 bonus points if you sign right here on the back and say that we went to the ATM. Now you get people to drive you to the ATM. Oh, yes, I rode on some old lady's motorcycle while I was training a new kid named Chris. And basically, I rode the motorcycle, a Harley, with her on the back of the motorcycle. He drove her car, a Cadillac. He drove her Cadillac. He's a new kid. He just got hired. I'm training him. Okay. And she said, I could take you to the ATM. I don't have any cash. Now, this is if it goes nicely. Usually what's going to happen is they're going to say, wait, I didn't know I had to pay for anything. And you say, well, you just signed it. Do you normally sign things without reading them first? Do you normally, sign things and not pay for things that you signed for already? And then if they don't want to pay you, then you can start doing the pressure tactics, which I didn't like doing, but a lot of kids were good at it. Where you start saying, well, you signed it, and now my contest coordinator is going to be mad at me because if I don't have your copies of receipts and I have your signature on my copy of the receipt, they're going to think that I pocketed the money, and I'm going to get kicked out of the contest and have to pay for your magazine subscription because you signed this. Now you need to pay for it. And so that's pressure tactics. Some people would do that and go on like college campuses and get these college kids to go to the ATM and give them $150 for something they had no idea what they were doing in the first place. But a lot of times the people, if you're good and you're charismatic, I wasn't as tricky with it like that. I was more honest with them, and they knew they were buying something from me. And then at the end, I would just get them to fall in love with me. I was good at very quickly reading somebody, looking at their house, looking at their car, looking at the toys they have in the front yard, looking at all the different things. And I could figure out who was going to answer the door, how long it was going to take for them to either buy or douche the sale, and what form of payment that they were going to give me if they were going to give me payment. If they aren't going to give me payment, I'm picking up references for the neighbor off of this house. I know they're not going to buy. I'm still going to spiel them. I'm still going to figure out what they do for work. I'm going to find out about their kids. I'm going to find out about their life. I'm going to talk to them for a little while. That way, when I go to the neighbor, I can say, your neighbor Jill, who works over at the fire station as a receptionist, and she just got Disney and Me for her daughter Annie, and blah blah. Oh, they just got a new puppy. They got a magazine about how to raise puppies. So I'm using references, and I'm telling the neighbors, your neighbor just backed me up, so you got to back me up too. But anyway, this lady drove me to the we drove to the Walmart to get an order for me and the new boy that I was testing, or not testing, training, that I was training. She got one from each of us in cash from the ATM. I rode her Harley with her on the back of the Harley, and he drove the Cadillac behind us to the Walmart. And then when we got there, I was like, I want to drive that Cadillac, and he's never ridden a motorcycle, so let's switch. So on the way back, the new boy rode the motorcycle with her on the back, saying when to shift and helping shift and all that stuff. And I drove the Cadillac. That was one of my funnest sales. I met Josh when I was 17, and I'm 31 now. Let's see what y'all are saying. Good. Reading is an oxymoron. What's been your favorite job? Selling magazines was the biggest mind game I have ever done as a job. I can't believe you still remember the spiel. I remember all the spiels. I still remember my 5 steps. I still remember. I did it for a lot longer than you. I did it for 3 years. It's called neuro-linguistic programming. Oh, I know all about it, Tar Baby Yoda. I used to play games with people sometimes. So, like, without making my spiel more dirty or anything, because like it's a real dirty thing to do. We would canvas sometimes, and we had girls on the crew who looked very young. Some of them were like 16, and they had they said they got parents' consent to come on crew with us. And anyway, but the manager, it was not good. It was not a good situation. But anyway, some of these girls are like 16 and they look like they're 12. Or they're 20 and they look like they're 14. And anyway, they're going doors. They would canvass the area first. They would figure out what's the nearest high school. Okay, what's the name? They write down the name of the high school, memorize the name of the high school. Then they go into the neighborhood. They look at all the streets. They say, that's my house right there. My house is on Lexington Avenue. Then they go 3 streets down, and now they say, I'm going to Tall Tree High School. I live over on Lexington Avenue, 3 streets away. You know the greenhouse. You know Sandy, who walks the golden retriever? Or you've probably seen my mom. She walks the golden retriever around the neighborhood. And you say these very vague things, but you know the street name. You know the high school's name. And then you're very vague about everything else. You've probably seen my mom walking around. You've seen that golden retriever and that blonde lady. People are going to be like, oh, I think I've seen a blonde lady with a golden retriever walking around the neighborhood. Oh, that's your mom? Oh, okay. Boom. Sale. Now you're a local kid doing a program for school, and that's theft by deception. That's illegal. Because that's not true. The grimiest thing we would do, not the grimiest thing I would do, which as far as grimy things go that you could do on Mag Crew, this is not the worst of them. But since nobody wants the magazines, and a lot of people just want to say, how can I just give you a couple dollars to help? Or how can I do that? I don't want any magazines. How can I help you out without getting magazines? We'd tell them you can donate the magazine to a children's hospital, and the magazines will go there instead of coming here. Or some people would say you can donate them to the troops overseas, and they go into care packages to the troops. All you have to do is put your name in the donor box here. Well, that donor box didn't mean anything. It was pointless. So all the kid would do is they'd write your name and information in the donor box, and then later on at the end of the day, they would scribble your name out of the donor box, and then they would just fill in a random address or their own home address as the recipient box. So whenever I had these donated magazines, we couldn't actually donate magazines anywhere. It was just people who didn't want it, who just wanted to go through the process and get me the points or whatever, help me out. And so I would just send the magazines. For a while, I just sent the magazines to my home address, to my parents' house. And they said there's some magazines they still get to this day because I sent hundreds of subscriptions until some people, eventually you get blacklisted by publication houses. Your address will get blacklisted because you have too many resubscriptions and too many years of the same magazine going to the same address. So like 4-Wheel and Off-Road was one of the ones I sold commonly or would use as a donation one to the troops or to whatever. And 4-Wheel and Off-Road, I probably had like 100 years going to my parents' house. But eventually, what I did do, I think we were in Minneapolis. Where was that? Where did we go on the tour of the Ronald McDonald House? Might have actually been in Salt Lake City or Colorado or Denver. I don't know. At some point while I was on the road, I got dropped off in a neighborhood, and there was a giant Ronald McDonald's house where they treat like cancer kids on my territory. The doors that I had to knock in that area, there was a giant Ronald McDonald's house, and I hadn't been having a good day or whatever. I didn't really feel like working that drop because your drops are like an hour and a half, an hour to 2 hour long. They drop you off. They give you a couple blocks. They say, you got 2 hours, meet me back at this corner in 2 hours. And then they take you to the next place and you get dropped off there. And you'll have like 3 to 5 drops in a day in different areas. Well, this one drop, I was like, I'm not going to work this drop. I'm just chilling. I'm going to do what I want to do. And there was a Ronald McDonald's house. So I went to the front desk and I actually ended up taking a tour of the Ronald McDonald's house. And it was really cool. All the different facilities they have for the kids and the housing area and the recovery area, the internet room, the little cafe, the lunchroom. They gave me a tour. And at the end, I said, is it okay if I sell magazine subscriptions? A lot of people don't want the magazine subscriptions. Can I just send the subscriptions to this address? You guys will start getting magazines in the mail, and you can put them in the library. You can put them in the front lounge. You can put them in the internet room, the cafe, wherever. You just put them wherever, just for, table reading for people. And they said, sure, that's fine. So once I did that, I was actually legitimately having magazines donate, and I got their business card, I got their signature, I took a picture with the lady at the desk. So now I'm telling all the people in the area, do you know the Ronald McDonald's house down the street? Well, they gave me permission to send them magazines. They need them for the kids. Now you can donate to your local Ronald McDonald's house. People love that. So then I started trying to do that. Every time I went to a new city, I would try to find a St. Jude or Ronald McDonald's house or some sort of place, a hospital even, where I could send magazines to, and they could just do whatever they want with them. And people liked that. And then you're actually doing the donation thing legitimately. But for the most part, when people tell you could donate the magazines, they're lying. Nice safe floor. He's got his dreads after we were married, I think. I don't know. I got my dreads in October. It's like the same year. If I got them after we got married, then it was very shortly after we got married. We did more than selling. Did you and Josh sell together? I think I trained her a little bit. Oh, she got trained all right. Remember, I was a great seller with the Marines. They loved me. The Marines loved any girl that came to their front door. Any chick that we put on Marine territory was destroying it. Remember, Nikki had a military ID from her dad was in the, I shouldn't be saying names, but there was a girl on our crew. That's just her first name. There was a girl on our crew. Her dad was in the military, so she had a military ID. So when we would go, when we were in like El Paso, I think she destroyed El Paso. When we were in El Paso, there's a military base there, and she could get, like, I could knock military territory that was around a military base. There's a lot of people who are in the military. They don't live on base, but they live in the apartments around the base. So you can go to military apartments that aren't necessarily on base, and you can sell a lot of military people are great. Were great. I didn't like working college. Some people liked working college. There's different kinds of territory. There's dirty butt, which is like the hood. I worked powerhouses, power neighborhoods. I would get dropped off in a gated communities with multi-million-dollar mansions, and I'd walk up to their front door looking preppy, some Abercrombie and Fitch, walk up to their door confidently and talk to them. And, somebody who could work dirty butt, I couldn't work dirty butt. I could not work dirty butt, which is the hood, the ghetto, which is more basically just scamming people especially when we got on a crew that took credit cards. And this was such a scam. Like you would put a credit card on a carbon copy thing and scrape it with a pencil and get their credit card information. And you could scam your manager so easily because you could tell somebody, hey, you could tell two people, hey, I'm not going to sell you guys a magazine. I know you're not going to buy a magazine. What I want to do is each of your credit cards, I want to carbon copy half of yours and half of yours. And then that way my manager pays me $10 a sale. I turn it into my manager. It's not going to go through, but I'm going to get paid for it tonight. You could scam your manager that way. Or what you could do is tell the person, hey, this is called the cancel spiel. The cancel spiel is basically write me a check, and then as soon as I leave, stop the payment on the check. Now I have a check and an order that says that I made a sale. My manager is going to pay me for it. I'm going to get the points for it or whatever, and you're not going to have to pay for it. And so that was a way to scam your managers and get paid by your managers without actually having sales. That's called the cancel spiel. Flat Sabbath, come on, get that crap out of here. Nikki was awesome. Yeah, but so anyway, I was talking about the different territories. She had a military ID, so she would go on the base. And that was the cream of the crop. She was having huge high days. Crushing my highest high day was like 11, and she had never passed me until she went on that military base. She came out with 21 sales that day. And I was like, damn. She must have brought the knee pads with her that day. No, I'm kidding. Hey, don't be telling them that stuff. Why don't you submit to Josh and make half Guatemalan babies? Don't say that on the. Don't be telling these guys stuff like that, Floor. You shouldn't even be saying that. Dean is the friend. What? All right, you guys are getting weird. Cut it out. Tar Baby, Yoda, and Flat Sabbath quit. You want to talk about the Mad Crew? You want to ask me personal questions? That's fine, but get out of here with that mess. No, nothing sexual, as you sit here talking about sexual stuff. As long as it's nothing sexual, I will gladly answer. No, nothing sexual. And then he asked something sexual. That's a stupid question. Yeah. He's good at those. Bum 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 bum. All right. Enough with the wait. Enough with the gay jokes, especially from a gay broke bitch self, Loke. That's 8 Mile. All right. Y'all be good now. You hear? Bum, 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 bum. But yeah, I like talking about Mad Crew. I could write a book about it. If you guys never heard of Mad Crew, you never had somebody come to your door selling magazines, you should watch the movie American Honey with Shia LaBeouf. It's all about it's about Mad Crew. It's basically like an underground world that's going on all around you that you never know about. They stay at hotels, traveling around in big vans. But now the magazine crews are almost dead. So they kind of, at one point, some dirty crews totally went away from magazines and they said, you know what? Since most of our sales are coming from people saying they don't want magazines, so they want to donate them, so we'll put them in care packages for the troops overseas. So what they did is they took that spiel for magazines and they said, let's just cut out the magazines altogether And let's just say, let's go door to door with these little cheap receipts that you make at Kinko's and just say, hey, me and my family are putting together care backpacks to send to the troops overseas. We fill it with, goodies and treats and games and fun things for them to do, hygiene products, things like that. To put together a whole backpack costs 25. To put together and ship a whole backpack costs $50. So we're just asking to get as many put together as possible. If the community would like to, pitch in towards that, I'll give you a receipt so you can write out however much you contribute on your taxes. You can give me any amount as long as it's cash, or if you'd like to do a full order, we can do check if you'd like to be a full sponsor and do a full backpack. But I can't split up checks for one backpack. So if you want to do a full sponsorship, it's $50. Otherwise, in cash, you could do any small donation of any amount, and I'll give you a receipt that says how much you gave me for your tax purposes. It's not a tax write-off. There are no care packages. The receipts are fake, and they're simply taking your money. And then if you do a check, what they would do is name the company something like Atlantic Service House or something like that. And you'd say, just do the abbreviation ASH. And then as soon as you leave, you add a C to that ASH. And there you go. You just got a check made out to cash for $50 and you go cash it at the bank. So this is how, and I'm not encouraging anybody to do any of this stuff. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just telling you how a lot of these scam companies that go door to door and travel all over the country, how they work. And it is human trafficking. Most of the people who are coming to your door, a lot of them know that they're scamming people. A lot of them have no idea that they're scamming people. A lot of times these are kids who took an ad from out of a newspaper and they got a Greyhound ticket bought for them. They stepped on a Greyhound ticket and they went to another state and they got picked up by a van full of people who they have never met, and they got taken to a hotel, and the next day they're going to work scamming people. They have no idea that it's not legit. Or maybe they do, but they don't have much other options. They're making money every night. They have a place to stay. So, and then it also leads to other crazy stuff happening, like the Green River Massacre, if you've ever heard of that. It was a killer in Kansas, I believe. I think it was in Kansas or Montana or something. But it was in Green River County, which I went to. And they're very tough on door. Like, if you do door-to-door sales, you're probably the cop is gonna roll up after you get to the third door, and you're not gonna get arrested, but they're gonna make sure your crew leaves the city, because Green River has a lot of laws against door-to-door sales, because some door-to-door salesman was going around murdering people. And this is actually kind of common amongst door-to-door sales crews and door-to-door salespeople, since they hire people out of newspaper ads and they put them on Greyhound bus and they never met them, and they hire convicts and dumb shits, people who can't get jobs anywhere else, or they can, but a lot of the people on Mad Crew were smart people. They were good salesmen, very charismatic, very personable when they needed to be, and attractive people did well, and they got into it and they found that they made good money, so they stuck around. But a lot of them are criminals. Straight up. And we were going door to door higher than a kite on everything. And then people would go ask to use get dropped off in a old person village. I've seen people get dropped off in a nursing home village, and every door that they knock on, they have to use the restroom. And they're going into old people's bathrooms and going through their medicine cabinets. I saw that being done. I saw theft. If somebody's got something nice on their front porch, package theft, stealing packages off front porches, stealing shoes off front porches, breaking into houses. I never knew anybody who killed nobody going door to door, but it happened regularly in that Green River Massacre. was a door-to-door salesman, so they cracked down hard on that up in the Midwest, around Montana, Kansas, places like that, because they have the Green River Act. Did Josh grow his dreadlocks for you or for him? Do you know what happened with Keith? I think I've seen him on Facebook. Were Josh dreadlocks that long when you guys met? No. When she met me, I had a 2 on the sides and a 3 on the top. I grew them for me. My oldest friend is a Keith. I call him Keithers. We had a cat named Keith. We called him Kiefer. We thought it was a girl until he was like pregnant. I'm sorry, Keith. No. We thought Keith was a boy, so we named her Keith until she got pregnant, and then we realized it wasn't a boy. It was a girl. And we got Bacardi, who was a boy, and they, as kittens, they were the same size, but very quickly, Bacardi got much bigger than Keith. And then Bacardi was humping Keith, and then Keith got pregnant. We're like, oh, Keith's a girl. What's your fondest memory with Flora during this time? You've asked me that before. You've already asked me that before. Somebody asked me that, and it was probably you, Tar Baby Yoda. And I forgot to say, one of the funnest things we ever did was when we went to Vegas. But I don't remember a lot of that trip because we were faded like a mug. But I know it was a fun trip. I don't think anything bad happened. Maybe. Who knows? Where am I supposed to be going right now? It's a 3 and a 2 and a flat top. Sounds like a bunch of carnies. Kinda. Very similar lifestyle to the carnies. Yes. In fact, well, she died recently, like last year, but one of the girls that I knew the longest time on the road, and we like, when I started out, she was on the crew, and then she left and went to a different crew, and then I left that crew and came to her crew, and then I left that crew and went to another crew, and later she came and joined that crew. Her name was Courtney, and she was a manager as well. She was my manager at one point. I hated it when she was my manager. I was like, I don't want to listen to this chick. But we were friends and it was cool. I just didn't like her being my manager because I saw her as an equal in the sales world. You know, of course I was a man, she was a woman. But as far as sales go and our ability to sell, I saw her as an equal. She had only been doing it a little longer than me. And so I didn't like that she was my manager. But anyway, after she left Mag Crew, she became a carny for years. She married a carny, and they would travel around and be carnies together. But towards the end, I thought she was clean. I guess she relapsed and OD'd and died. Like sometime in the past year. I talked about it when it happened on the show. I know a lot of people who died from ODs. One of the people that I was on Mad Crew with, I read the story. My boy Todd used to call in on Discord and we would talk. Well, he's my friend who I grew up with, but we were also on Mad Crew together. He hired me onto Mad Crew. So we traveled together, but we grew up knowing each other. He sent me a newspaper story about another guy named Drew who we were on crew with, and I read it the Monday night show a while ago. Drew is in jail now for like slaughtering goats. Him and 2 other tweakers, they were tweaking out, and they had a ball and spike, like a medieval spike ball, and they beat and slaughtered a goat to death. And they like tied it up and left it alive, and they tortured it, and they beat it with this spike ball and killed it. So he's in jail now. These are the type of people I knew. And Drew was my boy, man. Now it's like, dang, I just attract crazy people. All my life, I've always had crazy people around me. I think that's saying something about me, but I ain't never beat no goat to death. A mace, yes, correct. Oh, snap, I'm about to die. Whoa. Shoot. Oh, if I survive this, it's going to be a miracle. Oh, I'm taking big hits. Taking big hits. We're healing. We survived. Oh my gosh. I don't know how I pulled that off. What time is it? Oh, it's almost 10 o'clock. Didn't we get super drunk one night and chase one with the electric scooter we had? Chase one what? Oh my gosh, remember we were finding raccoons in that one trail to the gas station? Chase one. Oh, I remember you had that electric scooter. That thing was fun. I remember me on the floor and laughing super hard. I don't know. We got super drunk all the time. We had a fort for our cats made out of beer boxes. Like tunnels. I made like, like the hamster cages that have the tubes that come off them and they go to the different domes and stuff. I made a giant one of those out of beer boxes. So we had like a 24 case of Four Locos, which was the biggest box from Vegas. We brought a 24 case of Four Locos back from Vegas because they don't have that in Utah. It was a big old case. That was the main room. And then I had like a tower that went up that was like a case of natties that was a little thinner. And then went to a taller tower room that the cats could get into. And I had all these tunnels going off of it. It was pretty cool. If it wasn't for magazines. Yeah. Yeah, that scooter was pretty cool. Kind of janky. Bum 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 bum. Where do you want me to go, Matt? Dang, all this time I've been playing today, I'm barely going to level up one level. We're going to go until I get to level 51. And then I'm stopping for today. But now that we're past level 50, the leveling up is much slower. Because I've been questing steadily this whole stream. Let's finish this clip.
Blind by
Magazines
anger.
are basically flat.
So here's that woman, that female that won, so-called won in Wisconsin.
Raccoon, he has a little mask. I remember you always
Last
say, he
night.
has a little mask. He's like, he has a little mask.
This is from Yahoo. Janet delivered an acceptance speech Tuesday night.
Did you
This
get
is
with a
from
lot of chicks?
WISN. Watch this.
Back in my
Wisconsin, guess
back
what?
in my heyday.
We did it.
Oh, yeah.
They've chosen to reject.
Hey, Floor was actually another dude's girlfriend. And I had a girlfriend. And basically, me and my girlfriend split up. And my friend John, who Floor was like dating, got with Megan, which was my ex-girlfriend. And then me and Floor got together. It was a mess. But yeah, I was getting with all of them. My connection with the server was lost. Our cats had a great life. Yeah, until we abandoned them. And then who knows what happened after that. Huh. It got me so excited. I promise you I would have some reaction when I see one again. Little raccoon. I never see raccoons. That's not like a common thing for me. I hate John. He tricked me. He tricked you on to getting on the road so he could get a hiring bonus. He got that $100 hiring bonus for hiring a girl. When I first met you, I was on bed rest from that accident at that hotel here in Utah. When John brought you back to the hotel, and he's like, "This is Floor, guys. We're going out on a date." I think I was like laid up on bed rest, probably drunker than a mug. Me and Keely were sharing a room because me and her were both couldn't work because we were laid up from the accident. And at that time, me and her were kind of dilly-dallying around. And then I went back to Megan. Megan was a back and forth thing. I think Tony hired Megan and brought her out onto the road. Yeah, that was crazy. So then I got with her, from Keely to her. And then you were next. That was it of my mag crew relationships. I'll say this. I don't think my body count is like super high, but it's pretty high. But I know the name of almost all I know the exact number. And I have them all wrote down on a piece of paper. The time in my life when it happened, what their name was, if it was a one-time thing or if it was a frequent thing. But there's like, I think there's two girls on the list that I don't know their names because I was faded. But I remember the event. So I have like wrote down that one chick from Billings, or that one chick. No, the chick from Billy's name was Ashley. But there's a lot of Ashleys. It's not like a super crazy high body count. But yeah, there's like two names on my list that I don't know their names. But I remember the chick. Why isn't Floor's last name Smith? Technically, it should be. Faithful was a great quality of yours. I don't think I've ever. I don't know. I don't think I've ever cheated on her. Yeah, no. No, I never have. Maybe I have. I don't know. There was some times on Mad Crew where it was like we didn't have girlfriends. Rule number 1 of Young Money Cash Money, don't sleep with nobody's girl. Rule number 2 of Young Money Cash Money, nobody has a girl. That was kind of the lifestyle we lived. So there wasn't really cheating to be done when everybody was just, you don't lose your girl, you lose your turn kind of thing. Whoever had the high day, whoever made the most sales that day was had somebody in his bed. And if you had the low sales on the day, you were sleeping on the floor. So it just came down to, can you make money or not? Because girls do choose up. Hypergamy is a real thing. And you have a girlfriend as long as you have the most sales every day. As soon as somebody else is taking your sales and you're in a little slump, you ain't got no girlfriend no more. Mad Crew doesn't count because we were barely getting to know each other. I don't know. But if I was committed to somebody, I don't think I've ever cheated. I have caused girls to cheat on their dudes. Honestly, actually, I'm pretty sure, Floor, that you were. I don't know if it was official or what, but it was Mad Crew, so anything goes on Mad Crew. So I don't really look at it the same. But I'm pretty sure you were with John the first time that we kind of hooked up. And then I think that's why he got mad at me, so he started trying to hook up with Megan. And I told him, I was like, look, bro, I don't care if you want to date her or whatever, but if she comes to me trying to get with the boy, you know, I was with her first, and I'm not going to tell her no. I'm not going to, like, honor you guys' relationship because we're friends. Like, since we're friends, you shouldn't get with her after I was with her. And I'm giving you fair warning. She's mad at me right now, and that's why she's going to try to hook up with you. And if she comes back to me, I'm not going to pass it up, so don't be mad at me. But he was mad at me. It happened. It surely did happen, and he got mad at me. And then him and 2 other guys jumped me. That's when I got 15 staples in my head because they stomped my head into the concrete. And I was drunk as crap, and I got up gushing blood from my head. Well, first off, we got in a fight outside the hotel room on the balcony catwalk. I threw one of them through a window because one guy gets in my face. He's like, "Did you mess with Megan after John and him got together?" I'm like, I told him what it was. I told him. And I knew it was about to be a fight. So I go after the biggest guy, David. He's dead too. And I don't want to fight David, but I'm trying to like wrestle David and hold David off because he's the biggest threat. The other 2 are behind me, Chris and John. And they start hitting me from the back of the head. And I start wrestling with John because he's really the main antagonizer. And I throw John through the window. The window of his room, the room that he's staying in. We're out on the catwalk on the balcony. So it's a motel where the doors are on the outside. We break the window. I throw him through the window. Next thing I know, I get taken down. You know, I'm hit from behind. I'm getting hit. I go to the ground, and somebody kicks my head into the concrete, cuts my head open. I'm super drunk. And so I get up. They leave. They disperse. I get up. I don't remember this. This is like patchy. When people told me later the story of what happened, I kind of filled in the blanks. But basically, I guess I walked to the Denny's. This was in Grand Junction, Colorado, by the way. And our hotel, there was a Denny's. And when I recently took a road trip across the country, I ate at that Denny's. It was pretty cool. But magazine salespeople party like a mug. Oh, yes, they do. Megan and Katie were the definition of snakes. And Katie was the one I wanted. Up until I met you, Floor. But Katie was the one I was always chasing after that I never got. And I think it was because, and I'm not talking about like for a relationship or something. I just wanted to get it in, if you know what I'm saying. But I never really chased after chicks. I kind of played the I don't care and ignore them, and it worked great. But with Katie, I was like simping for her, and I got with silly how stupid they got when both of them lied to me and treated me like a bag of meat. I remember I was more into you after you got jumped. You always stood for me once you got with me. Yeah, but so I threw him through the window, and then they kicked my head into the concrete, and I walked to the Denny's, dripping blood, gushing blood from the back of my head, but I'm drunk, so I stumble over to Denny's with a bottle, and I sit down in the parking lot of the Denny's on a curb under a streetlight, and I'm just rocking back and forth drinking. I guess one of the workers came out to tell me to leave, like I was loitering, and when they got close to me, they saw that I was covered in blood and that I was dripping from the back of my head. So they called the ambulance, and I guess I got taken to the hospital. And then the next thing I remember, I'm at the hospital, and they say, we have to put staples in the back of your head. We're going to have to numb it. And they showed me the needle. Now, this is when I still was scared of needles. I did not like needles. I would pass out if I got a tattoo. I didn't like needles. If I go to the dentist, don't show me the needle when you numb me because I'll pass out. So they're like, we're going to numb you with this big thing right here. Oh, they just show me. I started freaking out. I'm fighting the nurses. They had to have people come down, hold my arms down, and I'm just resisting. They're like, we got to do this. We got to do this. I'm like, let me out of here. I hate hospitals. Let me out of here. Let me out of here. I'm trying to fight these dudes. They're all holding me down, put the shot in my head. I think I like passed out because I woke up the next day. And I got out of the hospital, and that was the end of that. But then my manager took a stick, took like a big lead, like the dumbbells that you put the weights on the side. He took the screw things off, and he just had the metal stick. And he said, "Who was it?" And I said, "It was David, John, and Chris." I was like, David didn't really do anything. He was kind of just, it was really just about John and Chris, because we all liked David. I don't think David was kind of just there, and he's a big boy. So when I was like wrestling with him, neither of us got hurt until they got me from behind, and I went to the ground, and they kicked my head. So the other guy, my manager, went in there with a big heavy metal pipe, and he just beat the hell out of these dudes. And then we made the one guy, John, we made him pay off the window to the hotel because the whole thing was his fault. And they jumped me because I did exactly what I said, bro. How you gonna sleep with a chick who was your supposed friend's ex-girlfriend? And I told him, I said, you can, but just know what's gonna happen, because I know what's gonna happen. She's gonna come running back to me. She's just doing this to piss me off. She's gonna come running back to me, sad one night. Oh, I miss you. And I'm probably gonna be drunk. So I'm not gonna like resist. So just know when it happens that I told you so. And I don't know. He didn't like that. They could have beat you to death. Yeah. Well, I've been jumped a lot of times. It's usually how people beat me in fights. Except for, well, when I used to drink a lot, I lost a lot of fights because I would just see red and just be blackout drunk, but it would just get angry. I just running. But then as I got older and I got whooped in a lot of fights, and I stopped getting blackout drunk all the time. I haven't lost any fights since then, because now I fight more like a fighter. Like I'm composed. I'm thinking about what I'm gonna do instead of just blind rage running in, throwing haymakers. That's not how you win a fight. John still tries to talk to me to this day. Joshua, David, and John are biblical names. So is Joshua. Joshua was a warlord. He was a beast. All right, we got to finish this clip. It keeps
partisan extremism in this state.
Keeps kicking me off the server.
Our state is taking a step forward to a better and brighter future where our rights and freedoms will be protected.
Amazing.
Is John still selling magazines? Nah. I think he does sales, maybe. I still have Floor. I still have Jeremy on my Facebook, and he's doing real estate now. I think he's doing pretty good for himself. He looks pretty good. Also, Anthony hit me up recently, trying to see if I wanted to. Well, never mind. I'm not gonna say that on YouTube. Basically, with a business proposition, and I was like, "Nah, I'm not trying to do all that anymore." For sure, still on drugs. You think? I thought he got. Oh no! You know what? He was hitting me up, asking me like how I got clean and stuff. Same thing with Polly. Polly was hitting me up saying he quit black and he was on methadone, and he was talking to me about how I got off methadone. For a while, I haven't talked to him in a while. He like called me and stuff too. We were talking on voice chat. But I don't know what happened. I don't know if he. I don't know. I think Polly jumped me too over April. And April wasn't even like. She smelled funny. For real, she smelled funny. I hired her. I got the hiring bonus for hiring a cute girl. Hired her out of Pueblo, either Pueblo or West Pueblo, Colorado. She lived in the middle of the damn desert. Didn't have nothing going on. And I was like, hey, you want to travel around the country? She's like, yeah, let's go. And so I hired her. So I'm thinking it's going to be my new little girlfriend. You know, I hired her. She's on my crew. But she ended up hooking up with this other dude from another crew. And I didn't really like that. But, you know, I was just mad because I thought I was going to be able to get with her. But she ended up getting with Polly. And then I think he had his crew jump me. Him and JR and Gary, or I can't remember. I can't even remember if they actually jumped me. But I know there was problems. And then I know that she wasn't even worth it. She smelled weird. And I think she ended up having a kid with him and taking his kid. They stayed together for a long time. They left the road together. They stole a car in outside of Chicago, in Independence, Illinois. It's just or Decatur, Illinois, just outside of Chicago. Damn, there was a crazy fight at that hotel. It was like 30 on 2. It was really me and John, not that John, but red-haired John. Versus these two other guys, these two gangster guys, like these Bloods. You know, me and John whooped these dudes' asses. I picked up a 2x4. It was whah, whah, whah. But this guy, oh man, me and John wrecked these two dudes' day. So they go back to their hotel room. and we're at like this hotel has 2 buildings. We got our whole mag crew, a bunch of crews. We got 30 agents in this hotel on this side. And these 2 bloods who me and John get in a fight with, and there's like 10 guys standing in a circle around us with the mag crew. But they let it just be me and John versus these 2 guys, and we tore them up. They like some ladies came down, helped them to their hotel room, right? And there's like 3 girls and 2 guys, and they're selling dope out of this hotel room and stuff. And these guys are hurt. They get taken up to the hotel room. I guess they called for medical assistance, and a fire truck came and had to put the ladder up to the 2nd floor, and they had to put this dude on a stretcher. Must have been from me whacking him over the back with a 2x4 repeatedly. They put him on a hard thing and took him down the ladder of the fire truck. But meanwhile, while cops are there, ambulances there, fire trucks there, you weren't there for this floor, so you can't vouch that this story is real. But I guess these guys called up their crew, and 2 SUVs filled with black guys roll up to the hotel, and they're trying to come at me and John and the couple of guys that we're with. But now they think they got us outnumbered, because there's only like 4 of us left outside, and we're staying off to the side watching what's going on with the cops and the fire. So when these guys pull in these 2 SUVs, they just see like 4 of us, and they get out of the car, and there's like 8 of them and 4 of us, and we said, "Mad Crew!" We just yelled, "Mad Crew!" at the top of our lungs. All these doors on this side of the hotel swing open, because they know stuff's going on out there, and if anything else goes wrong, we got a squad. We shout, "Mad Crew!" About 30 people flood out of that hotel and come. Yo, we beat these people into their SUVs. They left. We got into 3 cars, and we chased them down the road, and we pinned one of the vehicles got away, and then we pinned one of the vehicles in with a van here, a SUV here, and their SUV here, and we drove them off. It wasn't me driving, but let's say allegedly we ran them off the side of the interstate. Let's just say allegedly. Mag Crew, MAG. That was one of the craziest fights that I've ever been in. There's me and John and this Tongan dude. This thick Tongan dude. And that's why we hurt him so bad, I think. Because once he got involved in it, like, John's a little scrawny guy, so John wasn't really doing much. John was just kind of distracting him while I was grabbing the 2x4. But then as soon as the Tongan dude got involved, me and him were just tearing these dudes up. Yeah, we beat their ass. And we beat their ass, and then when their boys came, we ran their boys off and drove them off the side of the interstate. Just spun them out in the ditch. It was so crazy. That was in Chicago. It's like the Fast and the Furious with magazines. Yeah, I got a million stories like that. I got a lot of stories like that. I don't even know where I was going with that. Obtain uniforms from Imperial soldiers. This equals Vin Diesel. You mean Jason? No, there was a red-haired John. Did you ever meet John and Jen? They were perfect for each other. Crazy. I don't know if you've ever met them, but no, not Jason. Jason had red hair too. Yeah, I don't think you ever met John and Jen. Jen was a chick. Have you seen the show Yellowstone? She was like Beth Dutton on Yellowstone, but bigger and stronger. She was like, she would beat a dude's ass. Like, she was a tough chick. She would fight. She would get in fights with girls, and it was just like, oh, I feel bad for watching this or letting this happen because Jen is gonna destroy that girl. She smelled like tangerines. What'd she smell like? Oh, you're talking about the girl April. Nah, she smelled musky. She smelled like sour and musky. Like, I don't know if she used some weird sort of natural deodorant or something, or maybe she just didn't use deodorant. It smelled kind of funky. Funky. Smells like fish, make it a dish. Smells like cologne, leave it alone. Oh, that's inappropriate. So that's why now I just like to sit on the computer, play my video games, talk to the stream. Because I already been to every major city. I've been to every state. I've been on the streets. I ran the streets. I sowed my seed. I did the stuff with the ladies, the fights, the craziness, everything. Too old for all that. Ain't nobody got time for all that mess. I just want to chill and relax. Kicking up, pulling up, shooting some b-ball outside of the school. When a couple of guys who were up to no good started making trouble in my neighborhood. Obtain uniforms from Imperial soldiers? What are you talking about? Obtain helms from Imperial soldiers? Obtain uniforms. I still think of a particular girl from a certain smell from time to time. Yeah, it was weird. It was like... I don't even know if it was a smell or if it was like a sense. Maybe it was like a pheromone. But it was weird. The poor Polly, yeah, she left him and took his kid. I think red-haired John ended up going to prison. One time, Tar Baby Yoda. One time. And I didn't like it. It was just kind of weird. I don't know. I just felt uncomfortable. It's not my bagger. It has a funny story. What's the funny story? I'm not sure what the funny story is. Yeah, one time. And it was awkward because she was hooked. You know, that's how it goes. She was hooked. But I wasn't. So after the one time she wanted to keep doing it. It was so awkward. It's like, I don't like her. I took the coward's way out. I think I had my manager at the time, Tony, tell her to leave me alone. Say he doesn't like you, leave her alone. He's not into it. Cause like she was always trying to hang out with me, come into my hotel room door, and I was just not about it. I was like, nah, I'm good. Gina? You sure, Floor? I didn't think you were. I think that happened in Mankato. I feel like that happened in Mankato, Minneapolis, or Minnesota. Minneapolis, Mankato, Minnesota. Pretty sure that happened in Minnesota. This was in Colorado, right? No, I'm pretty sure it happened in Minnesota. Did you know Gina? Did you ever meet Gina, Floor? You did, and told us you were shaking because of how I was. That's true. Yeah, I was shaking during it. It was weird because I was like, something wasn't right. And she was a cool girl too. She was funny. Little, tiny, little petite little girl. Very dark though, like black. Her name was Gina, and she was pretty. She was cute, good body, pretty, tiny little petite, tiny little thing, but dark black. I'm talking black. We're all laughing. Yeah, I was nervous, and I was never nervous. You know, no girl ever made me nervous like that. But it was nervous, and it wasn't like. It was just like I was like uncomfortable, unsure. That's when you and I only knew each other, but wouldn't really talk. Maybe I told you the story a long time after it happened, though, because I feel like that happened in. Right now I'm imagining the exact hotel that it happened in, and I'm pretty sure that was when we were in Minnesota. This is the hotel where I went to. I had to spend 3 days at the drunk tank. You weren't on crew for that. In Minnesota, where I. Yeah, because this was before. This was before the accident. Because the same hotel where I slept with her was the same hotel where I had to spend 3 days in a drunk tank because I got in a fight with Chris. And Chris was already passed away when you joined the crew. You never met Chris or Zach or Shug because they were dead. But me and Chris got in a fight at a gas station before work one day because me and him had been up the whole night before tweaking with this old tweaker lady and drinking vodka all night long. And then it's time to go to work the next day. We hadn't slept at all. He's the car handler. And I'm just sitting in the back of the van, like sipping on some vodka. Like 9 in the morning. And they stop at the gas station so we could get food. And I jump out and start fighting with the car handler. And I was blackout drunk. I was so gone. It's like the upper wore off. And all the vodka I'd been drinking all night just hit me at one time. And I was blackout drunk, fighting my car handler in the parking lot of a gas station. And I woke up 2 days later in a freaking drunk, like in Minnesota, they do, if you get disorderly conduct or drunk and disorderly, you don't go to a cell. You go to like kind of like a mental facility type place. But it was nice. There was a TV room, 3 meals. They had a smoking room. You couldn't go outside, but they had an indoor smoking room with plants and stuff in there. They would give you cigarettes. But you had to be there for 72 hours for 3 days if you got drunk in public. And so I was there for 3 days. And that was the same hotel that happened in. He wanted a coffee-colored gal, but not dark roast. I bet the soles of her feet were... I don't want to get too graphic, but it's not all the same color. Why didn't you like her? I did like her. She was a nice girl. She was pretty, very curvaceous in the right spots. And you know, I had never been with a black girl, so I was like, you know, let's taste the rainbow. Let's see what it's all about. And I just didn't. I wasn't a fan. I don't know. Now maybe that was like a one-time thing, and then after that it gets better. But from my experience, once you go black, you never go back. That's not true, because I went back. It grossed you out? It didn't. I just thought it was funny. I thought he was freaky. I liked all girls. Really wasn't a I ain't got no type. No. Black don't crack. Oh yeah, she probably still thick. But she was nice, and actually I felt bad about it, cuz I am, you know, I try to be like a romantic, like a gentleman type, you know. I got around. But I felt bad. That's why I like didn't have the balls to tell her, yo, I don't know what it is, but we can't. I'm not feeling this. But I just didn't tell her. I like hid from her because I felt bad, because I liked her. She was a nice girl. She was a cool chick, and I had like talked her into it. And we were like hanging out. We would watch movies and stuff for a couple nights before it happened, and I kept trying to get her to do it. She's like, no, 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 I'm not like that. I'm not like that. I'm not like that. Like the third night, she was like that. And then I was like, nope, no more. I felt so bad. That was wrong of me. Please forgive me, Lord. I'm not romantic? How am I not romantic? Maybe I'm not romantic. I don't know. Yeah, I don't do like flowers and stuff, I guess. Oh no, it's too much, Tar Baby. Too much details, Tar Baby Yoda. You killed it. You killed it. You took it too far. You killed it. We leveled up finally. God. I've been streaming for how long? It took me that long to level up one level. Good thing we only have 9 levels left, and then it's all over. How long have we been going? 5 hours. One level in 5 hours. That's redonkulous.
And the men celebrate as well. The men celebrated
Yeah,
too.
too far, Tar. Too far, Tar. Flat Sabbath knows what I'm talking about.
The men are celebrating.
Oh, Lord. Okay, we went off the tracks, guys.
They're celebrating the destruction of their children.
I find it hard balancing, you know, I'm trying to be a good Christian, a good follower of Christ, be a good example. But at the same time, I got so many crazy stories, and it's entertaining, I'm sure, to tell these stories, and I want to tell them and help people learn, you know, some of these don't go down. You don't want to do these same mistakes I made, but they're still entertaining and crazy stories. And I find it hard to be able to tell my stories, but at the same time, show that, you know, I'm not trying to glorify that stuff. If it's funny, it's funny. If I got jumped and beat up, that's just a story, you know? And I probably deserved it. I don't know. When I'm in the chat room, you don't even feel time. Let's finish this and end the stream. We got 10 minutes.
The men not leading the way, but following the woman. All the wrong people, the right places.
Why is book quote unquote like that? You think I can't write a book?
In Chicago, some people thought Chicago would get better because they got rid of that lady, so-called mayor that under her as mayor of Chicago, Lord Lightfoot, whatever her name was. Everything got worse, and then people were complaining and crying through the roof.
They barely just got rid of her.
Carjacking.
Well, I don't even know if she's out yet, but she will be.
And things got worse. And they cried for help. And they defunded the police.
Defunded the
and
police.
Businesses left. A lot of white folks left there. A lot of white people left. Businesses left, and they're like, no. We got to get rid of Lightfoot. And we got to put in someone that would bring Chicago back to order. So they had an election.
Had a little election.
And the people were celebrating that Lightfoot is just a one-time mayor. And then they had a runoff between a white guy, who was a Democrat, I'm told, and a black guy who was a Democrat. The black guy supported by the school union, teachers union, and the white guy supported by the police union. And guess what? Guess who the people chose? They chose evil again. They chose evil again. They want more of what they got from Lightfoot, because that's what they're gonna get. And this time it's gonna be even worse, because evil gets worse as you feed it and not better. This time it's gonna get worse. They have a black mayor now, another black mayor.
She black.
And yet they were moaning and groaning.
Do I know about Pablo Escobar?
And carrying on the life.
Is Pablo Escobar different than Pablo Escobar? I watched the show Narcos, and there's like 4 seasons about Pablo Escobar. Great show. The first season, that kind of fell off after the first and second season were good. I don't think I ever watched the third, because it went from Escobar, so then it went to Mexico, and the what is it called? Catalina cartel, or what's the Mexican one? I be lamping. What's up, Daddy Jub? I still want to buy your Monday night notebook that you use to record your thoughts and prep for the show. The Ochoa brothers. Yeah, the Ochoa brothers. Medellina cartel. Yeah. The first season was all about Escobar, and then it was about the Medellina cartel in Mexico. And then the third season, I don't know what the third season's about, or the third series. It's a good show, but it's all in Spanish, so I gotta read it. About a bear who used to smuggle drugs in the USA in the 80s? What? There was Cocaine Bear that they just made a movie about. But the movie is a total fabrication, because in the movie, Cocaine Bear kills like 10 people. But in real life, Cocaine Bear didn't kill anybody. He just ate a bunch of cocaine and died. So when you see a movie say loosely based off a true story or based off a true story, that's often a very, very big stretch. Just because it says it's based off a true story. Cocaine Bear didn't kill anybody. That's right. I hope it was a white polar bear. Property damaged a little bit. Yeah, he overdosed. He overdosed on cocaine. And died. Poor bear. That is Pablo Escobar? No. Pablo Escobar wasn't a bear smuggling cocaine. It was people were smuggling cocaine into Tennessee. They were throwing it out of planes. And a bear found a kilo of it and ate it and then overdosed and died. That's the story of Cocaine Bear. I never heard of no bear smuggling drugs. Pablo Escobar. I heard it sucked. It was kind of bad. It was kind of funny, but no, it was stupid. It's more stupid when you figure out that it's not based on reality at all. Like, I thought this was this bear did cocaine and killed some people. That's crazy. So I Googled it. He didn't kill nobody. He's just a poor bear that had a cocaine overdose and died. The end of the story. That's not movie material. And I don't like how they've ran out of writing good stories now. So it's basically just pick two really intense sounding nouns and you got a movie. Snakes, plane. Sharks, tornado. Sharknado. Snakes on a plane. Cowboys and aliens. Cowboys and aliens. Cocaine, bear. Cocaine bear. This is literally Hollywood script writing in 2023. Pick two nouns, put them together. Let's try it, guys. Russians try to use dolphins for naval purposes. There you go. There's a new Hollywood movie. Russian dolphins. Russian dolphins. What about laser tomahawks? That's cool. That's kind of like two weapons. Let's try something different. Sushi. Laser sushi. Laser sushi. They made a knockoff called the Hyman Bear. What? Sharks and lasers. Yeah. Brokeback Bear. Oh no. But sharks, we already done sharks. So earthworm nuclear explosion. That's how you make a hit action movie. Either that or just make a Marvel. Pick any Marvel character that doesn't have a movie about them yet and make that. But you're going to have to do a lot more licensing work with Marvel. Whereas I could just write a script right now for earthworm, for plutonic earthworm. Brokeback cocaine bear. Brokeback cocaine shark. Nunchuck spider. Let's go. Dang. That would be crazy because spiders have 8 appendages. And that's a lot of nunchuck action flying at your face. Nunchuck centipede. Nunchuck millipede. Yeah. Gorilla fire truck. Remember Travis the monkey? I watched a JCS crime thing about Travis. Did we talk about that when you called about Travis the chimp, Daddy Jub? Because that happened in Florida. Very close to where we were in Tampa, in the Tampa area. Travis the chimp tore that woman's face off. Xanax chimpanzee. Yo, Cocaine Bear is such a whack story. You could have done Xanax chimpanzee and it would have been based off a true story and it would have been much more of an intense movie. Because that monkey damn near killed somebody. And he got shot by the cops. And that's true. She fed Travis the chimpanzee Xanax to calm him down because he was getting older and he wanted to mate. And they're like, yo, you realize that these chimpanzees at this age normally in the wild would be having sex more than 100 times a day? And he's not having any. So he's going to start going crazy. And this lady thought Travis was like her son. She fed him some Xanax. He went crazy and ripped her next door neighbor's face off. Both her hands. Started eating her. And she survived. Barely. Where's Freddy been? I don't know. He's in some place doing something. Chimps scare me. Yeah, did you ever hear that story, Joey? It happened in Tampa. Look up Travis the chimp in Tampa. He got butt fitted. Nah, he's doing some lab trials, clinical testing or clinical trials or something to get a paycheck. Where basically you go stay at a place. I don't know if they're testing something on him or they're monitoring or doing tests or what they're doing, but it's basically you stay there for like a month and you get out and you get a fat payday. Which I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, it's better than like collecting a government paycheck. You have to, even though he's not like working for the paycheck hard, but it is taking up your time. You have to go stay in this place. So, time is money. If you want me to stay in a place for a month, then I should get a big paycheck for that. So. She needed Chimpstitute. Dang, you're right. If they had the Chimpstitute app where they could hire local, chimp entourage escorts, a chimpanzee escort, then Travis wouldn't have been so stressed out and he wouldn't have went on a killing spree. He would have been able to bust it. So hard for the money. Right. It's not like working hard for the money, but it is time. So, I mean, it's better than just sitting back and collecting a check. But I told him he's getting MK Ultra. He's going to come out of there crazy. He's going to be the next sleeper cell that's going to, shoot up a soft target somewhere. In Grand Theft Auto. Where's Daddy been all our life? What? Saturday, the White Nagano fights main card. 7 my time. Rusky going for another 4th round knockout. There's a White Nagano. Is it Daniel Nagano? I'm out already close to 12. Yeah, I'm about to go as well. I'll go turn in this quest. Take Echo out and go to bed. Sweet dreams, Dean. Dream about Xanax monkeys. Xanax monkey. Bro, that is a hit movie right there. Based off a true story. Xanax monkey. You have a sex-crazed chimpanzee who a woman treats as if it's her child. Feeds him Xanax one day to calm him down. And he goes on a killing spree and murders the whole town. Bro, that is a hit. If Cocaine Bear popped off, we could make that movie pop off. How you want to do this, Daddy Jub? I'll write the script. I'm going to need you to get some financial backers to take care of the funding. Okay? What do you think? Xanax Monkey. If we do good with Xanax Monkey, we'll come out with Nunchuck Spider. Jim Prazolam, faceless in Florida. Let's go. Yo, that's $1 million movie idea right there. I copyright that. Nobody steal it. Let's copyright Daddy Jub and JS. One of our covert operatives in or out of uniform. You would do well to remember your courtesies. I gotta wear this uniform? Yo, look how much crap. Oh my goodness. From another patrol, are you? When next you see your commanding officer, tell him that he leads a sloppy uniform. If any of my lot forgot to salute a superior officer, they would be on their arse faster than you could say latrine duty. So I have to salute him? Give me strength. If that was your idea of the salute, you can wave goodbye to that promotion right now. Oh. Imperial salute. / Imperial salute. 12 Xanaxes. No, the stream's about to end. It's about over. Let's finish this.
Lightfoot, because she, instead of
this is not a great
about
clip.
The crime, she rejoiced. She was dancing in the streets.
In the streets.
And they picked someone that worse. So from this day forward, the people in Chicago, the voters who vote for this man, you deserve what you get. There's no reason to complain. As that black woman in South Africa said, you voted for these people simply because they're black, knowing that things are not going to get better, but because of the hatred of your heart of white people, you voted in the enemy. Knowing, and you know it's not going to get better. It's going to only get worse. And you vote them in. This is from the New York Post. Progressive Brendan Johnson elected Chicago next mayor. Watch this from CBS.
And when I say all the people, I mean all the people, especially folks who have ever been on a payment plan. To the CTU, to the CCTU, to the IFT, the AFT, the UWF, because make no mistake about it, Chicago is a union town. A city that's truly safer for everyone by investing in what actually works to prevent crime. So I believe since we are taking steps to figure it out here, let's take this bold progressive movement around these United States of America. Because this campaign has always been about building a better, stronger, safer Chicago for all the people of Chicago.
Amazing.
Amazing.
And they celebrate evil. Woe unto the people who call good evil, evil good. And they keep voting in these people simply because they're black. Knowing. They know that it's going to get worse. But in your face to the white people, they would choose evil.
I'm not wearing the right armor.
Over freedom. They would choose pain over freedom. Trend in Politics is reporting. Johnson called for removing law enforcement during the 2020 riot. He called for removing law enforcement, according to Trend in Politics, from the during the 2020 riot. He defended looters, saying they were lashing out against racism. And the people voted him in. Why didn't they just keep Lightfoot? It was the same thing. I thought they were fed up with crime and carjacking and robbing and killing stuff in Chicago. They're not. They had a chance to vote in someone else that would, I don't know how much he would have done, but I guarantee he would have done better than what's up with this guy. May God have mercy on America. And the interesting thing is there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide
Nowhere to
baby.
hide to,
Nowhere
baby.
Nowhere to hide to, baby. If you doubt me, ask
Nowhere
the
to
people of South
run
Africa.
to,
They did
baby.
exactly what's happening here. And the white people ran, and they ran to their farmland. And guess what? The blacks followed them out there, robbed and raped and killed along the highway in their homes.
And then they started
On the
starving
land.
to death, and then they had the white farmers come
And
back
Christians say
that they chased
should
out.
not get involved with politics. You love evil over good. Black people love unions because unions make them feel good
course
about
you
being
see 'em.
wrong.
She got me
And unions
blocked.
support
She's had
their
me blocked
evil.
forever. I don't know why.
That's why they love the union. You get the kind of government you deserve.
Cool. This quest is going to be
And
wrapping
then you
up just
cry
as the
about it
video's wrapping up.
later. And then you turn right around. It's like you turn right around and vote somebody else, and that's even worse. It's the same way with the spirit of evil within you. You complain about it. You whine about it. You pay buku money to these so-called expert counselors. And you cry, and they give you medication.
Jesse's music is copyrighted. All
And
the
you
songs
repeat
he
the same
sings.
thing over. Rather than overcoming evil, you worship evil.
If we just clip Jesse
by
singing,
believing thoughts.
Get a job could just clip
Anyone
all the
that
times
believes
Jesse
their
sings and make a
imagination,
song out of it.
That believes thoughts, you're worshiping evil, and you call it good.
And you call it good. And you call it good.
Such blind people.
Blinder than a bat. On a
So
rat
Chicago,
with a gat.
Bye. You get
Bye,
what
Chicago.
you deserve. You think the blacks are carrying
I mean, I don't know if this guy's
going
going to be worse than
under
Lori
Lightfoot?
Lightfoot. I don't know
And
how
it's
you.
bad.
I don't know how you get worse than Lori Lightfoot.
And I know white people, I can see white people right now packing their bags and their U-Haul and they're moving somewhere else. They'll follow you there too and accuse you because they know you are afraid of words. They know you protect your ego, so don't call me racist. I want people to think kindly of me. Don't call me racist. And the people still hate you. Rather than pleasing what is right, you try to please the people, you're going to catch more hell. Human beings are evil. The human nature is evil. It's wicked. It's wicked.
Every little thing she does is Magitech. Sid would have you assist in the repairs of the Magitech armor. Am I going to get to ride around? Is this Magitech armor for my Chocobo? It is pure evil. Okay. All right. Enough videos. The videos are over. Let's wrap this stream up. I think after this quest, I get this Magitech armor for my Chocobo. So then I have an armored chocobo, and I can fly, and it flies. And then I have a flying mount, and I can fly, which that's pretty cool. All right, that's it for the game. I'm gonna put my correct armor on. Okay, I think everything is correct. Sentinel's gauntlets give me plus 17. I'll wear them then. Oh, they match anyway, so that's good. I still haven't got an upgraded axe though. That's crazy. I haven't had a new weapon forever. Huh. Alright. Enough of that. We're good. We're ready to go. Let's exit the game. $20 seconds while that logs out. I'm gonna say goodbye. Have a good night, everybody. I'm going to end the stream. We had a fun little stream tonight. I'm supposed to hopefully be working tomorrow. But if I am not, maybe we'll do this again. This was a fun little chill stream. Playing some Final Fantasy, watching some videos, hanging out. We talked about some crazy stuff in this stream. I'm going to have to go through and clip some of this. I need to clip the chimpanzee, the Xanax chimpanzee joke. So that was funny. Make a little short out of it. I'm going to head out. Have a good night, guys. Flat Sabbath, Dean, Daddy Jub, Yoda, Floor, everybody who was hanging out tonight. Have a good one. I'll catch you guys later. I'm out. Peace.